Welcome into the show and the station as a whole. Yeah, it's Labor Day, but some of us want to work. You know, it's funny, Lance is in the building and he walked in here and was surprised that anyone else was getting to work today. He's got something with the Joe Moore Award, so he's going to actually do some radio type stuff, a podcast, but not appear on the show or his own show. You know, I was thinking about tweeting out that we're going to start the broadcast day at 10, but then I was like, nah, I want to. If this is a secret show, it's a secret show. People either become aware that we're on or not.
Yeah.
I'm not really that concerned.
And let's not save John and Lance from angry tweets about at 7:15 about why they're not on the air.
Yeah.
If they want to get those angry tweets, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I sometimes I'm included in those. Like, where are you guys? I wasn't included, so maybe people understood that. Oh, these guys never work on Labor Day, so don't expect it. But hey, we're here. The rest of the lineup is here, and it was a big weekend. And I am working hard not to completely ignore the Astros because of all the football. You know, in my head, I'm like, football, football, football. Let's talk football. It's actually game week for the Texans this week. We had all these college football games to discuss. We had a thriller last night, thanks in part to the conservative head coach coaching the Miami team. That's why it was a thriller. But we'll get into that later. The Astros do play today. They play at a 1:10. That's the start time. And Luis Garcia is back. Luis Garcia is back. He has not pitched on the major league level. What are we at? It's over like 500 days now, isn't it?
Yes, it was 2023.
Yeah.
I should have bookmarked it or something. The Astros batting lineup the last time that Luis Garcia pitched, and I saw Corey Julks in there.
Oh, man.
I was like, whoa. I saw Kyle Tucker in there. Whoa, who is that guy?
So
I was surprised I didn't see Carlos Correa from the first time.
Yeah, if I go into his game log, the last time Luis Garcia pitched for the Astros was May 1st, 2023. So we're talking a full 2 years since the last time he started a game. And he's back against an Angels team who, you know, they're not hitting the cover off the ball, but it doesn't matter because the Astros aren't hitting at all. So you've gotten good pitching outings from all three of your pitchers who have gone. Arrighetti was good. Great to see. Christian Javier was great. Really good to see. And Hunter Brown is Hunter Brown. And you've won one of those games. All three of those guys went 6 or more. Were good enough to leave with you having a lead if your bats were, active at all. Unfortunately, wasn't the case. Yesterday, the Astros go down 3-0. And the experience of watching the Astros at home, particularly if you're going to the game, you got Hunter Brown on the mound, so you're expecting a good outing. He walked 3, didn't strike out very many, but 5 and 6 innings, he left giving up 1 run. That's a start that you're going to love. And then you had the Lance McCullers experience. So Lance McCullers in the bullpen, there was some thought that he would start today, but the plan overall was for him to contribute out of the bullpen, and we got to look at him out of the bullpen. And not good. Same Lance McCullers we've seen as a starter. So we'll see how long that experiment continues. But so Hunter Brown goes his 6. McCullers gives up his 2 in 2 innings. It wouldn't have mattered because the Astros weren't going to score any runs. So the Lance McCullers thing, not great. But the lineup has been a real problem over the course of this series and really since July, particularly at home. So in this series, they scored a total of 3 runs. And, because it's the Astros, they have great pitching. If Luis Garcia goes out there and is really good in his return, you still got a chance to at least split this series against the Angels. And it's a tough one. Coming off taking 2 out of 3 from the Rockies, you expected at least. What do we set the standard at? We said, 5 and 2? Did we say that's where they?
You could only lose 2 games.
Yeah. Well, they've lost 3.
Yeah,
so
bad.
That's not happening.
Bad.
So that's not happening. Unfortunately, this is a team you can't trust. They're 3-3 on the homestand. Best they can do is 4-3. And they got to hope that Luis Garcia, who hasn't pitched since May of 2023, goes out and gives them a good outing for that to happen. But in the month of July, as I was talking about, since the month of July 1st, the Astros at home are 12-17. And that shouldn't be a surprise. If you're watching them day to day, you've known the home record has slipped. They're 12-17 at home. and you look at some of the batting average, the numbers from the plate, batting average under 220, OPS under 630, striking out a lot. Although they strike out quite a bit on the road as well. But they're not working counts. The walks are down. It's been atrocious. 24 home runs hit at home, 36 on the road, since the start of July, and at 29 games at home and 28 games on the road. So it's a pretty even split, and the numbers bear out that it's got to be a tough experience to watch this team, particularly if you like going to the ballpark. It's your Astros. They're consistent winners. You want to go out and support the team, and from game to game, you look out there and go, man, this lineup is putrid. There have been injuries, but those guys are back now. You look at this lineup now, outside of Jake Myers, the guys out there are the guys. And I can't believe I'm putting so much on a return of Jake Myers, but you get the point.
Yeah, no.
The full-time guys are out there.
Cavalry is
back.
Basically already there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. All we're waiting on is Jake Myers, and say that in April or say that in March, and look how we react of like, wait, this lineup's dependent on Jake Myers coming back? Or that's the like shimmering glimmer of hope is, well, maybe Jake Myers comes back.
And does he spark this lineup because they're just missing Jake Myers? And speaking, Jake Myers has been gone a long time, so expect him to be someone.
He played the best 4 months of his life,
and we expect that to continue. I really don't. Yeah. And it's not really a shot at Jake Myers. It's just what his career has been. He played really good baseball for 4 months. And you add on the long absence. Do I expect Jake Myers to come and roll? No.
Yeah, it was the same thing when I think we both said the same thing when Jeremy Pena was out and came back. It was a little bit of like the injury. It wasn't as long as Jake Myers, or he wasn't out as long as Jake Myers, but there was a little bit of like, man, he was really rolling, and I don't want to disrupt that. Like, there's a chance he was on just a heater, and through rehabbing and not being able to play every day, that you just kind of lose it and you revert back into more of who you used to be. That hasn't been 100% the case with Pena, but he hasn't been the same guy since he got hurt. So, yeah, I mean, it really is just going to come down to Yordan Alvarez. I mean, just the guys in the lineup. I could list them all. I was going to start listing a handful. No, it's all of them, actually. Just need to start playing better.
Just look who they wrote out there yesterday. Pena, Alvarez, Altuve, Correa, Sanchez, Walker, Diaz, Urias, and Melton.
That's a good lineup.
Good
enough.
That is pretty much, if we were starting up, depending on if there's a left-hander, then Sanchez is gone. He's not in the lineup. Yeah. But if you're facing a right-hander game on the playoffs,
that's more or less who you're
going to run out there. And we saw the Angels and Soriano shut him down. We got an old friend back, though, today. Beyond Luis Garcia, Kikuchi's back as well.
I know.
Kikuchi is back. And while he's not as a hard luck case as Hunter Brown, where the numbers suggest he should have a much better record. Hunter Brown's now 10-7. Like, Kikuchi's ERA about 3.7. He's been fine. Not as good as he was in his short stint with the Astros, but he has been pretty good in Anaheim, and the record doesn't reflect it. So if you look at his overall record and go, he's a 6-9. He's been better than 6-9 if you just go by the overall number. So we'll see. If the Astros can find a way to split the series against this Angels team and avoid having a losing homestand. That's tough, to have the Rockies and Angels come into town and lose the homestand.
I mean, again, we didn't exactly have like sky high expectations.
Yeah, you just win each series.
Both series was the
That's
expectation.
All. That is all.
And yeah, it's very, very possible that they don't meet that. Again, very meager expectations. Where, I mean, I don't know. They have to be really glad that football season either is starting NFL-wise or has started in true last week, because we probably won't talk about them a ton today. Just like on down the lineup, probably won't. Well, or at least it'll be the least we've ever talked about them for 3 months.
Sure.
But man, they really could have made up some ground. They really,
yeah.
I don't know, 30 to 45 minutes per show that they'll be talked about. Would have been less, actually, if they were taking care of business.
Yeah, this is a 2-hour show, so this is probably all they're going to get unless...
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, I may refresh the Luis Garcia things for people who don't know in the second hour, but other than that, I figured let's talk about him now because the interest in talking about him the rest of the show is really absent. They're a team who has proven in the last 2 months to be a 500 baseball team. That's what they are. They're a 500 baseball team, and it's not fun to talk about 500 baseball teams. The only saving grace, as it has been the entire year, is that the Mariners over there scuffling as well.
They're also a 500 baseball team.
Yeah, we're always in this range of a game and a half to 3, depending on who's playing who played, who had the day off. It's all the same. It's all the same. We've been in this neutral zone on both these teams forever.
Yeah.
It feels like the summer's been this about. Can they turn it on? Are the Mariners on the verge of catching them? And the Mariners got as close as a half a game, and they tricked off, and now we're still stuck at 2.
I mean, just the very, bird's eye view, just very, very general stat here. But it's been true for the last 2 months, essentially. Last 10 games, Astros 6-4, Mariners 5-5. Just like that every time they lose, every time the Astros lose, generally you wait an hour and then you see either Jeremy Branham or Mark Berman tweet out, Mariners lost, lead stays the same. While that is good, while it's better than the alternative, you really could be running away with this thing, or at least at arm's length with this thing.
And yes, winning a division title probably never gets old for the true baseball people. You always want to win a division. I have been spoiled by the Astros.
Yeah,
I don't really care that they're able to hold off that very average Mariners team over the course of the summer. I don't care about it.
I want to be, at the very least, can we be talking about being in a race with the 2 seed or the 1 seed? Like, I would much prefer that conversation of the Astros are X games back from the 2 seed or from the 1 seed, and that is who we're watching, not the Mariners again, so that the Astros can essentially win the AFC South of baseball.
Yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this.
Last 2 years, it's been like, well, they won 85 games, but that was enough to win.
Win
the division.
Cool, and we saw how that played out. Hell, they hosted a wild card series.
Doesn't matter, Brian. AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
AOF.
You guys are back in the...
Doesn't matter what it looked like. Back in the playoffs. Looking forward to the playoffs.
Exactly.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, you did. And Bill O'Brien's former quarterback backed up his words. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Oh, yeah.
We had a big weekend of college football. We will get certainly your thoughts, and by your thoughts in this case, I mean Sean, on how his Longhorns really kind of played to what we thought how the game would go when we broke it down on Friday, except for a certain aspect. Except for a certain
it was
aspect.
like the extreme of what we thought.
Yeah, except for a certain aspect. So we'll get to that. If you want to join the show because you didn't get a chance to call in this morning because those guys didn't work.
Maybe 10:45. What'd you learn this?
That's a lot of work for you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Never mind.
And
We're not doing that.
There's also the possible embarrassment of doing it and no one calls. You don't ever want to set yourself up for that too. What you learn is
real ones only.
Yeah.
For today.
What you learn is
we'll
sometimes
separate the real from the fake.
Don't set yourself up for things that could
Okay.
fail. We don't need to have that on our plate. But 713-780-3776 is a number if you want to join.
Lines are open, but don't talk about what you learned this weekend.
I mean, you could do that, but we're not going to prompt you.
Oh, okay.
We're not going to play the music. Alanis will stay.
Oh, yeah. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, we're not going to do any of that stuff. But if you want to talk about things, because you got to get it off your chest, like Keith tweeted us over the weekend. By us, I mean me and John and Lance, because Vanderbilt got off to a good start and Alabama didn't. And speaking of Vanderbilt, while the Pavi on the field had a pretty good day, the Pavi is off the field. Maybe they had a great night too, but we'll talk about the result of that as well because there's a lot to get to in college football. What a weekend. The games are back. We're not even done yet. We got Belichick tonight against TCU as TCU tries to avoid something that happened to them 2 years ago now, where the big name coach with all the fanfare comes into your city, although this one's not in Fort Worth, comes into your city and takes all your shine. TCU coming off, what was it, a national title game appearance?
Yep.
Had Dion and the Colorado Buffaloes come in there and win a thriller. Now they got this, probably the biggest name. It's college football, so I don't know if I want to give Belichick that, but he's the most. Is he the biggest name in the sport?
Most decorated.
He's the most decorated college coach of all time, I would say, because of all his NFL stuff.
Yes.
Not because of the college stuff. They get him now. They had Dion. Now they get Belichick. Let's see if TCU avoids the fate that, at least the thing that happened to them a couple years ago. So that's tonight. Belichick in his debut. A lot of stars going to be there. Michael Jordan's rumored to be there. Mia Hamm's rumored to be there.
Marcus Jordan.
Larsa, no, I don't know who's going to be there beyond Michael, but Jordan Brand, North Carolina.
Tyler Hansbrough's going to be there.
They're going to have a lot of people there on the sideline.
Ty Lawson.
Sure, they won't all be UNC football related, but Julius Peppers will be.
Oh,
he's supposed to be there. We'll see if
Daquan Bowers.
Well, is Dre Bly was on the previous staff? I don't know if Dre Bly will be there.
I feel like he should have a permanent job coaching cornerbacks.
Yeah, like Stanford at one point, they named coordinator positions after like their players, and it was like the Andrew Luck offensive coordinator. Yeah. The Dre Bly cornerback coach position should be this name, and Dre Bly should be, and it should be Dre Bly as long as he wants to do it. So we'll see if Dre Bly is there. It's gonna be a good night, just for the spectacle. We'll see if it's a good game. All right, more college football when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We had two competitive games yesterday. I mean, the Carolina-Virginia Tech game was the scuffle until South Carolina realized, oh, yeah, we got Nicole Harbors really fast, and then Norris Sellers is just this giant fast man playing quarterback. Maybe we should allow our best players to be our best players. And to be fair, Virginia Tech gave them a good fight. At some point, the elite players, or at least athletes, took over for South Carolina. They had a great punt return as well. So they win that one. That was you might say, the appetizer. If you love rivalries that have something to do with football, something to do with geography, and a lot to do with you're different than me, that means you're bad. That's Miami Notre Dame. That rivalry popped out of nowhere in the 80s, and it's stood the test of time despite some of the issues for both programs as far as not being at the top of college football. We'll see if what we saw last night is a precursor of things to come for both programs. It was a game that Miami dominated for 3.5 or 2.5 quarters, and then the Mario Cristobal of it all started, and it turned into a close ball game. We'll get into that, but let's talk about Saturday's action. Of course, we start at 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Well, to be fair, 11:15. Texas, Ohio State.
Oh, no! So we're not going to do a tribute to Lee Corso. Okay, cool.
I'll mention this. All of his picks, he won. He was right. His final game day, his final picks for game day, beyond the headgear, all of his picks were right,
including the headgear.
Yeah. That one, clearly, he picked Ohio State. But all the things he said were going to happen as far as the games this weekend happened. So a tribute to him by the teams. He picked that. Well, that might have been, hey, I think he even said, I'm not going to go against my home.
Yeah, no,
club.
but I mean,
the fact that one worked out. Yeah, the fact that he was right. Yeah,
right.
That was a game that had a window to itself, considering the matchups that weren't FSU, Alabama, and we didn't talk about it a lot.
No, because
on Friday we just assumed.
I was lumping this matchup in with all the other bad ones. I was like, this one's also going to be pretty bad. I guess for 3 quarters it was bad, just in the opposite direction, and then Alabama made it enough, or got it back within close enough to where Tommy Castellanos needed to, do a little bit more magic in the fourth quarter. But
so we will get into a question about Alabama, and are they at a point where other top programs have been? So I'll ask that question a little bit later. But Texas, Ohio State.
Yeah.
The defense is.
What more is there to say? All right.
The defense has shined, as we both thought would happen. We thought this would be a game where the two relatively inexperienced quarterbacks went up against really talented defenses, and those defenses would show out. I thought Texas's defense would be the story, and if not for let's just say an underwhelming performance by Arch Manning, I think that would have been the case. If Arch Manning was not even what he was hyped to be, but let's just say if he was C.J. Carr level.
Yeah.
If he was C.J. Carr level against Ohio State, I think that's a game Texas wins. And I think we're talking about how great Texas defense was. Unfortunately, the conversation is about what is wrong with Arch Manning. Was everyone wrong? Where is he as a quarterback? And can he be fixed? Or was that simply just Ohio State being Ohio State?
Yeah, I think the first quarter and a half, it was just like pretty much what we expected. Then Arch Manning kept playing like that for another quarter, and you're like, "What is this? What's happening? Were we duped?" And then he settled in a little bit better. Part of it was just like there is no other option, so you're just gonna have to move the ball down the field throwing it. But I think that it was exactly what we thought, even down to like the young quarterbacks and how conservative the coaches were going to be with the quarterbacks, where that first quarter took like 45 minutes. Like it was just like boom, boom, boom. It was just such a fast game, and just running the ball on 2nd down and 10, which Texas fans loved when Sarkisian did that. And then he would call a pass on 3rd down, and then Arch Manning would skip it to someone, and then I felt like Sark would go, "See, that's why I'm running it on 2nd and 10, all right?"
It started the first throw of the game where he had a schemed up player wide open, and he held it probably a beat too long. And credit to the defensive end for Ohio State for not biting on the run fake, and he's in Arch's face. But that's a ball he tried to fire in, and it probably was a throw that should have been a bit of a layer throw, where he kind of layers that ball into the receiver coming across the formation, or at least coming across the field, and that's an easy catch. It seems like an easy catch early or an easy throw early that he can get himself comfortable. But I was watching a breakdown. Of course, everyone has a breakdown of Arch because it is a way to get your clicks. But this, I want to remember his name, or at least the account. But either way, he talked about the footwork and the mechanics, and it was not something we had seen. At least he had not seen from Arch throughout the three. I would say the 2 starts, and then of course the games he popped in last year. You did not see that type of loss of mechanics where he was sometimes working against himself to throw the football. I am not a quarterback guru. That is for them. So what do we attribute that to? We attribute that to the moment, because it felt like he was going sidearm more than I had seen in the past.
Again, it felt like it was what you expect in the first quarter of jitters from a first-time starter in a hostile environment against an awesome team.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like. And that
it kept going.
You kind of write that into, or you bake that into the first quarter and a half of the game. And it just kept going until the fourth. It just was he just never got settled in. So I'm not sure how much of it is he just need to settle down, or how much of it is, I don't know, some de-evolution of his mechanic. That's why I'm like long-term still not like shaken up about it. If anything, just his granddad might be right. He's coming back for another year. Worst case scenario.
Archie wasn't talking about how he would even have a decision to make. He was like, no way, this kid's leaving early. Who knows? Who knows what he was thinking?
First one of us to get drafted in the 4th round. Come on.
He can't. Yeah, there's a picture of Peyton and Eli. There's someplace, like, I don't know. I think it was the Pro Bowl, because I saw these pullovers, and someone put the caption, "He's adopted."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I think, and we'll get into.
Also, they need to realize, like, I at least against Ohio State, all of his success before the fourth quarter was running the ball.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is a little bit where his last name's playing a factor. I think if his name was like Arch Smith, I feel like they would be like, all right, just run it. Just run it. We're just running this guy. But the fact he's Arch Manning, it's like, it was Steve Sarkisian. WTF was this game plan, dude? Because it was nothing but dropbacks and very like win the game from the pocket kind of stuff, where when he had third-year starter Quinn Ewers, it was screen game and misdirection and all this stuff. And you're just like, nah, we'll save that for later.
So I wonder if that is a product of what Arch is comfortable with, because we'll never know. I mean, I don't know if that'll even be revealed, but the RPO stuff really wasn't there as some of the stuff that they did with Quinn. I don't know what Arch is most comfortable with. They did at times move the pocket for him to try to get him on the move. And I did see this from, to make it clear, the Film Guy Network. That's the guy who broke it. Well, that's the account that broke it down. You can find it on YouTube, whatever. But he said Sark has run some version of the same play to start Arch out in all three of his starts.
Mm-hmm.
It is the same play. Now, there may be a running back lined up in a different spot or maybe a motion.
Yeah,
but the
but
play
it's a boot
overall,
to the right.
Yeah, it is the same way he tries to get him going in all of his starts. And you would expect Ohio State to know that. And the defensive end played it like they knew the play. Of course, the receiver was still open. Arch just missed a throw. So, as you said, looked like first-time jitters for a player who was starting a big game on the road for the first time. And unfortunately for Texas, it played out throughout. And also, unfortunately for Texas, Sark's goal-to-go play calling remains atrocious.
Yeah. What
that remains
tush push. Not for the Eagles, for everyone else. Everyone else, just stop doing it.
Don't do it.
It never works.
Yeah, don't do it. Look, I get it.
They were all over it. Like, they tried to even hurry up, and like when you look at the snap, it's like, no, Ohio State's in the perfect position to defend this. Like, to call anything else.
It has been a concern And while he is known as a good play caller, good game planner, and certainly Texas has at least under Sark reached heights that they hadn't reached in a while. Everyone has their bugaboos, and goal line or goal-to-goal play calling remains something that Sark has problems with.
And he was running Arch too. Like basically first down and goal, you could just like pencil in this will be a quarterback keeper for Arch, and couldn't get anything down there.
Yeah, and the Texas still do what they do to Jeremiah Smith. He didn't have a big game. He was not the only big-time receiver who struggled. We'll get into Alabama, Florida State.
I boot up the video game. I see two guys that can't get 100
I
yards combined.
was gonna say the cover of the most recent college football game has the two star freshman receivers from last year, and both of them struggled. Ryan Williams went off the field in a scary incident. I will say one thing: Earl Little Jr. likes to hit. If you watch that Florida State game,
they're hitting.
They're playing a new defense with Tony White, the former Nebraska DC. And they put Earl Little in a spot while Caleb Downs is the superstar safety, and he had a good game of affecting everything Texas did, and they tried to play away from him. They gave Earl Little free reign to target. I don't want to say target because that's actually what he got called for. Then they removed it to put a red dot on people.
Hey, this is
Arch,
a bit aggressive.
The problem for Arch is
I know.
Put that red. Maybe put a target on some of your receivers and throw it there as opposed to the red dot on opponents.
Put a red dot on Ryan Wingo.
Yeah, and hit him with the football.
Maybe we're talking about the Arch coming of age story.
Yeah, but the Earl Little experience, if you're an Alabama player with the ball, not fun.
No.
He's not that big. I don't know if he's going to survive it the way he plays football, but at least for game one.
He'll survive. At least he'll survive longer than the other guys.
Yeah, but physicality is part of his game. Like they try to put him at corner with Alabama, I believe. Maybe that's what he came out as at high school. Now as a free roaming hitter at safety, the physicality of Florida State was back. We'll get to that. Look at Gary. He called in. He wants to talk Texas, Ohio State. If anyone else wants to follow him, the number 713-780-3776. What's up, Gary?
Hey, guys, let me get this off my chest. Well, Arch was supposed to go beat Cleveland, tank. Cleveland, you tank this year, and you get the number 1 overall draft pick. Arch Manning comes in to save the day. They anointed him in the Heisman Trophy. His grandfather, both of his uncles, and probably his great-great-great-grandfather down the lineage played QB. Primetime Deion Sanders was the greatest cornerback, and he had a quarterback as a son who talked and worked with Tom Brady every now and then. Arch Manning has great lineage, and he can get out in the backyard, he can get out in the garage, or whatever. He should not have tanked, and you guys, not you, guys are giving him a landing spot, talking about the coaches, talking about the cheerleaders, talking about the pressure. He has been primed. He was elevated to being the number 1 draft pick next year for Cleveland Browns and take them to the promised land. The Heisman vote candidate. Stop with the excuses. He sucks. He can't handle pressure. He played 2 or 3 softball football in high school. He's that bloodline. Everybody elevated him, and he tanked. It wasn't the coach. It wasn't his. The coach was not throwing. Bill Belichick just said on TV tonight, I prepared these guys, but I can't throw the ball tonight. That was on one of the shows today. He's right. I can't play it for him. And it's the reason they don't run certain plays for Arch Manning. He's Peyton and Eli with 2 left feet. And so at the end of the day, don't give this guy a pass. He should have been prepared because he talks to his dad and grandparents. He's with them every day, unlike Shador, who works out with Tom Brady in the summer and whose dad knows nothing about quarterbacking and still did well. So let him go get the first-round draft charge to Cleveland and see how that works with faster defenders.
Thanks, Gary. What I've noticed about, Gary is what he hears in other places, even if it isn't on this show, and he acknowledged that. He likes to get off his chest with us. Cool. I mean, you're having a bit of a discussion, or at least in this case, a monologue with people who weren't propping Arch up as the next coming. In fact, your point about who we played in high school is something I've not on this show. I've talked about it with John and Lance. How, in a somewhat joking fashion, look at all these 5'7" kids from private schools. He's not playing against the best in Texas, or he's not playing in the biggest schools in Florida. There's a certain level of competition that Arch faced. He never went to camps, and I think he was even applauded for that because the Mannings don't believe in that stuff. If you look at it cynically, it also means he's not competing against the best of the best. Like, you can't eye him up against the best players across the country. Either way, Arch is a talented player who struggled, and unfortunately for him, he is going to be held to a standard because of how people talked about him. If he was just a guy starting, his third game, first on the road, sure, he's been there now going into his third year, but still an inexperienced player, you're like, you know what? Okay, cool. It happens. But because of the lineage and the conversations about him, he has to deal with undue attention and now undue criticism because people will take their stance. And you heard Gary throwing the Shador thing because people like to draw lines in the sand and stand on one side or the other about this. Me, I just watched the game, enjoyed it because it's college football, and Archer's story's not written yet. That's all. And we'll see what he is in the entirety of a season. He didn't play well. I think that's easy enough to be said. And we can also point out that Steve Sarkisian's problems, at least inside the 10-yard line, go beyond Arch Manning because it's been a thing for him for years. Now, throwing the football, he can't do that for Arch, and Arch did not excel there. And that's all. I mean, we don't need to make sweeping accusations or make statements about the player after his third start. No.
I think he has to play tight end at the next level. Bill Polian agrees with me.
Bill Polian will never say a thing against the Mannings. That's not happening. All right. We'll talk more college football when we get back. If you want to join in the conversation, 713-780-3776. Lot to get to. And also at some point, I think D'Amico Ryans will speak today because it is Monday of game week. We'll see if we have a definitive word on whether Chauncey Gardner-Johnson could practice because I saw him listed as questionable. Not sure if we will see him on the practice field starting today. D'Amico Ryans surely will tell us it doesn't matter because Chauncey Gardner Jr.'s mental health or Johnson's mental health means more than anything else. But we will see if the starting safety for the Texans is back out there at practice. But before we do all that, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app and the best place to get in on the Astros action because it's the official daily fantasy sports app of your Houston Astros. How about that? So wherever you want to, whatever you want, you can do it on Prize Picks. And I think today is a great opportunity to make some money on the Astros' ineptitude on offense. As always, this is a trend that we watch closely because we're watching these games. I think Kikuchi and Luis Garcia get through the first inning without allowing a run. Now, you could maybe take that farther and say Kikuchi goes however many innings without giving up any runs. But I think first inning, I want to get this little green little check on this lineup by 11:30. Give me the less than half a run or allowed in the first inning from Kikuchi and Luis Garcia. And then tonight, UNC TCU, I think we saw a little bit of the difference of what having a experienced defensive play caller brings you with the NFL lineage with Matt Patricia with Ohio State. And you know who's a better defensive mind than Matt Patricia? Bill Belichick. And he's going to be he's had all summer to game plan against the TCU offense and Josh Hoover. Give me the less on Josh Hoover's 288.5 passing yards. And hey, it's a great way to make some money on Prize Picks all football season long. You can do it right now. It's not too late. Download the app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Yeah, the station is running local programming. You may have been confused because the two legends, the two Hall of Famers, decided Labor Day. We never work on Labor Day. And that continued. Maybe you guys weren't even surprised, considering they never do work on Labor Day. But we're here. I believe the rest of the lineup will follow. Paul Gallant at noon, and then the Killer Bees after that. So if you want to hear John and Lance, be ready for tomorrow. And also be ready for What Did You Learn? Because we're still going to do that, even if it's a Tuesday. Okay, let's do our misery index here because it allows us to get into some other games and focus on them. Top of the list, I mean, so many games. You could pick any team, I guess, who lost. But I don't think there's any more miserable fan base when you consider expectations and their belief that they're at the top of the sport at all times than Alabama. They went into Florida State, a 2-10 Florida State team, and that's kind of not something you should really believe considering the changes that go on in college football from year to year. When you got a new quarterback, you got 3 new offensive linemen, multiple transfer receivers. Same can be said across the defense. They're not really the same team. The coach remains the same, so you can, I guess, drop the 2-10 on Mike Norvell. But the team itself, a lot of the guys that are contributors ain't have nothing to do with what happened last year. And that showed out on Saturday afternoon where they beat Alabama 31-17. Alabama looked pretty good early, at least on that first drive, where they go down the field and score. It took a long time. There weren't very many explosive plays throughout the game from Alabama, but that drive, they had to be kind of take what Florida State gave them with Tony White as their new DC at Florida State, and they found a way. So from that point on, though, could you not do that can you not do this while the show's going on? The disrespect. He just walks in, opens a drawer. He's such an a-hole. You're an a-hole. Oh, now you want to work?
No, what are y'all doing?
What do you mean what
are you doing right now? Y'all doing a podcast?
No, we're not. You did a podcast. You just finished a podcast.
Are y'all doing is this bullpen?
No, it's not. The bullpen's on Saturdays. This is a Monday.
It's like it's a Saturday because we're off today.
Well, you're off today.
It's Labor Day. It's for people who work, not to work.
Sean, are you off today?
No.
I'm clearly
Although
not.
some would say we don't work.
It's not really work. Sean, you're not off. I'm clearly not off. Paul Gallant's coming in.
Why do you look so tired then?
I don't look tired.
You're not even in as early as you get in. What are you doing
Why
here?
are you saying I look tired?
Why is there an intern here when it's Labor Day?
Because
That is a fair question.
the interns, I probably agreed to come in. I mean, I imagine he could have said no.
This is craziness. Paul's not going to work today.
Yes, he is.
What's he doing?
It's
He's working.
football season. I don't believe you.
Nobody's listening.
I don't believe you
All right,
care
if you're
a
not
lot about
listening-
your job. I know you don't. I believe you don't care a lot about your job, but I also know you don't belong in this business because you're not working on Labor Day.
Let me ask
I've
you.
been told that. I've been told that.
I have heard that. If you're not listening, call, and I'm going to
doesn't-
prove to you.
You know how that doesn't make any sense?
713-780-3776. If you're not listening to
We
the
already
show
got a
right
call
now,
from Gary.
give him a call, 713-780-3776.
He took issue with the Arch Manning hype and how
I take issue with it too.
somehow he pulled Shooter Sanders in the conversation.
Well, okay.
I know that's not a surprise.
That's not a surprise, but
No.
but
Arch
didn't
hold
deserve
on,
that much hype.
Hold on. You know you could have done this on your show this morning. How about you save it for tomorrow?
Because today's Labor Day, no one's listening. 713.
We already got a call, so someone's
If
listening.
no one's if you're not listening, call.
You know, not everyone has today off.
Apparently, everybody has today off.
No one here except for you two have.
You guys are
the day
working
off.
today so you can take a comp day when people are listening.
Why not?
This is terrible.
Or I'll just add it on to my vacation. I haven't taken a vacation this year.
I haven't either.
Yes, you have.
I took a small one to New York.
Yeah,
with
then
the
that's a
wife.
vacation.
Well, it was 3 days. I didn't take a summer vacation.
Oh, look. People are calling.
These are people calling who aren't listening.
How does
That's my point.
How does that happen if you call for
That's
calls?
my point, Dell. If you're not listening, give them a call.
You can't. You're trying to win something you can't win.
You know who's listening right now? Israel and Gary.
That's Trey. That's not an Israel.
They're calling so they can tell you how bad Arch Manning is. They couldn't wait for today.
That's fine. How come you didn't want to take part in that?
Arch looked terrible.
He stunk.
He stunk, but
it's fine
my
though.
whole point the whole time was, what exactly are everyone basing this hype on? He didn't look all that.
You got to
great
go
last
get
year.
your boy Dan Orlovsky. He tweeted out something along the lines of,
Oh, Dan's a quarterback protector.
he tweeted out something along the lines of, he said, putting the handcuffs on your generational quarterback. So
No,
it wasn't
well,
exactly that, but that was what it was.
Sark needed to run him more, but the handcuffs.
No, the handcuffs were about not opening up the offense for him, not run him more.
Maybe he's not. Does anyone thought about the fact that he's not opening up the offense and didn't bring him in for a beat-up Quinn Ewers last year? Is there a reason maybe?
We didn't get to that, but that is a check mark in the Steve Spurrier line of thought where he goes, he couldn't
I
even
don't understand it. They couldn't even play him last year. The other kid went in 7th round. He was 7th rounder, and he couldn't play it head to him. He's supposed to be best quarterback in the whole nation.
For any of you people who are, that's such a simplistic way to think about it. Well, week 1 suggests.
No, he's going to be
ball coach.
He's going to be
correct.
better, but you better be running him 8 to 10 times a game. Arch
At this
Manning
point,
is a dual threat
imagine
quarterback.
having a generational talent at quarterback and having the training wheels on all
Dan's
game.
got a cape on at all times for every quarterback.
I almost would hope.
I don't see any inconsistencies. And where's the accuracy issues for Anthony Richardson? I'm watching the tape. I don't see it.
He got all this energy, but couldn't show up at 7 to do
I had
it.
energy because I didn't have to wake up early and do a show early.
You didn't, but you had your coffee, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Are you done?
And I did a Joe Morward podcast.
So you were able to do some audio related work today,
Yeah, but no one's listening right now.
except for Trey and Tim. They haven't made it on yet. Let's get to Trey. You want to sit in for Trey, Lance, since you're talking? Well, he might just. What's up, Trey?
Hey, what's going on?
Are you calling to prove that you're listening or calling to prove that you're not listening?
I'm calling to prove that I am listening.
Oh, look at
I've been
that,
listening to you
Lance.
guys for the last 7.5 years, and it's the first time I've called. I am not a Houston native. I'm not going to call myself a Beaumont native. I'm a Port Arthur native.
PA.
I love Port Arthur.
You got to represent PA. You can't say Beaumont. You can't say
You
Golden
got-
Triangle, I suppose.
You pretty much the Golden Triangle. I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose you
Golden
could say that.
Triangle native.
Well,
I'm from
All right,
Richmond,
well, let me
Texas.
say-
I'm not from Rosenberg.
it's not about you, Lance.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't say Richmond, Rosenberg. I'm Richmond.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Trey.
So
for-
He's not
I
from
say-
Beaumont.
I say,
no one said he was from Beaumont.
PAT.
Trey.
well, I mean, the only reason I said Beaumont is because most people recognize that area over Port Arthur.
Nope.
But I'm just saying, that's why I said that.
Trey, you can say Port Arthur, and we'll know it's different. Isn't it? Where's Bun from?
Port Arthur.
There it is.
That's where, well, I think Kendrick's from Port Arthur too, right?
He's from Beaumont Ozone.
He's Beaumont.
Yeah.
Ozone is where he played.
Yeah.
Originally UGK.
Yeah.
See,
Steven Jackson, Port Arthur? I think he is too.
I don't know, but Trey, we recognize that Port Arthur is a city unto itself. We don't
Yeah, you
just
don't have to
consider you
tell us.
Beaumont. Yeah, you don't have to worry about it, man.
All right, Ted, well, I'm from Port Arthur.
Port Arthur.
All
if
right.
anyone's listening from Viter, call in
Oh!
713-780-3776.
Port Arthur, Trey, we appreciate it.
Viter, if anyone wants to
Yeah.
have Arch Manning's back, 713.
Perhaps someone from
780.
Jasper has thoughts about Shedeur Sanders.
From Jasper, if you're happy that Shadeur's like third team for the Browns, you're from Jasper.
And you want to let us know
give us
about
a
it?
shout. We'll have the
Welcome.
dump button ready just in case you get too creative.
I don't think you guys would ruin the sanctity of radio by cursing anyone from Jasper. We appreciate the call, Trey. Understood. Port Arthur is a real place. It is not simply runoff from Beaumont.
Look at all these people who aren't listening.
Yeah, look at all these people are calling and proving that they're listening. Thank you, Trey. Lance, anything else you want to
Nope.
suggest? All right, bye. Get out of here. People are listening.
If somebody knows the bit, they'll say, I'm not listening. And it'll turn into a bunch of people saying they're not listening.
Well-
if they know the bit.
Sorry. He just called all of you idiots, by the way, off mic. He's not a good person. He came in here to try to ruin the show, and his point was not proven. And then he called you guys dumb for not proving his point. All right, let's get to one more call before we go. Sorry, I'm laughing because Joe from Viter is called. Okay, we got to get to Joe from Viter. And then we'll go to break. Marco, Tim, I see you. We will get to you. Thank you, Trey. Let's get to Joe from Viter. What's up, Joe?
What's up, guys? See, people listen on Labor Day. I don't know about defending Arch. I will say this. I mean, his uncle has probably still holds the record for most interceptions by a rookie in the league, and he turned out okay. DNA is pretty important in sports.
The lineage kind of does matter. We have seen It happened, but it didn't happen. It didn't matter for the Jordans, though. It didn't really matter for the Jordans because the sons of Michael were college players, but never good enough for the NBA. But yes, DNA sometimes matters. We'll see if Arch
Sanders. There's one that we still got hope for.
Yeah, one got cut, and now he's saying he might quit football. But yes, Joe, you're not wrong. The Arch story is not completely written.
You have no idea how many. This is what so-and-so great quarterback's first game look like. You have no idea how many screenshots I've seen of first starts passing lines and how similar they all look.
Texas fans who had these hopes for Arch will comfort themselves.
I saw a Vince Young one.
He was not good.
The game
was it against
different
Ohio
back
State?
then.
Was it against Ohio State his first start?
No, that was Colt McCoy.
Okay.
He had a first start against Ohio State and didn't go well. No, the Vince Young one where he was like 8 for 23 against Oklahoma in 2004. It was like his second year starting, and he was just terrible against Oklahoma.
He wasn't good. But
by the way, I'm saying, while that's reasonable, people are going too far by like wrapping themselves in the.
Yeah, don't comfort yourself with what legends did.
It's like.
Yeah, don't do that.
I need some wins on the board before he.
Just let that man play. He's going to get plenty of opportunity. I did think about this.
Now, if he stinks against the next 3 teams that they're playing,
you might have people will actually learn the Texas backup quarterback's name at this point.
It's Matthew Caldwell, folks.
I don't think many people knew. Maybe
he beat out Trey Owens.
Maybe deep into the second quarter, people started, who's the backup for Texas? Just to see if they Sark might pull Arch. Of course, that didn't happen. The game was still
I didn't think
close.
it, but it did cross my mind.
Yeah.
I didn't think it, but I was like, there he is.
Yeah, he's like, look, he's standing there. That did not happen. Arch will probably get a long leash. But if he's playing in a way that might cost you a season, which we don't think will be the case, because that team around him is too good.
Next test is in a month in the Swamp against Florida.
Yeah, Florida.
And then the next week in Dallas against OU.
DJ Lagway wasn't thrilled with Florida's performance. He didn't like the offense performance against Long Island of all teams. There's more college football to get to. Bryce Underwood made his debut, and while I don't have high hopes for Michigan, I was pretty impressed, particularly by one throw he made when the game was getting a little shaky in the second quarter as New Mexico was giving them a bit of a fight. Let's get to Marco, since the Joe from Viter call went relatively short. Let's get to Marco, and then we'll go to break. What's up, Marco?
I was just calling to let y'all know I am listening on Labor Day while I'm working.
Thank you. Lance thinks no one works. I mean, he works in radio, so he thinks, okay, no one works. In fact, it's funny he thinks that when plenty of people work in radio on Labor Day.
What's he doing there?
Oh, he does. He's not cutting up. He's not looking at players. So he just showed up for a podcast he does for the Joe Moore Awards. It's the best office line unit in the country. So he's part of that awards process.
And I guess he came on your show just for attention, right? Like he always does.
Yeah.
So Marco, while Lance was upset with people for not getting the bit, you know Lance pretty well. Yes, that is what he did. You're all over what Lance is. Thank you, Marco.
Yeah, because why did he come in there and slam the drawer?
Because
I mean that's to make a noise and get attention.
Of course, that's who he is as a person.
He this way he gets it both ways. People know he's here and quotes working on something, but he also got the day off.
Yeah, you read him pretty well. Thank you, Marco.
Make that make sense. Make that make sense. That's all I say.
Appreciate it, Marco. Have a good rest of your day. Yeah, we know people are working. That's why we're here, partly because there's a lot to talk about, and maybe people didn't want to hear national radio for the entirety of their workday. All right, we'll go to break with that. We will get more into college football because we still gotta actually talk about the Alabama-Florida State game. Lance destroyed that segment, but he did prove that people are listening. We'll talk about what happened with LSU Clemson, the Battle of Death Valley, and we'll continue to talk about the greatest sport in the world, college football, when we come So Dustin, who is definitely not listening, says or at least are we not giving enough credit to Matt Patricia for what he did? The former Patriots defensive coordinator, also had time as the Lions head coach. He confused not only Arch but Sark. He won that battle, and it helps when you have Caleb Downs to be your ultimate chess piece. So yeah, Matt Patricia gets credit. We'll see if a genius defensive coordinator in Bill Belichick has his way with TCU. We'll see if the whole, hey, I was a genius on the NFL level. Yeah. I can certainly handle college offense thing works out.
There was someone who said like, it was, it was Johnny Manziel on the Nightcap, where he was like, yeah, Matt Patricia's used to game planning for like Aaron Rodgers. You think he won't be able to fool a first-time starter that's 21 years old?
It's usually about whether you can instruct your own players to do the stuff. Less about your ability to trick the young player on the other side. Can you instruct your young players to carry out a game plan?
I think it helps when one of those young players is Caleb Downs.
Yes.
You can instruct a lot. But yeah, it's an interesting line to walk because like you don't want to give too much credit to Matt Patricia because then you're kind of letting Arch off the hook, and Gary will call in and say, well, we're not doing that, but someone else might be somewhere, but I'll still call into this radio show to talk about it. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of credit and blame to be passed around, but I think that we shouldn't overlook that Matt Patricia really put Steve Sarkisian and the Texas offense in a box. Now Texas defense also played better than Ohio State's defense.
Yeah, that's the problem. At least the unfortunate thing for Texas defense, how well they played. Discussions will be less about them and what they did to Julian Sayin and Jeremiah Smith and that wide receiver core for Ohio State. It'll be more about what Ohio State was able to do to Sark and Arch for obvious reasons. Keith, we see you. We'll get to you. I'm sure there's some Vanderbilt thing you want to talk about. But Alabama, are they at the point, and we should know better than anyone because we have rooted for programs where the brand and the helmet and what that meant in the past lasted farther than it should when we talk about the team that's actually on the field. The preseason rankings simply because you're Texas or Miami and stuff like that, and the belief that you're going to be good just because that's the school. We dealt with that. Hopefully, you're further down the line as far as being a good program. We'll see what Miami does the rest of the way. Is Alabama at that point where we know their fans are, at least for me, number one on the misery index? Are they at a point where that helmet is the only reason we talk about them like they should have been big favorites at Florida State? Because this is the same Alabama team who didn't look very good. Yeah, they went 9-3, but that was a very average football team for the most part, at least what we saw on the field week to week.
Yeah. Are they just another very talented SEC team that doesn't maximize it? Is that's basically, have they settled into like Lane Kiffin Ole Miss zone, or I know Tennessee looks
Texas
awesome
A&M zone,
Texas A&M, Tennessee, like that kind of like, hey, listen, they have all the players to compete. You went from, top 1 of 1 of all time coaching to Kalen DeBoer, who's like, seems like a good coach, but not.
I mean, he elevated Washington to a point now. Yeah. Transfers Michael Penix, first round pick, great receiving core, but they made a title game, so we know he can succeed at a high level.
I wonder how much of it's like, well, it's different coaching players that go to Washington than players that go to Alabama, and especially a lot of these guys who still were guys that committed to Nick Saban, Alabama.
Yeah, people maybe underestimate how much fit matters as far as where a coach goes in college football, where just whether it be expectations, buy-in, and what the player themselves is looking for when they pick a school. That matters quite a bit. When you're at Washington, you're going to get talented players, but Michael Penix was a transfer, had multiple surgeries, was a guy who missed a lot of football, and you're not getting the best players in the country to go to Washington. You'll recruit fine. They're going to recruit fine if you go there and you're good, but you're not getting the Alabamas of the world.
Yeah,
those type of players that Alabama's getting. So when you are at Alabama, there's a different type of player as far as their expectations for themselves, what their goals are, and sometimes that doesn't mesh with the staff you're putting together or the head coach himself. Is that what we're seeing right now? A lot of the issues people had was the lack of effort. Now, of course, people point to this is the Alabama there used to be. There's a clip floating around right now of Jonathan Allen, who looks like the scariest dude on the planet in the locker room at the time. Where he's just,
yeah, I've seen that video.
Yeah, he looks like someone who you never want to see again. You just hope that man, and it appears to be the case, is the gentle giant off the field and the scary dude he is on the field. And then you comp it to what you're seeing of TikToks of Alabama receivers dancing or Ryan Williams with the painted nails. All these things people are saying, this is what Saban's Alabama was. This is what DeBoer's Alabama was. Mind you, Saban was recruiting Ryan Williams and would have taken him in the heartbeat. So whatever. It's a new era with players. I wouldn't use that as a comp, but you can watch the stuff on the field and go, this isn't high, this team isn't playing even effort-wise at a high level.
It's just not as airtight as it used to be.
Yeah.
Like it used to be.
There's slippage.
You knew that you were going to get 11 games out of the season. You're going to get Alabama's A or maybe B game, and that was going to be enough to absolutely roll you. Like that 11 times a season, you could just mark it down. Like they will compete well enough to win. There might be one game a season where they come out without the energy, and hell, they might win that game.
They're good enough to still win that game.
That one. So it's just, you're right, where I don't want to say they're like just another program now, but they're mortal. Like they can bleed. They're not going to go in there and just wreck shop every single week anymore. They're a team that's susceptible to letdowns and susceptible to being unprepared or underprepared. And that's what I thought they were, especially against Gus Malzahn, who, my God, when he sees the Alabama Crimson Tide.
We did not take that into account. Gus Malzahn at home as an underdog. We've seen this play with mobile quarterback who's limited throwing.
On the other side.
Alabama. We've seen this thing before. We did not take it into account because he wasn't donning Auburn colors.
Yeah.
But it's the same Gus Malzahn. He got that running back wheel, got the run game going with his quarterback, had the reverse to apparently the All-American track star. Or at least All ACC.
Lucas?
Danzy. Was that his name?
Yeah.
Danzy, he had
Danzig.
multiple plays from him on the pop pass. You want to call it a reverse, whatever, or end around, whatever you want to call that play. He had multiple big plays, including a touchdown. It did look like, and it makes sense because who's the OC? It did look like Auburn jumping Alabama and having them confused. Like we're just going to hand it off to the running back. They got a couple of plays, but it wasn't that. It was just the deception, Castellanos and his ability to make plays out of structure. And Alabama's offense don't have a big time back. Jan Miller wasn't available. And the receivers, Ryan Williams did not play well. Beyond the injury that happened late, he dropped a couple passes. In fact, he dropped the pass before he got hit. He is on a streak of under 100-yard games. We remember what he did against Georgia, and he's a very talented player. But since that point, there's plenty of games where he's a relatively non-factor. Maybe that had more to do with Jalen Milroe last year. He's got a Ty Simpson, who I think acquitted himself fine. He wasn't bad.
I think not the problem.
Yeah,
not the problem on Saturday.
No, it was everybody else for the most part.
Yeah,
and they get beat by a Florida State team, and they rush the field. The feeling is back in Tallahassee. We'll see if this is. And Joe Tessitore's there looking resplendent. We'll see if this is the FSU is back, real, or is it like when he was Texas is back? Now, he didn't say FSU is back, but he probably learned his lesson.
He wanted to, though.
Yeah, but we will see if this is more along the lines of, okay, FSU has found the way to rebuild after the 2-10, and the transfer portal certainly helps, and maybe they're a contender in the ACC. Or is it like the Texas Notre Dame game from all those years ago where it turns out neither team was very good? If that's Alabama's case, you can fry DeBoer up right now. If
he's 2016
Notre Dame,
who, by the way, guys, went 4-8.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't foresee that, but even 7-6, there could be real trouble.
Yeah.
8-5 could be real trouble.
I was gonna
Well,
say-
he wouldn't even get to the 13th game.
He won't get to the bowl game.
Yeah,
8-4.
8-4 could be real trouble. We'll see.
Oh man.
Yeah, don't you never want to do it. What they say, don't be the guy who follows the guy.
I didn't think it'd
Be
be
the
this
other
bad.
guy. Be the next guy. You don't want to be the guy.
Remember when people were like, well, at least they didn't go after like a Saban guy. They didn't try to like, keep the train running with the same type of stuff. Like
Sure.
they had a real process and they went out and got someone new and they really should have just gotten a Saban clone.
Man,
like they really should have just gotten
He's-
just the most like next in line on the Saban factory.
he had a better head start because of the roster, but he's got some real Brian Harsin vibes about him. They're gonna have no loyalty to him. They're gonna immediately. They probably already have that Washington thing. Whatever. Oh, West Coast football.
Oh yeah, no, he gets zero credit for that after last season.
Yeah.
Never mind what happened on
Yeah,
Saturday.
hiring a coach who was born in South Dakota.
Please.
What are we doing here?
Yeah,
We're
you
Alabama.
know who they would rather have?
The guy born in like West Virginia.
Anyone.
Where was
anyone,
Nick
anyone.
Saban born?
West Virginia.
Yeah.
Or he's from West Virginia.
Yeah, it's from there. So there it is. Florida State. Are they back? Doesn't matter. Big win this weekend for them. I would have to go with Clemson, right? Throw them on the list. Dabo Sweeney.
Yep. Supposed to be of the contenders, the most like ready-made, returning a lot. With Texas, with Ohio State, with a lot. So many of these teams. They're either questions at quarterback or LSU questions about their defense. Clemson was the one that was like, I don't know, just kind of roll out last year's team and add a couple spots from the portal, which is new for Clemson. It was like them and Penn State were the most like we feel good about what they come back with, and Clemson looked a lot more like the team that wasn't going to make the playoff and was ranked like 20th before they beat SMU last year than they did the team that made the playoff and gave Texas a good game.
Yeah. Garrett Riley got there in 2023. First games under Garrett Riley. Klubnik the starter for all three. Lost 28-7 to Duke. At Duke. Not that should matter when you're Clemson.
Shouldn't matter.
34-3 to Georgia. And what we saw yesterday.
Nice.
The offense has been poor.
So that was the best offensive game they've had. 10 points, right?
Yes, they scored 10. Now, that was the one game at home, so
That's the home field
certainly might have
advantage.
helped. Yeah.
that was the extra score.
7 points and 4 turnovers in 2023. 3 points and 188 yards against Georgia. Makes some sense. It's Georgia. But
Yeah,
you're still,
that one-
but
that
you're
one-
Clemson, so
Yeah.
it shouldn't be that bad.
Yeah.
And then 10 points and 261 yards against an LSU defense that took a moderate step last year, but wasn't great, and they were working to that point. Blake Baker, their DC, very highly paid. Maybe he's got a really
They look
good
better.
squad.
They look better in year 2.
Yes. Or Clemson ain't what people thought they were. This is always the give and take about week 1 games. We're not really sure. We think because we were told that this offense was supposed to go. They got Garrett Riley. Cade Klubnik was voted the best player in the ACC. 4th best player overall, according to ESPN. Oof.
Give Carson Beck some of those votes.
If we're talking about at least quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Ruben Bain maybe.
Give Ruben, actually, it is.
Maybe
Ruben
throw
Bain.
Akeem Mesidor if we were watching what happened in the last couple of plays last night for Notre Dame and Miami. Malachi Tony, better than Cade Klubnik too.
Better than Wesco, better than
Yeah, better than
Williams
all-
got hurt.
Yeah, that's true.
But I think even as far as LSU, I think you can say that their defense has improved. Just even if you're building in that we overrated Clemson.
Yeah, their
'Cause
defense looked much better.
Last year they would have given up 34 points.
They
to
got
that
another
Clemson
Weeks
team.
brother there.
I will say, Witt Weeks good. West Weeks.
I'm already out.
There's a lot of highlights off West Weeks.
Yeah, I'm
He got
already out,
He got
man.
trucked by a wide receiver turned running back.
I'm already out on mostly because that's a family who names all their kids with the same
W.
first letter.
Yeah.
I don't like it. He's a transfer for West Virginia. That should have been your first clue, LSU. Maybe.
Yeah.
Now sure. Transfers, they go someplace else.
Yeah.
They flip the switch, and all of a sudden they're too good for where they are.
Clemson had a Purdue transfer that got a sack.
Sure. Dabo's like, look, see, sometimes the transfer portal, it works.
Oh, they cut to him right after the play too,
Yeah.
where it looked like the spot in the movie where he goes, "That's why we went and got him."
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, we are selective.
Yeah.
It's very selective. But Wes Weeks probably won't ever be called the nickname his brother got called last year. But that one even went away because LSU defensively
Their
wasn't
defense
good
was
enough
too
for him
bad.
to maintain that name. You don't know. Tyrann Mathieu, a lot of people, was the Honey Badger. Well, what's the NH words sometimes white people get called? That's the nickname plus Badger that they gave to the other weeks. Wes,
I think it was good enough. He was good.
he was fine. He was
brother?
good yesterday.
His
on
older brother?
Saturday. His other brother, no.
No.
He won't ever get a nickname unless it's some slander some
His
LSU
nickname
fans
is
throwing at him.
Starting linebacker for the LSU Tigers? Question mark.
For
Where
now.
Yeah, where it's like, wait, this guy's starting?
Speaking of linebackers,
It's a heartwarming story. But come
Harold
on, guys.
Perkins, man, he looks back.
Yeah.
They finally found a spot for him. It looks like.
Yeah, we'll
Go make
see.
plays, Perkins.
We'll
That's
see.
the spot.
I'm not dissing him, but we'll see what this.
Oh, see.
I'm not gonna.
We just said LSU's defense has improved, and
Yeah,
you don't
I'm
want to
not
give him any
taking
credit.
I'm not taking the Harold Perkins cheese quite yet. All right. He had an awesome game as a true freshman. All right.
That's true.
against Arkansas.
And
He's
he's
basically won them the Arkansas game.
And he's wearing the number 7. You know what that means
That
at
helps.
LSU.
That definitely helps. That makes me buy in a little bit.
Although he wore it last year, didn't mean anything. But
True.
But they found a spot for him. Keith, we wanted to hold off on your Vanderbilt call, but we'll get to you. Final group on my misery index, the Arch Manning hype media conglomerate. It was a tough weekend for him.
Yeah. For us.
Okay, throw you into it.
I don't feel like I should count, but I'll turn in my badge and go.
You really shouldn't. Your slander for Quinn Ewers probably elevates you onto the list, but you haven't been crazy about Arch. From Paul Feinbaum to Greg McElroy, who pushed back on Jordan Rodgers and his assessment. Big winner, Jordan Rodgers.
Huge winner.
Big winner.
Biggest win for Jordan Rodgers since he was on The Bachelor.
Yeah, not even any of his games at Vanderbilt. The fact that he stood on business, as we would say, and he took the fire from Feinbaum and Greg McElroy, bigger names at that network, and he goes, "Oh, who's the college football expert now?"
Yeah, and he has like a month and a half
before he can be proven wrong, because none of these games that Arch is going to play are going to mean anything.
Yeah,
and he said,
"Saw this last year."
Yeah, I am who I am, and I'm the other more likable brother in the Rodgers family, but on this, I'm more right than anyone when it comes to Arch Manning. All right, Keith, we'll get to you when we come back. If you want to follow up Keith, the number 713-780-3776. Yeah, I know John and Lance aren't here, but we're here. You want to talk about what happened over the weekend? This is the show for it. And the rest of the lineup will be here as well. Some of us do work on Labor Day, and some of us, it's us. We'll talk to you when we come back. But first, I want to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. They're working, and so is that website. So go to monumentchevrolet.com and check out all they have to offer. Great cars at good prices, actually great prices, to be clear. And they kind of got something for everybody. So whether you want something that's an EV vehicle, like a Blazer, which we talked about quite a bit last week, you can do that. Maybe you want something like their Silverado 1500, great truck. They sell a lot of them. You should get in on that as well. They got great cars for great people, and great people will sell them to you. Once you're going out there, you're going to realize how great the people are, because they had been in business for over 50 years, which means not only have they sold a lot of cars, but you can't be in business that long without treating people right. So once you step on the lot in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225, Beltway 8 and 225 in Pasadena, there's going to be a wide selection of cars, and the people will get you into the car that you want. You see the price on the website. It won't change once you step on to that lot and get the car that best fits you. This week, Car of the Week is the Malibu 1.9 APR for 36 months on that economic and stylish Malibu. So if you're not looking for something big, maybe you got a long commute and you want something that fits what you need, the Malibu is for you. Check it out at monumentchevrolet.com. Then go get it in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Let's get to Keith here. I'm sure he believes his opinion before the year has been validated by what he saw this weekend. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Dale. Hey, Sean. Thanks for having me on. Longer wait time than usual, but I'll allow it because it's Labor Day.
You'll allow it? Okay.
Vanderbilt 10-2 is definitely in play after what you saw week one. Vanderbilt took care of business against Charleston Southern. Their next two games against Virginia Tech, South Carolina, who just played each other, and both of the teams look below average at best. Then they got Georgia State and Utah State, and then Alabama week 6 suddenly looks like a winnable game, Del. That's what I told you guys in the middle of the summer. That's a winnable game. They're going to be 5-0 heading into Bama. They don't have Ole Miss or Florida on the schedule. Tennessee, their quarterback looked good, but that's the last game of the season. Texas didn't look great. They have them. LSU's good. They'll probably lose that game. But 10-2 is in play with this SEC schedule. All the good teams are in the Big Ten. Vanderbilt, with the stadium renovations, the quarterback, over a dozen players returning, Pavia. They had a packed house for their opener. And these SEC teams took an L. 4 of the top 10 took an L. Vanderbilt's going to go from unranked to ranked. Same with Florida State. Congrats on Miami.
Vanderbilt's not. When is Vanderbilt? Hold on. When is Vanderbilt going from ranked to unranked? When? This week?
No, I didn't say no. No, they're not. They're not going to go to ranked. I'm saying Florida State is going to go from unranked to ranked.
Yeah,
Vanderbilt is going to climb the rankings. Vanderbilt is in a great spot to go 10-2.
Yeah.
Texas, South Carolina,
Yep.
Virginia Tech, and especially Alabama all look average to below average. And then Vanderbilt still gets Utah State and Georgia State mixed in there. They're a good team. They're going to get to 9-3 at worst, 10-2 in play. The college football playoffs in play. Vanderbilt is legit. You know it, Dell. You know it. John Lance, those guys will know it. Sean knows it.
I know.
Vanderbilt's going to be good this year.
I don't
Alabama
know
looks
that
awful.
beating
They're
Charleston
guys
Southern by 42 points means that Vanderbilt's going to be good or not. Sure. Alabama didn't look great at Florida State, but you don't get to play Alabama next week. Alabama has, let's say, you don't play them till October 4th on the road. Is Alabama going to be the same team they were in week one as they are that week? I'm going to say no. That doesn't mean it'll be better. Who knows how it'll go?
They'll quit by then.
You're very much right. Maybe they have quit. So you never know. But I'm not going to use what happened in week one to determine what a team you're going to face in early October is going to look like. Credit to you for getting the win. Credit to you for Diego Pavia not being the Pavia brother that was arrested, because two of them were. That happened. So good on Diego Pavia for avoiding the fate of his brothers. Maybe because he had to go back to the facility and get rehab, get some therapy done because of, he played a football game. I don't know. But his brothers had a good time. I'm sure they will continue to have a good time.
Looking at the schedule, you just split at South Carolina, at Tennessee.
I'm not even sure they're destined to beat Virginia Tech.
Lose against LSU, that's 10-2 right there.
Virginia
just need to split South Carolina and then also beat Alabama and Texas.
Sure.
At those two places. But we saw them last. They don't have a win between them yet.
Mm-hmm. As I said, I don't know that they're going to Blacksburg to get a win. After watching Virginia Tech play pretty well against South Carolina, at least defensively for 3 quarters, if not for the special teams touchdown, who knows how that game goes.
Tech is 1.5-point favorites.
Yeah. I don't know that they're going to win that game.
Alabama's 24-point favorites. I don't know why there's already a line on the Alabama game.
Why not? Yeah, so maybe Alabama with the schedule before they face Vanderbilt quits, and you have a shot to beat them.
Let's see how likely it is they quit.
I don't know. But I don't know that you should feel all that good about beating Virginia Tech.
They do get them the week after Georgia.
Hangover either way.
Yeah, beat up.
Maybe with the loss.
Maybe.
Probably with the loss, considering what we saw, but you never know.
You never know.
Never know. So it's a good spot for Vanderbilt to play that game.
Get past UL Monroe this week, too.
Yes.
Hey, has a Alabama team ever lost to UL Monroe?
That has happened.
with the greatest coach of all time on the sideline, not some guy wearing a T-shirt named Kalen.
That is correct. But I don't know that Alabama program was in the same spot as far as talent level. So perhaps they will be able to overcome UL Monroe this week.
Okay.
We'll see. It is a point that you are not alone in bringing up. But I will suggest for people looking for a repeat of history, maybe Alabama, who we shouldn't trust a helmet on anymore, has enough in the tank
For UL
to beat UL Monroe. But we'll find out.
That's why they play the games down.
I've heard that before from you today, I think, and certainly from other people. That's why they play the games. Yes. Thank you for that illuminating thought. I was unaware.
I missed that about football season. Just whenever you catch a color,
when they're out of things to say,
just say the most and big time players need a big time plays in this game. You're like, yep.
It is.
I too am watching Dylan Stewart get a sack,
and he found a way not to unload a clip into Kyron Jones yesterday.
Weak.
He learned his lesson.
Or he's just saving for SEC play.
We did not see
put that in Pavia's face. See what happens.
We did not see a penalty for a gun gesture this weekend.
No, at least the games I watched.
I did not see one.
Yeah.
I'm sure if it had happened, Twitter would have alerted us to that.
Well, it's because it took 55 minutes for Arch to find the end zones.
Yeah, and he probably wasn't at a point where he decided it's time to do that.
I'd hold off.
Yeah, hold off on that. Maybe if it was your third touchdown of the day, or do even like the arrow thing. But no, it was a tough beat. But I suspect Texas will be pretty good. Just had a bad day against a good football team, a really good.
Yeah.
The defending national champion. Sure, a lot of things have changed, a lot of roster movement because that's how college football is. But they still can play defense.
They're still pretty good. I'll tell you, Ohio State's still pretty good.
You know what they do, Sean? They don't rebuild.
They reload.
Hey, I was supposed to finish
sorry.
that. I was supposed to match your. That's why they play the games.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
They reloaded and they had a red dot on Texas's offense.
Yeah, they had
a pencil behind their ear and a laminated play sheet in front of them, and they're ready to do whatever they wanted.
And while that's you describing Matt Patricia, I'm not sure if that was a nipple ring on Ryan Day, but a lot of people believe he pierces his nipple. If you didn't see, there's a picture of him.
Yeah.
I think he might be being interviewed
it was
right
like
as the
pregame interview.
Right as the game is beginning, and those I don't know what exactly those shirts are made out of. We all seen them.
Yeah, it's just the coach's polo.
Yeah, they don't really protect you unless you're wearing a shirt underneath. If you have a certain body type that's
was that real?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it was nipple ring or not. Like Marcus Freeman won't have to worry about it. He's built. It's fine. Other coaches like Mario Cristobal should and does wear an undershirt when he wears a shirt like that, particularly when it rains. Ryan Day, I don't know if it's real, but it appears from all the internet, and you can't trust them, that the man had his
Can't believe no one asked at a
left nipple pierced. I hope that's not real.
I hope it's not too, because I feel like it would have been a better story or a bigger story if Texas had won. And now I feel even more let down.
That you got beat?
Yeah, so no one will ask.
If you
the story kind of dies when they're good.
If they had lost someone, if that's a real image.
There have been some Photoshops that probably cross a line.
Definitely. But Ryan Day, whose only loss, like you look at all his wins over the last 7 games, all the playoff wins, the national title.
They're all top 10 teams.
Yeah, top 7, I think. The one team maybe Tennessee was like a 9. I don't know. Yeah, they're a 9 as far as the CFP. The only loss is that stinker to Michigan. Other than that, nails.
And they're housed most of these teams.
Yeah, beating teams who thought and were contenders.
Yeah.
Except for that team up north.
Yeah.
Who looked okay. I was going to mention this. I'll do it before we go to break. Bryce Underwood, the freshman who Michigan paid a lot of money for. There was a point in that game against New Mexico. They were up 17-10. It was getting a little squirrely. New Mexico was trying to stay in it. It's like a third down right before the half. New Mexico would have gotten the ball back, maybe see if they could go down and score again and make it even closer or even tie it. He throws a dime on like 3rd and 14 or something like that, at least 3rd and long. Big play, explosive play down the field, and it led to Michigan points. And while that is simply one play, I didn't know, at least at this point in his career, he had that in him. There's some questions about his ability to throw the ball, didn't have a great spring game. But in that moment, you look at him and go, I get it. I get the $12 million.
Can see it.
I understand why the alleged $12 million is going into his pocket. So Michigan, at least through week 1, Bryce Underwood living up to all that hype.
Next week, big test. Go to Norman to play Oklahoma.
That's where game day is, I believe.
Yes.
They'll be in Norman. I think Herbstreit announced it even before the broadcast.
Yeah. Not a ton of
great games. Yeah, everybody played this week.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what else would be out there.
And maybe this is me coping because my team is 0-1 and went on the road against the defending national title team. And then title winner. I am like, if you didn't play a good team, I'm still at preseason mode for you guys. Penn State, don't care.
Yeah, we don't care who you beat.
Florida, don't care.
Exactly.
Like if you're just playing an FCS team or a low level FBS team, if you're playing the Mountain West, if you're playing the MAC, whatever. Just don't care. Oh, as far as I'm concerned, Oklahoma and Michigan are starting their season next week.
Correct.
Is that cope?
Not really. Those teams weren't supposed to be challenged, and they weren't.
And Alabama's different. You lost to a team that went 2-10 last year. But for Texas, Clemson, Notre Dame, I'm a little bit like, we'll see. We'll see how much I actually want to bury these teams. I think they all played well, or at least well enough to, did they all lose by 7 or less? Yes,
yeah,
they did.
They all did.
So
one-score games.
To me, there's a little bit of a difference there between looking awesome against Nevada
and playing a close type ball game that
you look bad
against a good team.
You look bad, but it's like, well, you were playing a team that might win their conference.
And bad is relative. Like 14-7 and 17-10, 27-14, all tight games. Play here.
I was really talking about Arch Manning. He looked bad.
He did look bad.
He looked bad.
Texas as a whole.
CJ Card was trending in that direction, and then his first touchdown unlocked him.
Yeah, a lot of wide receiver screens early made you think they didn't really trust him. And to be fair, other than the one bust, I don't know how he threw maybe 2 passes beyond 10 yards before that bust on the game time drive. Yeah, so they protected him early, and then he found a way.
That first touchdown where he spins
was that
back,
a no look pass? Because I saw
that's what it looked like
behind him, and you see the Miami players looking at his eyes, and they go one way, and then he throws it. So maybe he'll be asked about it at some point, but it did look like a no-looker.
As he was running backwards, avoiding the sack, I thought
disaster.
I was saying out loud, can't do that, dude.
Yeah.
Can't do that. And then he turns around.
The break was he had a defensive tackle at the back end of a drive fall down, and it allowed him enough time to get the playoff, and he made a great play, and it kind of got him going. And Notre Dame eventually fell down 21-17, but thanks to Mario Cristobal and his willingness to turn a game that could be a blowout into a tight one, because I'm sure it touches something in his soul to know that his team won a hard-fought 27-24 trenches game. Yeah,
the juice is flowing.
Yeah,
we overcame adversity, man.
Yeah, I'm not looking.
If they won 28-7, they didn't overcome adversity.
Yeah, they won. I'm sure he couldn't. The lessons he want to teach don't hit the same if it's 35-14.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, we'll go to break with that. At this point, we got one more segment to go. So if you want to join us, you can. 713-780-3776. Big weekend. We love discussing it. And if you want to get in on it, you can call us and join us. We are going to play, when we come back, a stern warning for anyone disrespecting a city in the state of Louisiana. Not Baton Rouge. It's where Tulane resides. We'll play that sound when we come back. But first, I'm going to tell you about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is a place that you shouldn't disrespect either, because they're going to get you right. Whether it be a big plumbing issue or a small one, they're going to fix it. You don't want to take a chance that you're going to make it worse. You don't know what you're doing. You're not a plumber. Get a real plumber. Get a great plumber in there. Check out all the things they have to offer at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Could be a leak. Could be a remodel. Could be a repipe, because you got an older home and the pipes are corroding, and you can see it in the water. nothing is worse when something that you assume is going to be good turns out poorly. When you turn on the water, you expect it to be clean. You expect to be able to wash your clothes in it, wash your face in it, wash your whole self in it, and cook with it. And when that water's bad, it's a shock. You don't want to have that shock. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company take a look if you sense a problem. Go to the website and see all they have to offer. They have a nice drop-down menu of all their services, and it'll kind of read out everything, and you'll see what fits you. And, of course, if you don't know what the problem is, but you don't want to be charged to kind of figure it out, they have that free price quote that you can take advantage of. And if you want to call them, you can. 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
All right, we'll get to Darren here, and then we'll play that sound from a guy you may have never heard of, unless you were really following what Tulane was going to do after they lost Willie Fritz. We'll play that sound. But let's get to Darren here. What's up, Darren?
Fellas, they screwed LSU out of that touchdown. They really did.
Oh, the Barron touchdown? Yeah, that's a touchdown.
Yes.
Yeah.
The score should have been like 17-point Oh, gang. He should have kicked the field goal in the first half, ending that, and then screwed him out of the Barron touchdown. So I just wanted to touch on that.
Yeah, Barry Brown made what we thought was a great play. Great throw by Nussmeier. Put that the only place it could have been. It was tight coverage. Looked like a touchdown. Ruled incomplete, and I think LSU wound up missing the field goal, right? So instead of having a 17-10 lead at the time, they wound up not scoring at all.
Yes, true.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're right, Darren. It was a couple of those happened in that exact kind of way because the next day, South Carolina was playing Virginia Tech. Nicole Harbor. He did score a touchdown later, but it looked like he had a touchdown. Oh, but that one was once he hit the ground, clearly incomplete. The Brown one, Barron Brown, that's a touchdown. Don't know why they ruled it out, but credit to LSU. That defense looked a lot better. After watching what we've seen from them the last couple years, just 2 years ago, Jaden Daniels was winning a Heisman, and he had to score pretty much every time he touched the ball because of how bad that defense was. They flipped that, and those DBs look pretty good. Their transfer number 4 looked really good. LSU's going to be a problem, and they always should be, honestly. I mean, they're one of the schools that should always be at contender status, and at least through week 1, they look like they are. But, yeah, I agree with you, Darren. That should have been a touchdown. It wasn't. It cost LSU some points, but they fought back, found a way.
Yeah.
Going to Clemson and win.
Old Brian Kelly LSU, that's where they fold. That's where they then give up a touchdown to Clemson or something, but they respond.
He does have never score points on opening day Garrett Riley on the other side, so it all kind of evened out. Sure.
Week 1 Garrett Riley.
Sure. Brian Kelly will never win one of those games, but he's never had to run into a Garrett Riley who can't put a game plan together to get his team to score points in week 1.
Yeah.
So there it is.
He's like, last year I played the wrong Riley. Played Lincoln. He's got his stuff together.
That's right.
At least enough.
Even if it is a USC talent. And USC, it's not a good team they played, but
if you drop 73,
you got to at least mention you put up 73 points because the backups are in. You're still putting up points. So we'll see if Paul Feinbaum had the worst week ever with Alabama being terrible, his arch take being way off, and then Lincoln Riley at least through one game against Montana State or Missouri State? Missouri State, where JT Granado played his ball.
Oh, hey, look at that.
Yeah, after he transferred from Rice.
They could have used him.
They could have used a lot. I mean, I don't know if JT's helping. He don't play DB, so I'm not sure he's helping. All right, appreciate the call, Darren. Let's play this before we go. We're at, is it 20 years since Katrina? 20 years since Katrina. So Tulane wanted to make reverence of that. They wanted to make note of that. And I believe that year they wore their white jerseys the entire season. And they wanted to do that at least for game 1. Northwestern said, "Nah, we're good. Nah. Wear your home jerseys." And this led to a bit of an issue, as you might imagine. They're doing something to honor a city that is their home after one of the more traumatic events in American history. And all we wanted to do was wear our white jerseys at home. And Northwestern goes, actually, we would love to wear our white jerseys in your city. So that caused an issue, and it did not sit well with the Tulane head coach. John Sumrall is his name, and he let it be known that you don't mess with New Orleans. Here's John Sumrall after the game.
You know, we wore the green helmets today for the 20th anniversary of Katrina. I'm going to say one thing. I'm not trying to take a shot, but we requested to wear white jerseys because that's what that team wore. It got denied by the other team. That's their prerogative. But when you show disrespect to the city of New Orleans, that's what's going to happen to you. You're going to run into a team like this. They had a chip on their shoulder because I wanted them to wear the same exact uniform that team wore 20 years ago. Request got denied. We might have used that for a little bit of motivation to represent the city. So don't disrespect New Orleans ever. With that, open up to questions.
All right. Didn't know who you were, but now you're on my radar, John Sumrall.
Oh, he's the when you're a lower level SEC team and you're ready to fire your coach, it's like, oh, this guy. Okay.
Got something to him.
Okay. All right.
Hold
John
on.
Sumrall.
Let's find out where he's from before we get too ahead of ourselves. Huntsville, Alabama.
And Kentucky alumnus too.
Oh, well, Mark Stoops got my eye on you.
Yeah. It's more of a question of will he get a better job than Kentucky? Will he get offered a better job?
Yeah,
Which
that could play a part.
Where is he from again?
Huntsville, Alabama. I don't know if Alabama's ready for him, but maybe if Hugh Freeze screws up, Auburn might.
He'll never do that.
No, it's never done that before. All right, we're done for the day. Thank you for all the calls. Thank you for proving that you're listening despite the assertions by one Lance Zerline, who was here working on other things but not on the show. Those guys will be back tomorrow. So if you were looking for John and Lance, they'll be back. But who's coming up next is Paul Gallant and then the Killer Bees. But since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
For me, I just feel like they're really equal.
I agree. John and Lance, really evil. Me and Timmy
Taking a
Way
day off.
agree. All right. Thank you to everyone who called in. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. Happy Labor Day to one and all. To those who celebrate, I guess we don't. It is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Wait, the morning show took off? The morning show took off! Honestly, good for them.
Yeah, but Lance still here, working hard, watching some Joe Moore Award stuff, and I think recorded a podcast for it.
Working hard, okay. Not doing what golfers do, which is have fun with the fellas.
A little column A, a little column B. Because he did cameo on Dell's show. So.
Okay. Just stumbled down the hallway, steps in for a second, subjects the listeners of our station to whatever national programming there is.
Yeah. Well, I think it's more gets the day off while also getting credit for still being here on his day off. But more importantly, didn't have to wake up early to actually do a show.
There we go.
He gets to just roll in.
Rolls in.
Be like, hey, that offensive line looks bad. And keep it moving.
Well, it is the Paul Gallant Show. Hello and welcome aboard. It is the first day of September 2025, a Monday, and we appreciate you for tuning in. We assume most of you guys have the day off. You're driving around, maybe off to a pool party, hanging out with the family, about to put some burgers on the grill. I don't know why I had a lisp for that moment right there, but we just rolled with it for a moment. Lots of stuff to dive into on today's show. The Astros offense, get this, blows. They haven't scored in 300 days, give or take. And also, we've got some college football games to react to. Let's start with the most important one. I mean,
what a game by LSU, huh?
Woo-wee! You're right, Sean. The official Death Valley. It is LSU's now. And, you know, we also got to talk about the game. Syracuse, Tennessee. I got to say,
noon slate or 11 a.m.
That was the longest game I've ever watched in my life. Go to Kirby Ice House with the girlfriend. I show up. Game kicks off at 11. Another game kicked off at 11:15. Lapped it by halftime. There were cramps to the left. There were cramps to the right.
It's hot in the dome.
It was in effing side. I mean, that was not a fun experience for me, watching that game while trying to watch another game. A commercial break because somebody has a cramp. Commercial break because somebody has a cramp. Somebody was trying to get under my skin. Well, at least we're not Syracuse, said somebody while I watched this game. By the way, this person then outright said, Syracuse sucks, which led me to get up out of my chair and just start destroying this person verbally for a good, I would say, minute, just a minute-long rant. Because it was a black, who I thought, Texas fan who was talking trash to me, a Syracuse fan, in the midst of Syracuse getting smoked by Tennessee. Well, at the same time, Texas was being the worst offensive team in college football against a very good Ohio State defense. So this person just says outright, out loud, Syracuse sucks. My girlfriend's wearing a Syracuse hat, glares at him, never been more turned on in my life. Then I just stand up in my chair, and I'm thankful she's still with me after this moment, and I proceed to rant and say, hey, look at you. Your quarterback is the son of the Manning that was a failure. And guess what? He's doing Peyton Manning things in college like he did against Florida. By the way, fella, did you know that Syracuse beat Texas in the 1959 national championship because you guys were too racist to play black people? Do you remember that? I said all of these things to him. Pause. And then, guess what happened? I'm a Cougs fan.
Whoops.
The Cougs might be dead to me now. Because of this guy,
you can't.
I might not be a Coug fan anymore. Because of this one guy, this kid wearing a red corn shirt to the game who was talking trash about
Corn
my
with a
alma
K?
mater. Corn with a K, yes. That's the first time I've ever seen a black guy wearing a corn shirt. You know what? Hey, I appreciate his taste in music. I do like corn too. Freak on a Leash, great song. But that was my Saturday. Okay.
Dell says that he doesn't appreciate that guy's taste in music, by the way.
He doesn't appreciate that guy's taste in music. Okay. I was so livid, and then all of a sudden the guy was like, "Oh, I'm not even a Texas fan." And I was like, "You a-hole!" But they got up and they left. But it was like a quarter of this, them making little comments, and I was just like, "Noted. Oh, I'm gonna drop the 1959 bomb on them when Texas was racist, by the way, because they were racist, and Syracuse beat them in a national championship game because of that.
Were racist.
Yes. Were. Keyword. Do we want to talk about the game now?
I mean, I don't really want to talk about the game, but
we got to talk about the game, Sean.
We do. I just will say I appreciate that you're Syracuse football's strongest soldier at all times.
Always.
You gotten into a Well, you didn't actually confront the guy, but you came close to
I stood up on a
confronting
bar
the guy.
stool and started shouting at this
Yes.
person.
Oh, also when we watched a Syracuse game together when we were in Las Vegas, and
It was the Clemson guy
Yeah,
who said,
we're-
"Oh, it's football school."
football
It-
school, and
all
you-
game long.
I could see the smoke coming out of your
I was
ear.
so pissed.
I appreciate that you ride for your guys, but yes, we will have to talk about.
Tulane, and I can't believe
Thank you for doing this.
they wouldn't let Northwestern wouldn't let Tulane wear the jerseys they want to wear at Tulane Stadium. What?
Northwestern's the lamest J school team in the world.
Got to say, this is probably on Tulane, and I think Tulane's making a huge deal about something like, what? Oh, these players are playing for a hurricane when none of them were alive when Hurricane Katrina happened. A little bit of a reach by the Tulane head coach there. Got to say, he's no Willie Fritz.
Got to use motivation, though. Got
Gotta
to get
use-
that motivation.
Got to use that motivation wherever you can find it. But we do have to talk about it. Oh, God, what an awful performance by Alabama. Dead. Alabama is dead.
Embarrassing.
It's just the worst. Honestly, the worst performance of the weekend is Alabama, and we will talk about Texas in just a second. But for all the hullabaloo about Texas going on the road, losing to Ohio State 14-7 in a game where Arch Manning looked awful and the Texas offense looked awful, no one should be under more scrutiny and fire than a team that got its ass kicked by a program that took Bill O'Brien's sloppy seconds, a guy in Tommy Castellanos who talked bleep about Bama and actually backed it up. Florida State might be semi-back, but Alabama, dead. They are dead. Officially going forward, I'm an idiot for thinking that Alabama would win that game, entirely based off of the motivational fuel. So many moments in that game. Go back and watch the highlights of randos in Alabama not hustling, getting pancaked by wide receivers. Like, I saw a linebacker get pancaked by a wide receiver. I mean, wow. It's been 2 years, guys.
Yeah, I'm not fully ready to bury them, but they're not old Alabama.
No,
they're definitely not. And I'm not going to say they're just another very talented SEC team, because I think there's still a little bit more in the tank. But
Sean, they are the Alabama Crimson Shulas. They are not Alabama anymore. They are the Crimson Shulas. This is the Mike Shula era one more time. This is time. This is time to start looking at the next head coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
worry,
D'Amico
they
Ryans? I saw Jeremy Branham throw that out there. I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, hell yeah, Jeremy.
Hell yeah.
Still got, might be a holiday weekend.
D'Amico?
He's still trolling people out. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so Art sucked. He was sucked.
he was bad.
He sucked. Inaccurate. Held the ball too long.
Jittery.
Yeah. Some of the worst decisions that I can remember Manning making in quite some time. It looked rough. There's no denying that. But it's easy to pile on Arch Manning making his first start in Columbus against a national championship caliber team. By the way, they still had a chance at the very end.
I was going to say, he really earned a lot of, not like actual points, but a lot of my mental health points back. I think he was actually not bad in the fourth quarter.
Fourth quarter, it wasn't bad.
It was like, oh, okay.
The touchdown pass he threw,
Yeah. And
ballsy throw.
There's a little bit of like, oh, he got up off the mat, like mental toughness stuff.
There is a ceiling with Steve Sarkisian.
Ooh.
There is a ceiling. I mean, just look at the numbers from this offense that has had a lot of talent on it over the last few big games that they've played. 15 points against Georgia, 19 points against Georgia, 17 points against Texas A&M, 14 points against Ohio State, 7 points against Ohio State. And I mean, they had the ball on Ohio State's side of the field twice as much as Ohio State had the ball on Texas' side of the field. And I don't know if you want to go back to the college football playoff where there were some head-scratcher Sark decisions in the red zone, or if you want to go to Saturday where on 3rd and goal from the 1, hey, let's give it to Arch Manning up the middle. And then 4th and goal from the 1, let's do the exact same thing that we just did. Buddy.
Yeah, you can't do the tush-push, guys. Like, what are we, you don't have...
There's
Jalen
one
Hurts.
team that can do it.
No one else should do it.
And they're an NFL team. And, I mean, Tom Brady was good at the quarterback sneak as well. Back-to-back plays with this. Come on. He's a big guy. He can run.
Yeah, I don't mind one quarterback keeper. Even if you want to give me a 2 quarterback keeper, that's fine. A, they shouldn't be back to back.
No.
B, like one of them can't be the tush push. Where you try to do the thing where you rush into it. Ohio State was all over it.
Yeah,
they were perfectly set up to stop that play.
They had 13 players in the box. I mean, it was so obvious.
They had 4 guys in between the 2 guards.
Exactly. To see that and think,
just call a timeout. Just like, what are we doing?
Sarkisian's a great offensive mind. And you see that, and you're like, oh, so we're going to do stuff that got the forward pass forced on college football by Teddy Roosevelt because players were dying.
Yeah.
Like, that was the kind of thing that deserved an intervention from perhaps a president. Run a naked bootleg. Run something to the outside. You did one on the inside. I don't know. Shake it up. So I'm looking at this. There's no denying Sark can recruit. There's no denying that Sark also has, in some moments, offensive touch. But the play calling, and now I see all the Texas people that have been saying this since last season really coming out with this. To me, that's a much bigger issue going forward than Arch Manning is. Arch Manning's first game, I thought it was going to be ugly. Julian Sayin for Ohio State also said the same thing. Thought it was going to be ugly. The only thing I really thought was going to happen in Saturday's game was, and I told you this, slam the under. That's the only thing I got right from the weekend in college football, but I know that was the one thing I felt confident. I was like, there's no way this game is getting combined into the 40s. Zero chance.
Didn't get halfway there.
Right, exactly. So, look, everyone's piling on Arch. I would say the people that are piling on Arch the most are probably Texas A&M fans in Oklahoma, and if you want to celebrate that, hey, all the power in the world to you. But I would just say everybody should be looking at Steve Sarkisian after this one and wondering just how far can a guy like this take you when we now have a sample size with Texas as a favorite of just offensive issues. I mean, whether it's Quinn Ewers or it's Arch Manning, like there's one commonality here, and it's Sarkisian, and it's just got to be better. And you would think that after a a college football playoff performance where the offense struggled the way that it did, especially in the red zone with, the fumble six that iced the game, that Steve Sarkisian's first game, I mean, he would be just doing all sorts of exotic stuff, spicing things up, like give the offense a little lingerie or something. And instead, it's the same thing that makes you feel like you're watching a Marcel Reed offense from last year, or the Colin Klein, whatever Colin Klein wants to do with the Aggies. This is not meant to throw the Aggies under the bus here, but last year, there was a very clear thing that, hey, A&M wants to run the ball. Texas felt Stone Age on Saturday.
Yeah, and it wasn't even, they weren't creative with how they were running the ball.
Right.
Either. Like, there's zero creativity, because you're right about, like, the Steve Sarkisian discourse was, like, you see it in the big national broadcasts, or when people, like, are nationally talking about Steve Sarkisian, they just say, great play caller, Steve Sarkisian.
Yeah.
Where it's like, no, he's a good offensive mind. He's a good game planner. Like, he's good, like, if you give him a week to, like, microscope in on something that works. But he is not actually a good, like, play caller. Like, he actually does not call plays very well. It is more of he can walk into a week knowing what will work.
Perfect example of this. Go back 2 years ago when they're playing Alabama first game of the year. They thought Alabama's secondary sucked, and we're like, we're just going to chuck it.
Yeah.
And it worked. And Ewers looked awesome until he got hurt. You're right. Totally agree with you there. And at some point, you got to adapt. And that's what it feels like with Sarkisian. It hasn't happened. And now I wonder, what's the next step for them? I mean, you're playing 3 scrubs in a row, so you can experiment theoretically, but the game to experiment is against the probably top 5 defense at the end of the year that you're playing on the road again.
Yeah, what I would say is that, like, we're right about how this game would go, but I really only thought it would be like the first half or the first 3 quarters, and then the game would kind of open up. Like, I understand why they were so conservative early, but they were conservative the entire game until they had to start throwing. Like, they were running the ball on first and second down every single time. No motion. Joel Klatt was, like, slowly going insane on the broadcast. He was like, we haven't seen it started with, we haven't seen a lot of the motion and screen stuff where you would think that would get the young quarterback. And then it was like, maybe they go some mixed direction. It was like as the announcer, like turning up the dial on criticism of like, I don't want to bury this guy, but like they were just lining up and running Stone Age football where it worked better than passing it. I'll give them that. But it was not going to win you that game. They needed, I felt like they needed to get Arch some easy stuff to get him in the game.
Yeah.
I felt like they needed a couple screens. Just get the ball out of his hands, get some yards outside the numbers, and run them. I do feel like you touched on Marcel Reed. I think when they at some point in the game they should have realized like actually we should just run a running quarterback offense with this guy.
Run the Wildcat, man.
It's the biggest like if his name wasn't Manning, he probably would be running a lot more.
Yeah.
They wouldn't go into this, well, we're just going to drop him back and have him make reads.
That was his biggest trait last year. I mean, they brought him in red zone situations because he's good running with the football. And instead, I do not know what they were trying to do on Saturday. I really don't.
It was disgusting game plan.
And I mean, Sarkisian, think about this for Steve Sarkisian. And we're going to continue to rub his face in it because everyone's doing it with Arch Manning. And it's easy to do it with Arch Manning.
And we're not letting Arch off the hook.
We're not. He sucked.
He was bad. But
got better as the game went on.
Got better, and there's a longer runway for him. This is year 3 of Steve Sarkisian doing this, where I've talked about it before too. It's funny that Steve Sarkisian's great offensive mind, the last 2 years, the best Texas teams he's had, defensive juggernauts.
Yeah, exactly. It's been about the defense the last 2 seasons. And if you're Sark, you should look in the mirror and say, "Damn, I just got cooked, game plan wise, by a guy who." On the sideline, looks disheveled, and at one point had a pencil that was in his ear pocket with a laminated play card in New England. Good for Matt Patricia. Good for Ryan Day and his freaky little Pierce nipple ring. Good for Ohio State. They deserve a lot of credit for the way that they played that game. But Texas came into the year with all that hype and all that offensive power, you would think, and this offensive play caller, and this quarterback, and I mean, here we are again. There's a lot of season left. Season's far from over. It's the 3rd-ranked team, probably going to be 1st-ranked team in the country. I don't know if the rankings have come out. It's Labor Day, so
I think it comes out.
Because there's one more game tonight, right? It's North Carolina's game. So shout out to Bill Belichick, my guy. But this was a rough one for Steve Sarkisian more than anybody, even though Arch Manning also stunk. Yeah. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. We're just going to do a double segment here. From the 713, game was too big for Manning. Missed easy side slant throws. Close throws seems like he was trying to play Frisbee golf. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that this one was too big because it did feel like when you're missing throws the way that he was missing them, jitters had to be associated with this.
It was just 100 miles per hour every single time.
And I mean, I understand how, because the guy was put on just an outrageously high pedestal going into the season.
Fox ran a Rinaldi segment about him like 5 minutes before the game started.
Yeah. Paul Feinbaum, who is Paul Feinbaum, and the guy just throws chum in the water.
Just carnival barker.
For Southerners to get pissed off about.
Hell yeah.
But he compared Arch to, as I said, this is the greatest quarterback we've seen since Tim Tebow, which is sacrilegious in my opinion, because Tebow's the greatest college football quarterback of this century, in my opinion. No offense, all the Vince Young fans out there. I know you exist. It was 1 year.
I'd say Cam Newton, but
Cam Newton as well. That works. Like, there's some good years. There's no denying that. But there was so much put on his shoulders going into this. This was the natural byproduct.
Yeah.
And I don't even think it necessarily means he's out of the running for the rest of the season in the Heisman, but this certainly hurts. And he's going to have to actually look like a plus guy if you want to put him back into that conversation against the SEC teams as the season goes along.
Yeah, for the Arch Manning discourse, there's really like nothing he can do the next 3 games.
The next 3, it's like, he's beating up ULM again.
Yeah. And then a bye week, and then they go to the Swamp.
And then against DJ Lagway in Florida, correct. Yeah. From the 409, I thought every college football game this weekend drug for a long ass time. It is the thing that you always forget about in your football slumber, in your football coma, when you have no football and you're just waiting for it to come back. College football is really just directing double rods your way. I know that watching the game live, because I watched the replay condensed 45-minute version of Texas-Ohio State yesterday morning. Mm-hmm. The Syracuse-Tennessee game on ESPN versus the Ohio State-Texas on Fox, like that game for Texas-Ohio State starting 15 minutes later.
Yeah.
And lapping the Syracuse-Tennessee game by halftime. I wonder if this is going to be a season where the Fox games are quicker. Obviously, Texas and Ohio State, there wasn't a lot of offense going on.
They were just running it into the line a lot. So there's some of that, but I agree with you. That is like the one, especially the island games, like yesterday's, both games, Virginia Tech and South Carolina and Miami and Notre Dame, where it's like, man, on Saturday, I can flip around. I can go back to the quad box. I can look around. This, when you're just stuck with one game, you're like, wow, they are going to a lot of commercials.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's one of the things. I mean, we'll have the same thing on Thursday with the NFL too, but it is something of like, yeah, these games are long.
They take a while. NFL
college
games,
especially. High-scoring college games take like 4.5 hours.
And then you get the stupid-ass halftime show. I'm sorry. F the bands. I've said that before. F the bands just like F Kirk Herbstreit's dog. That dog sucks. Took a dump on national TV. I threw that out there. I was like, oh, wow. Yeah, Lee Corso's got a flying Southwest, but Kirk Herbstreit's dog, the replacement for the dying dog that he was allowed to bring with him as if it was a service dog, which I'm sure of all the people out there, Kirk Herbstreit probably has service dog certification, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, for that dog. That dog takes a dump, and that kid who gets the $250,000 field goal, like his shoes have been ruined. His shoes have been ruined by Peter the dog's poo. Because dog people, they just can't help themselves, and I love dogs. But the dog people that, well, he never does that always bring their dog around that's poorly trained, it's a reflection of them. And I mean, Kirk, listen, dog, I get that it's demanding to know all this ins and outs for a college football game and for an NFL game on Thursdays. Kirk, you have plenty of offseason to train that dog. Plenty of offseason, and it just runs on the screen, takes a dump, and then is off on its merry way.
Yeah, you're rich. You can afford Caesar Milan.
Yes, or you could do it yourself like a man, but it's fine. From the 713 on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Hang on a second. All of a sudden it's popping up. They gave him easy stuff, and he missed them. Even his passes to the flat sucked. Arch and Sark were terrible. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. No, they got Arch was bad. He was just inaccurate, and I hope jittery, or he's just super inaccurate. I don't think he's that inaccurate. I don't think he's. I mean, that was worse than like Trevor Lawrence misfire stuff. It was.
That's an accurate comparison because Lawrence has all the things that you want in a quarterback, but for whatever reason, he just sails passes all the time, and he seems to have like no awareness at all. And you're wondering, hey, if I were to control him in a video game, I'd be so great with him. And that's how Arch looked. But it is Arch's first game against a real team on the road early in the year. There are excuses to be made for Arch. There are no excuses to be made for Sark. Yeah. That's why Sark should be getting crushed more than Arch today. If you're going to crush anybody for Texas's loss, 14-7 to Ohio State on Saturday. One text just to wrap things up. From the 409, can we talk about how ridiculous it was to have a 1 versus 3 game start at 11 a.m.? That is on Fox. Fox is trying their best to compete with ESPN, and the way that they can is that they have the big game in that 11 a.m. window, because that generally is the window where you can't have a big game. So they're like, we're going to corner this to compete with College Game Day and everything ESPN has to do. And now that Lee Corso, tip of the cap, he nailed all of his picks to wrap up his career, which was awesome. And Fox even broadcast Corso's pick, which was also very cool.
Simulcast.
It was cool. I'm really happy for Lee Corso to go out like that. But that's what Fox does. Gotta get used to it. You know?
Yeah.
If you be thankful if you're a fan of an SEC school or a Big 12 school, like you probably are listening to the show, just be thankful you're not a Big 10 school, you know?
Yeah.
Because that's...
Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan, and honestly, the West Coast Big 12
imagine
schools,
being a West Coast Big 10 school.
They get
that
to skate.
Sucks.
Yeah, well, at least they don't have to host those games. But yeah, those
9 a.m. games.
Yeah, those 3 teams are just going to be the big noon kickoff game every single week. Maybe Colorado mixed in there.
Sean Mace behind the glass and Paul Gallant. Happy Labor Day. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975 if you want to weigh in on college football's first weekend. Also, the Astros have lost their last 2 games. And offensively, good God, they have been putrid. Is September going to be any different? They have an opportunity to change that this afternoon. One last game against the Angels, looking to avoid losing that 4-game series. We'll talk about that on the flip side. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The Astros still have a 2-game lead in the American League West. They still lead the Texas Rangers by 4.5 games for the final wild card spot, even if they don't end up clinching the division. But the more and more this season drags on, the worse and worse you feel about this team at the plate. Have you seen some of these numbers for the Astros going into this afternoon's game? They haven't scored in 15 innings. That is true. 3 runs their last 3 games. 2 runs or fewer in 11 of their last 18 games. Through 3 games against the Angels, 3 for 27 with runners in scoring position, 24 left on base. Just 4 extra base hits all weekend. Since July 13th, they are 26th in baseball in OPS, 24th in batting average with runners in scoring position, 27th in on-base percentage with runners in scoring position. Over the past month, only one team scored less than the Astros, the Cleveland Guardians. And I mean, it's been a week of the Astros going up against pitchers with ERAs that are ranging from 5 to, I think, 8 starting pitchers. Because that's what happens when you play teams like the Rockies and the Angels. Joe Espada said this after yesterday's game. Quote, I think that we've been through some stretches where we see some signs of, here we go, we're starting to click. And then we run into a couple of decent arms. What? Who are the decent arms? Who are the decent arms? You're going up against guys that have Chas McCormick adjacent ERAs. This is their primary job. These guys are bums. And this is all you're able to do offensively? I mean, it's a miracle that the last 2 months the Astros were respectively 13-15 in August, 12-13 in July. This past month at home, they averaged 2.4 runs a game. I'm surprised we haven't heard any bitching and moaning about the hitter's eye again. At least they're scoring 4.4 runs a game on the road, but there have been so many opportunities for the Astros to build on their lead. And I did say that in September, just taking a look at the Astros schedule against the Mariners schedule, I think there's a chance that the Astros are leading the AL West by 4-5 games. And then it's a matter of, can they hang on with the Mariners having an easier schedule to wrap up September than the Astros? But here we are. And somehow, some way, this American League West, it just keeps on kicking itself in its penis, which is hard to do, but that's what they're doing. They're tripping all over it. I mean, the Rangers, I guess, are kind of slowly clawing their way back into the conversation. They would be, I think, the 3rd and final wild card team if the season were to end today. They're just 4.5 games back of the Astros now. Mariners somehow, some way, have not been able to gain any ground on the Astros in these last 2 weeks, which is also wild to think of.
It's gone longer than 2 weeks, but in the last 10 games, the Astros are 6-4. The Mariners are 5-5. I feel like that just perfectly sums up what the AL West race is right now, where the Astros are playing 500 baseball against the worst teams in the league, so they get one extra win here and there, whereas the Mariners are also playing 500 baseball against a better schedule, so they go 5-5 instead of 6-4. That's the difference.
Well, it's not looking too packed at Dyken Park today. I'm got the broadcast on. They're doing the pregame show, and I suppose there's 40 minutes or so, 30, 40 minutes until first pitch. But
another hour before most people show up.
I wouldn't. Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't want to go to today's game. I wouldn't. If I'm an Astros fan, mainly because I'm just annoyed by the offense. I mean, it should be better. Altuve, by the way, good God, did you see his numbers since August 12th?
No, I'm scared.
190 with a 567 OPS since August 12th.
Not good.
And he had a 2-hit game over the weekend. Still doing that poorly.
He's gonna need a lot more 2-hit games to turn those numbers
For
around.
sure, or just 1-hit games. I mean, a 1-hit game would do enough.
Going 1 for 5 would raise his average.
We're just shooting for 250 here.
Yeah.
Jordan doesn't seem to have a lot of pop since coming back. I know he had the homer, but I've seen people bitching and moaning, "Oh, Jordan's a singles merchant now." And okay, I mean, at least he's out there. But this offense, are we now at a point where we're accepting that this is what it is and it's not the injuries? I think we got to be there, just to be honest. You know, we've been holding out hope for a while. It's a long season, marathon, blah, 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 blah. They're so hurt. Yeah, but this was happening when they were healthy. I mean, where would this lineup be without Jeremy Pena? And sure, Christian Walker's been better recently, and Yainer Diaz, I guess that hand issue is not as big of an issue as we thought it might be, just because we always assume the worst with injuries. And hell, knock on wood, for all I know, that's gonna end up being an issue today. But the offense just stinks. This is one of the worst hitting teams in baseball.
Yeah, and you have all your guys except Jake Myers, but
Zach DeCenzo's coming back soon too.
Yeah.
Baby.
Yeah, but you have all your guys there. It's the right guys in the lineup. It's the guys that you would think would be in any big game, postseason lineup that matters. It's all out there for you, and they're not getting the job done. And I don't know if it's as simple as just Yordan Alvarez needs to get going, and then everything else kind of clicks into place around that, or if it's more piecemeal, it needs to come more I guess momentum, where one guy leads to another, but we've seen all year where it's runners in scoring position, they can't get the guy over, they can't get that single to score a run. So yeah, it is.
And this is a playoff team that's been through the wars, blah, blah, blah.
It is. You are who you are at this point.
Yeah. It should be better. It's not. This offense is making me want to watch tennis. It's making me want to watch the U.S. Open so I can watch a kid try to get an autograph only for some Polish billionaire to steal it and then say publicly afterwards, it's his fault. He should have been faster. It's making me want to watch soccer, especially if in Miami, Seattle, we see more, as he does, Luis Suarez doing things with his mouth, whether it's biting somebody or this time spitting on a person. That's the big story in soccer today. Inter Miami forward Luis Suarez
spits on
someone. Who bit a guy once. Yeah, he's spitting on a Seattle Sounders staffer because there was a little shoving match after the game.
That's a step in the right direction. Not to go full Jerry Jones talking about that guy who got popped for speeding twice in the same offseason and goes, well, he was going 68 the next time. So he's going in the right direction.
Bite to spit.
Yeah, but I think that's in the right order, right?
Right.
Biting is worse than spitting.
Right. Biting is awful. As someone who...
It's an actual, bodily assault.
Yeah.
Spitting is, more disrespectful.
Well, biting breaks the skin and, you could get sick from it. I as someone who, in third grade, I collided with Nancy Kerrigan's cousin, Nancy Kerrigan, the figure skater, and his front teeth went into my forehead, and I shattered his front teeth, and I was in the hospital because I kept my forehead kept getting infected, and my face kept on swelling up, and I did not look like a white man anymore. It was wild how crazily you couldn't it was nuts. It was weird. And I was out of school for a month dealing with a kid's teeth breaking the skin of my forehead and giving me a little Harry Potter scar.
It's crazy that can just happen.
Yeah.
It's nuts that
these people stitched it together too. They're like, yeah, I'll be fine. I was like, I just got bitten by someone. What are you talking about? And then, so then I got infected. And then they did it again after cleaning it out, got infected again. So they had to do some wacky thing. I was out of school for a month. It was crazy. Just for colliding with somebody playing tag. Like wasn't, and people thought I was dying. Like they gave me letters and stuff. It's crazy. Because I remember, like, it hurt when it happened, and it was weird to see, like, my skull. But, like, after that, I mean, yeah, it wasn't.
They almost got a hashtag started.
No, seriously.
Paul
like,
Strong.
They sent me letters home. I was out for that long. It was
thinking
crazy.
about you, Paul.
And I was doing schoolwork at home, too, like, because I was fine. I didn't even get to have fun at home and play, Quarterback Club 97 or whatever video game I was playing at the time. And, yeah, I'm just sitting at home. Because Nancy Kerrigan's cousin's teeth went into my forehead, and he had to
brush your teeth, kid.
I don't think that does anything.
Oh, okay.
There's so much germs.
I want to blame it on that kid.
No, I don't. No, Mike was a good kid. Mike was one of my friends. Yeah, just we were the two fastest kids in the school, and boom, blood everywhere. So it was the one time too that we did not, because Catholic schools in Massachusetts, generally where the kids were allowed to play were in a parking lot. So we would play in a parking lot every single day. Like we would be playing two-hand touch football in a parking lot. And then one time we're on a grass field, like catastrophic injury where kid bleeds everywhere. Makes no sense. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Speaking of injuries, Luis Garcia back on the hill for the first time in quite some time. What are you expecting from him today? And also, the Astros might be getting a lawsuit in the near future after a dude almost died over the weekend. What are we talking about? Stay put. He had a Paul Gallant with Michael Kerrigan situation.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. We'll get back to talking about the disappointing loss for Texas against Ohio State and some of the other things that we saw over the first real weekend of college football. Astros are trying to avoid losing 3 of 4 against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. This afternoon, Luis Garcia back for the Astros today. So we know the Astros offense is probably going to give us a little bit more of the same. Hopefully, Luis Garcia's Rock the Baby is looking a lot like it did at the beginning of, was it last season? It feels like it was so long ago, where he actually looked pretty good his first couple of starts after changing his motion up to abide by baseball's pitch clock. And then, Astros training staff / medical staff things happened.
It was 2023. His last start was May of 2023.
So it was right after the pitch clock,
Yeah.
and we were all wondering, hey, man, what's going to happen? Good God, time flies. I feel like it was just yesterday.
I saw something. I'll pull it up later, but I saw something of this was the Astros lineup the last time Luis Garcia pitched. We can go through that later.
All right, we'll wait on that. I don't want to get depressed. Because this Astros lineup should be statistically a lot better than it is, as we obviously highlighted in the last segment. But as far as the Astros are concerned, whenever we're talking about this team, I feel like conversations always end up coming back to talking about the injury side of things. A special edition of Astros ER, because this time we're talking about an injury to another player. Yesterday, Angels outfielder Taylor Ward was trying to catch a ball against the Crawford boxes in that little spot of the Crawford boxes where there's essentially just it just juts out, and then all of a sudden, immediately afterwards, it goes straight back to where the left field fence should be, the brick wall where the bullpen is, and Ward just runs right in to the corner of the Astros metal scoreboard. And it is very clear right away, because he's calling for people to come onto the field to help him out before the play is even done, that he is leaking. He is leaking a lot. Someone from the bullpen for the Angels came out, gave him a towel. Seems like he stopped the bleeding, but after 10 minutes or so, Ward was carted off to an ambulance waiting in the tunnel. Seems like he didn't suffer a concussion, but he did certainly suffer a scar to his face. And I guess this is not the first time that baseball has caused him a face injury, because he also, I think, got hit in the face by a fastball at one point in time. Yeah, that'll make you scared to play baseball out there. People are dumping on the Astros for having a metal scoreboard in their outfield. I know they're not the only team to have a metal scoreboard in their outfield, because I believe the Red Sox scoreboard at Fenway Park is still metal. When I was a little kid on a tour of Fenway Park, I actually tapped it once. I was like, oh, this would not feel good to run into. And every now and then you would hear a ball hit that spot, and it would make quite the clank. Yeah. Alden Gonzalez is a reporter for ESPN. Posted this: feel terrible for Taylor Ward, who once took a fastball to the face and now had this happen. The same organization that thought it'd be a good idea to put a hill in its outfield still has a metal out-of-town scoreboard in the field of play. Stupid. I mean, they probably should just stop having the metal scoreboards. Why not have, an electronic one? It would probably be a lot easier, but that also, I would assume, would be metal. There's no real solution for this other than just having padding over the entirety of that wall. And I don't know, man. I mean, I know that there's going to be some lawyer out there who says, hey, yeah, he would have a case if he were to sue Dyken Park But I don't know. Doesn't this just happen? Isn't this just what happens in this beautiful game in America's pastime? Like every now and then, someone's gonna run into the outfield and start bleeding everywhere.
Honestly, in like 20 years, this hasn't happened. Like this is 25 years.
That's a good point,
like,
Sean.
This is
not in my time covering the team.
Yeah.
I can't remember a guy hitting his head on the outfield wall
and needing
bleeding everywhere, needing stitches. Right.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, like unfortunate, but I agree with you. I don't know how dire of a situation this is.
It's not. This is an easy thing to get people mad at because everyone hates the Astros. Oh, they stole signs. Yeah, they have a metal scoreboard. But I'm assuming that there's probably at least 5 teams in baseball that have a metal scoreboard. How many?
Yeah, I mean, you're right with the electronic ones. I know those, they normally have like some sort of like chain link fence basically with padding around it that blocks those. But I mean, you're still talking about chain link. Now there's more give to that. So I guess that's where it's a little safer than just a metal wall or a metal card.
Fenway Park is the only 100% manually operated scoreboard in Major League
Baseball. There's like a guy in there.
I would assume there is for the Astros one as well, too, right? Like, don't they have?
It looks manual too.
It looks old. I maybe it isn't. Wrigley Field also has a large manually operated scoreboard with steel plates and a 1937 relay system. So we're not getting mad at the Red Sox. We're not getting mad at the Cubs, but we will get mad at the Astros because they're the Astros. That's what this is more so about, the hullabaloo over
and it's just like the time it happened this weekend. I'm sure like if this happened in Wrigley or Fenway, they'd be like, time to update these old whatever. But I think that's where Minute Maid loses the credibility. It's like, why are you doing this? Like the 2 of the oldest stadiums in baseball. It's like,
I kind of like it though. I think it's aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, and it makes sense that the Crawford boxes are kind of just the Green Monster, just a little remixed.
Yeah,
it's an homage
for sure
to the Green Monster. So yeah, honestly, when I first saw it, I thought he was going to hit the like 90-degree angle part of it, and that I was like,
the corner, that would be crazy.
Probably throw a pad on that.
Exactly, like what you would have with your toddler if you have a couple of pointy tables and counters and stuff like that. And also, it's not like the warning track is. I mean, he walks longer than you normally would walk on a warning track because that warning track in the corner is actually a little bit bigger there than it is anywhere else.
It's angled, it looks like.
No, he honestly, I'm watching the replay. This is kind of on him.
I'll say he doesn't look very coordinated.
No, he doesn't. It's
because he kind of flips his body around.
I think he missed it too.
Oh, he 100% missed it.
Yeah, completely missed it. And then he just ate.
The center fielder had to run over and field it. Yeah.
I'm just right now on my computer. I'm just going up to the part where his face is the wall. Ooh.
I am also. It's like 4 seconds in, or 5 seconds.
I've just watched this. As I'm holding like manually pulling the cursor for it. Pow! Right in the kisser. Pow! Right in the kisser. Like I'm just.
Can we get someone to put sonic rings on him?
Or add a Batman sound effect as he runs into the wall.
Bang!
Bang! Seems like he's okay. From the 8-3-2, didn't Aaron Judge run through an outfield wall and hurt his shoulder one time? I believe they did.
I remember that. I forgot where it was.
I don't think they banned that wall either, Another texter from the 281. Run into a wall? Stupid. For the 8-3-2, scoreboard's been out there since 2000. All of a sudden, it's an issue?
Yeah.
That is wild. There has to have been another moment where a guy hurt himself running into that wall, but maybe not. Maybe this Taylor Ward guy is like the most uncoordinated person ever. One last one from the 713. This is not about the actual ballpark. Hey, guys, I think where the Astros are having trouble is in their mental approach to the at-bat. They're trying to swing for the fences instead of hitting in a way the situation calls for. I think that's on the hitting coaches and a lack of communication between players as to how a pitcher is pitching. They need to get back to basic hitting, not hero hitting. I like this, hero ball. I think Altuve said something along those lines after yesterday's game. Yeah, you have to have the correct approach at the plate. You have to have a game plan. You have to stick to it. It does feel like the Astros have not exactly stuck to their preseason plans this season at the plate as well. It is just weird, especially now that they're healthy again, how bad all season long they've been with runners in scoring position. It is very strange, the dichotomy between having a top 10 batting average and a bottom 10 run scored. Weird. That's Astros ER, everybody. Sean Mapes behind the glass and Paul Gallant. Most interactive sports talk show in town. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Happy Labor Day. Stay put. Yes, Texas lost to Ohio State on Saturday, 14-7. The offense, woof. Arch Manning, brutal. Steve Sarkisian, not so good. And yet, still had a chance to win that thing at the very end. Shout out to that defense. Once again at Texas is very, very good. Will it carry them all season? It might have to. I think that this is a perk of being someone who covers college football and is definitely more of a casual college football fan than most people. I went to a school where it doesn't really matter. And while I might be the most intense Syracuse football fan that there is, I also realize the school's play, so I don't freak out when they get pummeled by Tennessee the way that they did on Saturday, you know? Did ultimately think it was probably going to go down like that. It took me 2 minutes to be like, oh, okay, they're just way better. Whoops. Shouldn't have picked them in the pick six segment. But I think one of the perks of being somebody who is in this industry and talks about college football is you get time. You get time to calm down from overreacting in a season where the regular season is still most important among all major sports. I think this is good to have, not just for someone that talks about the game, but also I think for fans too. Because I really do think that if you are a Texas fan, there are certainly things to be concerned about Steve Sarkisian as a play caller, how good Arch might actually be. But I'm walking away from this weekend and I'm not thinking that I'm the biggest loser, you know? I'm annoyed by all the chirping that I'm getting, all the trash talk that I'm getting. But it could have been worse. It really could have been. If you're feeling down today, this Labor Day, and you're a Texas fan, put on tape of Alabama against Florida State. Just put the tape on. You will feel so much better. Can you believe Alabama hired Kalen DeBoer? I get it. Got to hire somebody. He was doing pretty well at Washington. But, I mean, you got a guy from the Pacific Northwest to replace Nick Saban. And you can already tell Saban is so far gone from that program. And as you typically do, when things start to hit the fan, all of a sudden you're starting to see reports that, I mean, they can't even organize the bus that goes from the team hotel to the stadium. That was probably the one I laughed at the most, with all the Bama fans who are freaking out now that their dynasty is officially over. It's done. It is done. Like, stick a fork in them. Can't even get the guys on the bus on time. You got players out there going viral for not hustling. You got other players going viral for getting pancaked by a wide receiver. It could be so much worse, Texas fans. And look, this might be Sark all season long. This just might be Sark. For Arch, the expectations were outsized, and he's probably never going to live up to them. But at least you're not Alabama. Wow, are they bad? I mean, think about this. If you're an Alabama fan, and this guy named Tommy Castellanos, who got benched at Boston College in the offseason, is talking trash about your program. He doesn't think you're bleep as he joins this Florida State team that was the single most disappointing team in college football last year. They were top 10, and they started off the season, 0-3? This guy is chirping you going into the year. And I mean, in years past, isn't that just an automatic victory for a Nick Saban coach team? Wouldn't that be an automatic victory for a Bill Belichick coach team back in the Patriots glory days? Like, something like that happened. I mean, if you're an Alabama fan, you probably just you put your feet up and you're like, you flex your knuckles a little bit. Wait till they see what happens on Saturday. And then this guy, who was, again, a Bill O'Brien castaway, Bill O'Brien threw this guy in the trash. He comes into, and you see him in Florida State, obviously. Tallahassee that is not very rizzy. Like, that is not the Tallahassee of yesteryear. I think they were all like, it's probably not going to go so hot for us. But then as the game goes on, and all of a sudden you're an Alabama fan, and you're leaving in the middle of the fourth quarter, and you're walking down, and all these Noel fans are going, oh. Like, that's rock bottom for you. And it's going to get worse. So one more time, I'm just telling you, if you're a Texas fan, watch that game. You're going to feel a lot better. It sucked. You're going to have to deal with chirping from an Aggie team that you handled at least their offense last season, from an Oklahoma team who you basically fired into the sun. Like, you're going to hear some chirping. A lot of hype. Could have been a lot worse. Really could have been.
I was rooting so hard for Florida State at
Yeah.
2:30. Take the heat off. Take the heat off. Not the number one story. Not the most disappointing. I agree with you. It's like Alabama, like you're right. Under Nick Saban, like you don't get this effort ever from Alabama.
Yeah.
Every single week that you're getting, you walk in, you're like, maybe we get Alabama's B game and we play outside of our brains and we can hang in there with them. But most, 10 out of 12 games of the year, Alabama comes in,
right,
on point, A+ effort, and they just roll you. This is an Alabama. It's like I said, Alabama's just another very talented SEC team now. They're not on a pedestal of like they come in and they take care of business. It's like they might come in and F around and look terrible for 3.5 quarters.
This is going to sound mean, but they're like bitch made Ole Miss.
That does sound mean.
But I mean, I look at them and Ole Miss is always one of those programs where there's a ton of talent every single season. But I know they are going to puke themselves at some point. But I don't feel like Ole Miss gets punked that often. Bama seems like they're going to get punked a lot now.
Yeah, I mean, they got
punked.
Florida State.
Florida State. It's like the 4th best team in the ACC going into the year at best. At best.
Yeah, they won 2 games last year.
Yeah,
Paul.
they were awful.
They went 2-10.
Awful.
And yeah, a great improvement would be like they end up being 8-4. That would be insane if they had that turnaround. Looks like they might. But I mean, you go back to the Oklahoma game last year, the Vanderbilt game last year. Like, it's now 3 games that do not happen with Nick Saban as your coach.
For sure.
Where you lose outright as 2 touchdown favorites.
In less than a year, they have lost to a Boston College cast-off and a 5'10" Vanderbilt dude. Both of whom with massive egos. Both of them. I don't know that Diego Pavia was... I don't know that what he was saying before the game was as telegraphed as what Thomas Castellanos said this offseason was. And I don't know if there was some clip, because you watched the SEC documentary, you could tell Pavia probably said something to the team, which was like, yeah, we're going to beat their ass.
Guy.
Right. I mean, now, who else is going to be confident against you? You know? Like, everyone is now going to be foaming at the mouth when they see you on the schedule because they're like, okay, it's going to look awesome if we pull this off, and it's very possible to pull this thing off.
Yeah, we're going to get to storm the field when we beat you. Still. Florida State did it.
That's true. This is their last year where they'll be able to do that, I think.
Yeah. I think part of it is that Florida State, again, went 10-2 last year. Or 2-10. Sorry, I had that reversed because so few teams actually go 2-10.
It's Florida State. You assume, oh, yeah. I mean, the ACC, kind of a joke. They're going to be top 4 every single year. Like, growing up, I was like, well, it's Florida State's unless.
They set up the entire division split, the Atlantic and the Coastal, so that Miami and FSU could play every single year. And they have never played in the ACC title game.
Anyway, guys, there you go. If you're a Texas fan,
it
could be worse.
I can co-sign this. It felt good. It felt good to be like, okay, it's not just us.
Right.
At least we lost to a good team.
Yeah. Cade Klubnik, he got hype.
Yeah, 4th-year starter.
Clemson quarterbacks. Can we stop now?
It's
post Deshaun Watson. Can we stop?
I mean,
can we stop?
Even Deshaun as a long-term investment didn't turn out that hard.
Right. I mean, but post Deshaun. But let's stop. Let's stop. You know, it did turn into a bit of a race war online, the discourse. Not great after Trevor Lawrence. Excuse me, not Trevor Lawrence. Sorry, I'm confusing Arch Manning with Trevor Lawrence. There are some similarities.
Wow.
There are some.
They both wear 16.
Inaccurate, tall, very athletic. But I mean, the discourse online became, oh, why are people calling Arch Manning Nepo baby? It's like, well, how about we just say like Cade Klubnik? This is like the latest insert rando at Clemson that people are like, yeah, he's gonna be good. Dabo too, man. Dabo baptized him and showed him the Lord. Like, can we stop? Can we just stop with that program? Seeing LSU stomp on the midfield afterwards, oh my God! I had a massive pants tent over that. Actually, was erect. You know what? Just saying, that was just beautiful. I hate that program, and like the idea that you're calling yourself Death Valley, and is your stadium even near campus? You have to borrow that from somebody.
They have to take a bus around the thing to run down the hill.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're ridiculous. What are we doing? Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show. F. Clemson. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Did anyone lose the college football weekend on the same level as Alabama? Is anyone on that same page? Obviously, Arch and Steve Sarkisian, not that far behind, but did anyone else lose the weekend that much? It is the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Who lost the college football weekend? Got to be Kalen DeBoer in Alabama. I do wonder if Bama gets real trigger happy, because this is the fun part about college football programs that have expectations. Alabama still thinks it's hot, right? Alabama's still going to think it's hot for a very, very long time. I know this feeling. I'm wearing a Patriots hat right now. I still think my team's hot.
Yeah, and college football, there's like even more built-in, like, oh, once you're on top, you kind of just stay on top.
Right. Like, especially for Bama. I mean,
there's no reason they should ever lose to Vanderbilt. And then they did last year.
Ever. Or last year's Oklahoma team,
Yeah.
for sure. And honestly, there's a case to be made that this year's Florida State team is not a team you should lose to either. We will see as the season progresses.
TBD.
But I mean, I feel like how I look at Tommy Castellanos is the way that everyone should. Which
Tommy
is,
touchdown.
yes,
Some have called.
Yes, some would call it that. My dad's girlfriend's son, who is like a little mini stepbro for me. Love this kid. Very funny. Randomly likes both Boston College and Florida State. So Tommy Castellanos transfers to Florida State this summer. He says, dude, Tommy Castellanos at Florida State, I think the Noles are going to be back. And I told him, this is very stupid. This is very stupid, Will. I love you. This is very stupid. And over the course of Saturday, while I'm not watching the Florida State-Alabama game at the very beginning, Will just sends me a text about Tommy touchdowns. That's how bad Alabama was on Saturday. A guy that was thrown to the side like a cigarette by Bill O'Brien is getting called Tommy touchdowns after just kicking your ass. So Bama's at the top. Texas is certainly not too far from the top. Northwestern's looking bad today, too. I think it might be unfair the way that Northwestern is being portrayed, because Tulane kicked their butts. Not surprising. Northwestern in a post-Pat Fitzgerald era, I don't think they're ever going to be a factor again. But after the game, John Sumrall, the new head coach of Tulane, shared this with the class about why Tulane, the home team, was wearing green jerseys instead of white jerseys to commemorate 20 years post Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans.
You know, we wore the green helmets today for the 20th anniversary of Katrina. I'm going to say one thing. I'm not trying to take a shot, but we requested to wear white jerseys because that's what that team wore. It got denied by the other team. That's their prerogative. But when you show disrespect to the city of New Orleans, that's what's going to happen to you. You're going to run into a team like this. They had a chip on their shoulder because I wanted them to wear the same exact uniform that team wore 20 years ago. Request got denied. We might have used that for a little bit of motivation to represent the city. So don't disrespect New Orleans ever. With that, open up to questions.
I'm sure there are a lot of players at Tulane that are from New Orleans, that are from the greater Louisiana era. I know that as far as schools go, as somebody who went to high school in St. Pete, Florida, I know that I had some friends that went to Tulane. I know that it's like a rich kid party school, but hey, I imagine the football program thing's a little bit different. I have questions. I am skeptical about this. I say that because you could have made this decision, period. You were the home team. The way you're talking about it, it's like you were the road team. Home team gets to pick their uniforms. Did they not tell Northwestern until the day of the game? Because there's certainly a possibility that they didn't tell Northwestern until the day of the game. And Northwestern's like, hey, man, we only brought our road uniforms. Like this, to me, that's what I'm wondering. Did Tulane just never tell Northwestern about it? Because that makes far more sense than the idea that Tulane would be denied. I did not know that the home team had to ask for permission, because I know back in the day, one of the things that Bill Parcells and then Bill Belichick would do, you know, the Cowboys always like to wear the white jerseys. Specifically, whenever they would play against the Cowboys at home, they would wear the white jerseys. I know with the Patriots, at the very least, that's what Belichick did the few times that they played the Cowboys, because they wanted the Cowboys to wear their blue uniforms. It's like a weird superstition thing, and I guess it makes the Cowboy mystique go away or something like that. I feel like if Tulane wanted to wear the white jerseys, they could have.
Yeah.
And someone didn't dot their I's across their T's.
Yeah, especially because like the 20-year anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, like shouldn't sneak up on anyone.
No.
I can tell you right now when the 30-year anniversary is going to be. But the only thing I can think of is Northwestern didn't want to wear dark uniforms in New Orleans in late August.
And I get that, too.
Yeah, like I think it was a strategic play for I forgot who the coach is, but not Pat Fitzgerald and Northwestern.
LSU always wears their white jerseys. Why can't you wear your white jerseys at
Yeah.
home? Like, when has LSU not worn white at home?
Or is this 4D chess by Tulane coach John Summerall? This is how you get motivation. You just fabricate motivation like you're Michael Jordan in the Last Dance doc, and you're just like, how about we just say that we asked to wear white, but don't do that anyway, and then piss off our players.
But then you're lying about like Northwestern after the fact and making Northwestern look like a-holes. I suppose that there's no way that Northwestern could sue for something
Defamation.
like this, for label or defamation.
They'll try. I'm sure they take media law classes there too.
They probably have some
If
lawyers
I had
there.
to, I know they do.
They probably have some lawyers. Yeah, I mean, I took a media law class and I got a D in it. It was the worst grade I ever got in my life. I there's something's up here. And listen, Northwestern looks horrible coming out of it, especially because they also got spanked.
Yeah.
But I don't buy this backstory.
There's more to the story.
I think there's more to the story here, and to me, it feels like they fell asleep at the wheel and then told him about it Friday or something like that, which I think is believable.
It could be. That's possible.
It's certainly it's certainly believable. Somebody in the Tulane athletic department was like, "Oh yeah, it has been 20 years since Hurricane Katrina." Like, to me, that seems very possible.
Or just like, "Oh, Randy, you said you would send that you said you would send that request to Northwestern before you went on vacation, right?" And he goes,
"Exactly.
I did say I was going to do it."
I'm assuming, especially given that Tulane is all of a sudden good at football, I'm assuming that there are people that now work at Tulane that are not from New Orleans. You know, if in years past, I could easily see someone from New Orleans knowing about this. Everything's taken care of. To me, I and also claiming like the players are motivated to play for Hurricane Katrina. That to me, they're 20.
Yeah, the freshman class was probably born in 2007.
Yeah. So, unless every single morning these kids that now play for Tulane were being told by their dad and mom about all the horrible things that happened in New Orleans in the wake of Hurricane Katrina, and there were lots of horrible things that happened.
I'm sure they were. I mean,
yeah,
if their parents are from New Orleans, they would know about Hurricane Katrina.
For sure. But there's just a lot in this story that I'm like, okay, first off, you needed this to motivate yourselves to play.
And
this is why you won?
They beat the pants off of them,
Yeah,
too.
Northwestern sucks. Like, that was, in my confidence, we do a confidence picks thing where you pick, like, 1 through 10 confidence level based off a select group of college football games over the course of the year. Like, that was my number one confidence, was Northwestern Tulane over Northwestern. I was like, Northwestern sucks and Tulane's good. What are we doing here? It's on the road? I didn't even think about the 20-year anniversary or they aren't going to let them wear their white jerseys. Like, Anyway, sorry for just going on this for such a long time, but Northwestern is coming off as one of the biggest losers of the college football weekend, and I'm not sure that they necessarily should be.
Can I throw in from the weeknight slate?
Weeknight slate.
Boise State. Yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes. Yeah. Turns out Ashton Jeanty, really freaking good. In fact, maybe better than any of us thought that he was, where Boise State, and I know it's not as simple as this, but in their first game without Ashton Jeanty in year 2, they go to Tampa and lose 34-7 to South Florida Bulls.
Don't sleep on the South Florida Bulls, though.
They are good. The quarterback looked awesome.
As someone who's been to 15 South Florida college football games, I've been to more South Florida games than any other school other than Syracuse.
Okay.
Watching college football.
Yeah. They know your name at Ray J.
Don't sleep on them.
You know the fight song.
It's a sick fight song.
You could also be making it up, and no one would.
No,
call you on it.
it's
But
awesome.
Yeah, I think Boise State just going from like, it's a little bit of their season, just grand opening, grand closing of okay, you started the year ranked out of respect for what you did last year, and you immediately give away all goodwill.
Alabama's the biggest loser. 5-5 in their last 10 games. 4 losses as double-digit favorites. Kalen DeBoer. Paul Feinbaum lost the weekend.
Yeah. Oh, Paul Feinbaum, big time lost the weekend.
Brutally bad takes. Worst take Tuesday. Don't worry. You'll get a lot of Paul Feinbaum tomorrow. So, biggest loser of the weekend. Yes, I get it. People are mad at Texas. You're mad at Sark. You're mad at Arch Manning.
I think Texas is on the medal stand. I just don't think they're on the top.
I think that they would probably be third. I'm not sure who would be second, but I feel like, the expectations and the hype are a reason that they're even at the top. Because if this isn't this just the number 3 team at home beats the number 1 team by a touchdown? Oh, wow, I've never seen that before. Crazy. It is the Paul Gallant Show. We are 3 days away from the start of the NFL season. I know, it's Thursday. It's not wild. This month has flown by. Eagles, Cowboys. Who's the greatest number 3 in NFL history? You're going to be surprised with this one. You're going to be surprised. Stay put. We are 3 days away from the start of the NFL season. It'll be here Thursday. Eagles, Cowboys in Philadelphia. as the Eagles hang their second banner ever, and the Cowboys play their first game post Micah Parsons. They did pay somebody, though. We'll get to that in a moment. Who is the best number 3 in NFL history? This is not a great number, which is surprising. So I asked artificial intelligence. Here are a couple of number 3s that we get to before the guy who has the crown, if we're talking about name recognition in 2025. Jim Thorpe. He wore number 3. Bronco Nagurski also wore number 3. He played in the 30s and then in 1943. Tony Canadeo. Ever heard of him?
No.
You've never heard of the gray ghost of Gonzaga? That's his nickname.
Wow.
Led the NFL in rushing in 1945. Season was over, or World War II was over.
Oh, so no asterisks.
No asterisk. It was done. Everyone was back. You would assume. Most people were back. Some people were stationed overseas afterwards. Versatile. He was a runner, a passer, and a punter. NFL Hall of Fame in 1974. The gray ghost of Gonzaga. But the best number 3, unless you want to give it to a kicker, Jan Stenerud, is Russell Wilson. Isn't that crazy? You could maybe give it to Derwin James or Budda Baker or some safeties that have played. But it's probably Russell Wilson.
Jay Feely?
No.
Matt Bryant?
It's a number for kickers.
Yeah.
It's surprising, too, now that anyone's allowed to wear number 3. I would think that Tank Dell, as far as number 3s in the NFL, would be close to the top as far as people who wear that number. It's just not a very popular number.
I think it's Russ.
Yeah.
Carson Palmer wore number 3.
Carson Palmer did wear number 3.
But yeah.
But he also wore number 9, too, right?
Yes.
So that's a tricky one.
I think he only wore 3 with the Raiders.
I think that's correct. Who is the best number 3 in Houston Texans history, you might be wondering? Well, Tank Dell is already towards the top. Some others. Oof. Chris Brown. I remember Chris Brown because every single time I watched NFL Primetime, I felt like I was watching Chris Brown miss a clutch field goal for the 2008 or 2009 Texans.
Not too far off.
Tom Savage, he wore number 3.
Mm-hmm. Started the first game of the 2017 season.
Yep. Brandon Whedon also wore number 3.
Okay.
2018, they were just sifting through quarterbacks after
Watson.
Watson, yeah. 2022, Kyle Allen.
The 2022 Texans and the 21 I'll throw the 21 Texans in there too. Just all-time depressing football.
Texans Dolphins in 2022. Watched that game completely hungover. And did it make me puke? It might have. It was rough. So we're 3 days away from the start of the NFL season. Did you know that the Dallas Cowboys finally paid a guy? Big time news for the Cowboys. The Cowboys gave defensive back Deron Bland a 4-year extension worth $92 million. $50 million of those dollars guaranteed, a $22 million signing bonus. This is a weird move. If you're going to pay somebody, wouldn't you pay, I don't know, Micah Parsons? Instead, you're paying their second best corner to Trevon Diggs, who just happens to get a lot of interceptions returned for touchdowns, but also is a bit of a gambler. And if you're Jerry Jones and you're saying, hey, man, we're trying to make the run defense better when you're getting rid of Micah Parsons. Okay, so a guy who doesn't tackle? Because good for Deron Bland. I mean, damn. Get a couple of pick sixes. Maybe Jerry Jones thinks he's talking to Deion Sanders. That is an insane extension. 2023, for those who don't remember, Bland led the league in interceptions with 9, and he returned 5 for a touchdown. He played 7 games last year because of a stress reaction in his left foot and did not have 1 interception. And he's getting paid like one of the best. That is crazy to me.
Yeah. This is big time PR. See? Signed someone. Like, we brought someone, and he's the perfect kind of player because, like you said, he's a gambler where the casual fan will just look at, well, I had a lot of interceptions 2 years ago. All right, cool. This is just Cowboys stay Cowboys. This is why I cannot give Jerry Jones any benefit of the doubt on the Micah Parsons trade of like, maybe it was a principled stand, or like you said about run defense, or long-term thinking, like Peter Schrager carried water saying.
You literally killed the few people that could have had your back by giving Duron Bland, who is fine, this contract.
He's good.
But both the Texans corners are better than him. Like Derek Stingley, Kamari Lassiter are both better players than this guy. And I'm actually curious if Jalen Smith is going to be better than this guy, because everyone likes what they saw out of Jalen Smith, who the Texans drafted out of USC in the 4th round. They like him. I'd rather be paying Jalen Smith, not knowing anything about him at the NFL level, than paying this guy $20+ million a year. I mean, I feel for Cowboys fans. It sure sucks to be a Texas fan today. It sure sucks to be an Alabama fan today, a Clemson fan today. Yada, yada, yada. Notre Dame fan probably too. But if you're a Cowboys fan, it's just another reminder of, oh, yeah, we got a senile man running the show who's tried his best to spin, moving on from his best player while overpaying Dak Prescott. And also, I think overpaying CeeDee Lamb. But I'm not the biggest CeeDee Lamb fan out there because I don't base my football opinions off of fantasy football. And this is who you're going to pay with the money that you saved. It's like you're spending for the sake of spending, but Cowboys fans are smart enough to realize that this is crazy. Micah Parsons or Duron Bland, your second best corner. They have Trevon Diggs.
Yeah. I would rather have signed Micah Parsons to his next contract, or to the contract he did sign with the Packers. And if it's like, but that means you lose Duron Bland, 100% fine with doing that.
I'd rather give that contract to George Pickens. No, I'm not kidding. I'd rather give that to George Pickens.
Flashes.
At least Pickens has shown at times when his head is on straight, he is one of the top 20, 25 receivers in the league.
I forgot they had Pickens. This year is going to be, I don't know.
I cannot wait for the first game where George Pickens is pissed off about a lack of targets.
They freaking play the Packers week 4. I think Sunday night. Probably Sunday night.
Yeah. Oof. Goodness gracious. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and Twitch at ESPN 975. Also, news today from D'Amico Ryans' press conference. D'Amico Ryans and the Texans do expect C.J. Gardner-Johnson to play week 1 for the Texans, despite suffering what many in the time believed was a torn ACL. So there you go. It is the Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Happy Labor Day. We are live. Sean Mapes hanging out as well. We're doing what the morning show wouldn't. Even though the morning show, half of the morning show showed up today. I kind of get John not doing the show early in the morning on Labor Day.
Yeah.
While in LA.
At 5 in the morning,
Oof.
LA time.
Oof. Yeah. No, I was thinking about doing my live stream this morning, 6 a.m. That's a target window in the near future. And then I was like, no. I think last night at about 7:30, as I'm hanging out on the couch and the girlfriend and I are watching Bachelor in Paradise. At about 7:30, as I'm doing show prep, I'm like, yeah, I'm not getting up at 5 a.m. on Labor Day. You know, I didn't be born in the same family as a grandpa who used to be like one of the dudes on the docks of Philadelphia and saying, like, if you do anything work-wise on Labor Day or if you shop anywhere on Labor Day, you're a bad person. Like, I feel like I'm letting him down a little bit. And he helped save Europe from the Nazis. I feel bad. But at least John and at least Lance didn't do that today.
Yeah. They didn't let the Nazis win today.
No, they didn't. They honored my grandfather. R.I.P. Pop. Never met you, but miss you anyway. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Someone just texted in all caps. I can't believe you said Kamari Lassiter is a better cornerback than an all-pro corner who led the NFL in return touchdowns last year. Yeah, it was 2023. He had no interceptions last year, and Kamari Lassiter is better. Yes. Is this what we're going to do? Is this always going to be like people are just going to text in all caps when you say something that is right?
My favorite player on my favorite team is better than the guy you watch.
Dude, generally a player who is getting that many interceptions means he gets tested a lot, and it usually means you're a gambler if you have a lot of pick sixes. So you're getting beat from time to time too, and you don't tackle on top of all of that. Yeah. Do not bring return yards and return touchdowns to a cornerback argument in defense. Just don't. Don't waste my time. Don't waste your time. Okay? Thank you. The Astros have scored a run, so they broke the streak of 17 innings without a run. So that's nice. You got Yusei Kikuchi on the hill for the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. You say that the Astros gave up Joey Loperfido to get Yusei Kikuchi and not sign him to an extension. And Luis Garcia into the third inning, and his elbow has not re-aggravated itself. /torn, requiring another Tommy John surgery. So perhaps the arrow is trending up for your Houston Astros. 713-780-3776 to call into text. And YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. This is a story on the front page of ESPN right now, and I'm sorry to that Cowboy fan who is so angry that I don't think much of Duron Blandry? Is that his name? Yeah, whatever. Bland. My bad. Literally did forget it in that moment.
Oh, I thought you were doing a bit.
No, I wasn't doing it.
Because you got close.
I forgot because he's not worth that money. And I'm trying to keep negative thoughts out of my head.
Did you see the return yards he had, though? A lot of long returns.
I mean, he's getting paid a lot of money.
It's like Deion Sanders.
At the very least, there's so many return yards that the money is going a long way for all of those yards. You know? Micah Parsons actually might have a hurt back. At least per this report at ESPN.com. Packers pass rusher Micah Parsons. Damn, that's gotta feel weird, huh? Especially when you're thinking Deron Bland is a great corner. Packers pass rusher Micah Parsons has been dealing with an L4/L5 facet joint sprain in his back, and he may take an epidural injection before Sunday's game against the Detroit Lions if needed to help him play, sources told ESPN's Adam Schefter on Monday. Is this something that he's saying so that the Cowboys don't get petty and try to fine him for all the training camp practices that he missed?
It might. I mean,
I'm wondering if statute of limitations exists when it comes to fining a player. Because if the player no longer plays for you, okay. I mean, what can you really do to punish them? But if you did skip the entirety of the offseason and you reported to camp but were injured with a back injury, is this Micah Parsons and David Mulugheta making sure that a petty Jerry Jones doesn't call a lawyer and try to get a little of that cheddar that Micah Parsons is now getting from the Packers back, because he may or may not have been committing a little bit of what, if we were doing it, insurance fraud. He's playing sick to get out of paying a fine for not showing up for training camp.
Yeah, no, it's I guess the inverse of coughing a couple times before you're going to on Thursday before you take a sick day on Friday. You know, it's like on Thursday I need to play it up so when I take a sick day on Friday, you know, I have plausible deniability. This is the flip side of, I know I said I was hurt, but now I'm on my new team. I can't magically be ready to play first week. So, hey, some L4s, some L5s. If you throw in L4 and L5, whatever that means on your back, you immediately gain legitimacy on whatever your back injury.
I don't know what that means, but it sounds legit.
And it sounds like your spine hurts.
Oh, the L4, L5 facet joint sprain. You ever been dealing with an L4, L5 facet joint sprain in your back? Probably all of us do.
Yeah.
Because most people that are sitting in an office chair for the entirety of a day, you probably slouch. So you probably have the same thing.
Yeah.
We're all warriors out there.
I don't need an epidural. Come in here on Labor Day, clicking and clacking.
Clicking and clacking.
Yeah. Michael Parsons, soft. Needs an epidural to do his job. I don't.
Oh, Maroon. Yeah. Back in the day, you just had to keep on going about your business. You know? Arch Manning spoke today after his struggles for Texas.
Did he go Framber Valdez?
He did not blame.
Okay. Through an interpreter. That would have been a great move.
Arch Manning just starts speaking in Spanish.
His Duolingo Spanish.
He is a New Orleans guy. Is it possible that the Mannings speak a little French?
Yeah.
He comes out there. He's like Gambit from the Marvel universe, just speaking with the most Creole accent you've ever heard. Just super
I did
Cajun.
not get my feet set, monsieur. I'm going to Colombia. You don't know what's going to happen in Colombia way up there.
Yeah, you actually know French. I just can only
But that's
speak
not even French. That's me just being Ed Orgeron
that just
and sounding more like that guy from The Water Boy, who is the assistant coach there. Arch Manning, when asked about his struggles, 17 of 30 for 170 yards, a touchdown, and an interception. Doesn't look that bad when you look at the stats. I hold myself to a high standard. I've got to play better, got to lead more, got to get our guys to play well around me. And ultimately, I wasn't good enough. Said Steve Sarkisian. I think one thing that happened a little bit to Arch is the game can mount on you. Whoa, game. Back off, dude.
Buy me a drink first.
Yeah. Ask for consent. And feel like, oh, man, we're not scoring. Or I missed a read. Or I missed a throw. When in reality, you look at the scoreboard, it's still 0-0. This game, it was a very tight game. I don't think he needed to press, and I think he'll learn that as we go, especially because he's fortunate right now. He's got a great defense on the other side of the ball. Hey, Steve, yeah, we know. You should know, too. Why are you playing this game on Saturday like you're Michigan with a 5-6 record in a rivalry game against Ohio State? Because did Michigan have a better game plan against Ohio State in that game last year than Steve Sarkisian did? They probably did.
Yeah, I mean, they won.
They won the game, but also it's, oh, yeah, we have no one of consequence on our team. And on top of that, Jim Harbaugh's gone. So it's tough. It's tough. We don't have Connor Stallions anymore either. It's tough. It's tough out there.
Yeah, they scored 13 points.
Oh, my God.
Scored twice as many as Texas.
That Michigan offense in that game, by the way, I mean, an absolute abomination to the Lord. But Ohio State, for whatever reason, couldn't put its pants on that day.
It was 10-10 at halftime, and Michigan scored 3 points in the fourth quarter. Ohio State scoreless in the second half. What a terrible game.
Yeah, it was a rough game. I remember watching that on a Spirit Airlines flight.
Yeah.
On
That
my
might
way
have been
back from Connecticut.
I was watching on my phone at like my grandparents' house or something.
I fell asleep a couple of times and I woke up. I was like, oh damn, did I miss any of Ohio State, Michigan? Nope. Missed nothing. Missed nothing.
No, Texas. I'll you know what? I'd say not just Arch Manning, Steve Sarkisian too. Very, very fortunate that they have a very good defense.
Yeah, very.
That is what is keeping me away from like jumping out the closest window. Is that I think for 8 out of the 11 games, however, all numbers subject to change. But for the vast majority of the games that they'll play for the rest of the year, like getting that defensive effort is good enough. Like just getting that on from your defense will be good enough to keep you in these games that don't have Ohio State level of talent all over the place.
Yeah, no, like they'll probably win you a couple of games. Yeah. They'll probably score like they're a team of Deron Bland.
We reached that point in the second half where I was sending some text about defense
Bland
probably needs to score on this one.
Yeah, you need a Deron Bland.
Yeah, need an interception. Yeah. I hope that they're showing these guys Deron Bland tape.
Yeah, cough up like $92 million in NIL money. Texas has it, and find yourself a Deron Bland out
Couch cushion. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. More from Arch Manning, who said he settled in more in the second half. I've realized we've got to go start making plays. And I let it rip a little more. I've got to start that sooner. Well, but if you're going to let it rip, don't miss
He was ripping
guys
it too hard.
Yeah.
On the short stuff.
Yeah.
It was bad.
I was more accurate throwing socks at my cat than Arch Manning was on Saturday.
Probably.
I know that's not nice, but every now and then I just like lob a sock up in the air.
Oh, like a grenade?
Yeah, and just see if I can like land on my cat's head. Is that wrong? Is that abuse? I don't know. You're allowed to harass cats.
I think it's playful.
Yeah, it's playful.
Cats will scratch you. Like, come on. They can
they
get a sock on the head.
Can self-defend itself very easily, you know? Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. Abraham San on Twitch says the UT offense is trash. Yeah, not great. The amount of UT shirts this weekend was laughable. Also, yeah, there was a lot of that. And there was a lot of people that went home at Kirby Ice House where I watched the game. And it was brutally humid on Saturday. But there were a lot of people who left with plenty of time left after Ohio State scored the second touchdown and it was 14-0.
Poor form.
It was poor form.
Disavow.
I mean, plenty of time left. And Texas did score pretty quickly to answer that.
Yeah, the last two drives were two. At least for Arch, the best that Arch looked was the last two drives.
Yeah, it was very T-shirt of those people who left early. It was very T-shirt. Also, that quarterback for Ohio State, saying, yeah, what an idiot, like throwing the ball away on that 1 second down.
Oh yeah,
I remember thinking to myself, like, dude, just go down. The game would have been over.
First time starter. Could be worse.
Could be worse.
Could be worse.
That's true. Sean Bates behind the glass of Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. Most interactive sports talk show in town. 2 runs for the Astros on Labor Day? Ho, 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 getting saucy out there. They're averaging .66666666666666666 runs per inning today. Certainly a step in the right direction. Over the course of a whole game, that's 6 runs. Let's go. Very exciting. Very, very exciting. Keep it up, guys, okay? Please. For me. I want to talk about good Astros things, not bad Astros things. And it seems like all I have to talk about these days are bad Astros things. 713-780-3776 is how you call, and it's how you text into the most interactive sports talk show in town. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. All right, so we could all agree Arch Manning has to be better going forward for Texas. Steve Sarkisian as well. Not a great loss for Texas. Also not the end of the world. It's the team that's going to be number 1 whenever the poll is out tomorrow after week 1 wraps up with tonight's game. Who is it? North Carolina, Sean? And
TCU, North Carolina.
North Carolina.
TCU in their not annual spot, but it's weird that it's happened twice in the last 3 years of being the non-conference week 1 matchup for a superstar coach making his college debut. Did it 2 years ago
with Colorado.
Hosted Colorado.
After making the college football playoff.
They did make the playoff.
And that was
They beat Michigan, and nothing happened after that.
Right. And that's why everyone, when Colorado beat TCU, was like, whoa!
Yeah.
And led to a lot of Colorado hype, and they start off the season the way they do. Oregon does some horrible things to them. And then, obviously, the past season, it was better. Yeah. But can we talk about the conversations about Arch Manning? Saturday, Sunday. There's a part of me, a very small part of me, that feels for Arch Manning because all of this pressure was put on him. All of these expectations were made of him, and they were all pretty crazy to expect to see in week 1. And I'm not going to say that I did not expect more out of Arch Manning in week 1. I did. I thought Arch Manning was going to look good. I feel like there are a lot of traits that he has at his disposal that quarterbacks across the United States of America would kill to have. He's got an arm, and he's also pretty mobile and a pretty big dude and knows how to run with a football in his hand. Like, there's a lot of things that he has at his disposal. But the discourse after Arch's struggles were something else. Now, some people are just waiting to pounce. Whenever Texas is semi-relevant, we've heard it so many effing times. I can see how people that are not fans of Texas are like, for the love of God, can we stop pretending Texas is anything more than, I think as Colin Cowherd said, like USC, where like there's a lot of hype, there's a lot of glitz, there's a lot of glamour, and usually if there's no Pete Carroll, there's not a lot of substance. It's been a lot of that for Texas for the last 20 years or so. So I get why some people were dumping on Arch Manning. But also, the discourse got weird. It got weird. We had a little mini race war. It felt like people that were big fans of Shedeur Sanders all of a sudden were like, well, people called Shedeur Sanders a Nepo baby. Why aren't people calling Arch Manning a Nepo baby? And there's a part of me that looks at the Manning family, a person who grew up a Florida and Patriots fan, and is annoyed by them, both of them. Peyton, because I thought he was always put on a pedestal early on in Tom Brady's career that he didn't belong on, and also as a college football fan, as a kid, I was like, he never beat Florida. He sucks. that was 7-year-old's take, 7-year-old Paul Gallant's take on Peyton Manning. Never beat Florida, sucks.
You never really had to move off of that.
No, I never did. Because then the first couple of times he played the Patriots, lost. Later on in his career, evens the score a couple of times, yada, yada, yada. Eli, first college football game I ever went to, Eli Manning and Ole Miss had a last-second touchdown drive against Florida. Then, of course, the 2 Super Bowls. So to see a Manning struggle, there's a part of me that's like, that's funny. That's funny. But it got weird where it felt like people think that he should be crushed as much as Shedeur Sanders has been over the entirety of the offseason. It almost feels like people that were defending Shedeur Sanders this whole offseason were like, I'm going to take out my frustration on someone that is not really a fair comparison to the battle that I was fighting. There was a lot of that. I saw Jameel Hill jump in on that. And honestly, Jameel Hill is a bit of a race baiter at this phase of her career. I saw some other people saying similar things. Arch Manning is considered a generational talent. I'm curious, what are the qualities that people feel like make him a generational talent? They said the same thing about Trevor Lawrence. Someone's doing this about Trevor Lawrence. They should have done it about Trevor Lawrence. But the discourse got a little bit weird. And I would also say on top of that, the piling on for Texas as a result of this week 1. I think a lot of people a couple of weeks from now got to look at themselves in the mirror. I saw one person post, surely all the people criticizing Texas for their week 1 loss on the road in Columbus against Ohio State, the defending national champions, surely all of their programs could go to Columbus and put up a semi-respectable performance like that. I thought that was a fair pushback because there was a lot of grave dancing, and Texas is probably still going to make the college football playoff.
Yeah, it gets a little harder, but
for sure
they haven't been eliminated by any means. And yeah, you're all right. Like,
this isn't a loss to South Carolina. This isn't a loss to, insert middle of the road SEC program. This is a loss to the defending national champions who should have been ahead of Penn State and number 2 as it was.
Yeah, there is a little bit of like, hey, this team looked good. Not to pick on Florida, but it's like this team looked good. Who'd they play? Oh, Long Island.
Yeah.
Long Island University.
I think I don't even
Hey,
I feel like they haven't played a game yet.
Bryce Underwood looked pretty good. Who'd Michigan play? Some Mountain West team.
Exactly.
I honestly forgot who they played, but it was only also 34-17, which is like not quite the blowout you would want. But yeah, there is a lot of that where it's just like they would have been better off being like Georgia and just playing Marshall and just blowing the doors off of them.
Michigan played New Mexico, won 34-17, and the highlight of the game is the fake snap to the quarterback, direct snap to a running back behind a quarterback.
Yeah.
That was thrown for a touchdown by New Mexico.
Why would you put that on tape against Michigan?
Oh, you got to do it against Michigan. I think that's the time to do it.
Save that for a winnable game.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to listen, I mean, they covered the spread. I'm assuming New Mexico.
If they lost by 17, more than likely.
Yeah. So listen, they were respectable, more respectable than my Syracuse was against Tennessee. That's for sure. They didn't belong in the same field. That game was tough. It was a tough watch. A lot of cramping in that one. So all I'm saying about the discourse is, can we tone it down? I know it's week 1.
Can we pace ourselves?
Overreaction, but like I don't think a race war needs to be fought on Arch Manning's behalf. And I also don't think that those who were so eager to pick up the sword in defense of Shedeur Sanders should, now that Shedeur Sanders is a 5th-round pick and second string quarterback in Cleveland, now all of a sudden saying, well, Arch Manning is getting the same kind of treatment. I understand the urge to. It's easy to do it after one game. Can we at least give him half a season?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
People were unfair to Shedeur Sanders, so I have to be unfair to Arch Manning.
Yeah. Gosh, the discourse sucks. The online, it's just...
Yeah, no, it's terrible.
Oh, it's so tough.
You know what I did? I literally went in and just muted the word Arch. Just mute it for 7 days. I'll see you next week when it's game time.
I have muted the clown emoji.
Oh, wow.
And I have muted DAWG. And I have muted MAGA in my mentions. This is all from the time where I changed my mind about Seattle and ended up on the Tucker Carlson show. It's all from that. I don't know how to unmute them. That's the problem now.
I can show you because you're missing a lot of Houston Texans content.
Yeah, a lot of clown emojis. I don't really see it anymore. Clown gets thrown around a little bit too much, though. I feel like, is everything a clown? Like some clowns are talented, right? Like Pagliacci. Ever hear the story about Pagliacci?
No.
Let me
I
tell
was
you.
gonna say Krusty.
Let me tell you the story about Pagliacci. You know, a lot of people forget about Pagliacci because there's Krusty and there's Bozo.
Yeah.
And there's the serial killer one. You know, lots of
Mhm.
clowns out there. There's the thing from It, Pennywise.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, he's up there on the clown power.
What? Ronald McDonald. A lot of clowns.
Yeah.
A lot of clowns out there. But let me tell you the story about Pagliacci. So Pagliacci, Italian, obviously. And, you know, the greatest clown in all the land. And this one man, he goes into a therapist's office. And he's depressed. He's down on his luck. He's like, man, I don't know what I'm going to do, doc. I don't know what I'm going to do. And the doctor, he looks at him and he's like, hey, man, you heard of this clown Pagliacci? This guy's the best. He's going to have you laughing so hard, you're going to forget all your troubles. The guy goes to the therapist's office. He says, but doctor, I am Pagliacci. Scene. Wow. You're welcome for that. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Where else do you get sports talk and insight like that? Nowhere. Stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at Walmart. Walmart is your go-to place for everything. At least it should be. But maybe you don't really know what's been going on at Walmart. Because the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Now you do. They have more than 500 million items online. You can find a huge selection at Walmart online that you can't find in stores. What is happening? What is going on? I'll tell you what's going on. So many awesome things at Walmart, including grocery delivery that is free. Yeah, they don't charge anything extra. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in the store. What? Walmart's got low prices, 500 million items online, and they can deliver you things in as fast as an hour. Use Express Delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods to prescriptions. Like that. I tried to snap. I can't do it with my right hand. I can do it with my left hand, kind of. When it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, throwing a party, or just ordering something online that you want brought to the home, think Walmart for all of your needs. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Go to walmart.com.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
The Astros were up 2-0 on the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, of California, of the United States of America, of North America, formerly of Pangea, of the Earth, of the solar system, of the Milky Way galaxy, of the greater known universe. They were up 2-0. But then Luis Garcia, back on the mound for his first start since 2023, allowed not one, but 2 home runs. So now the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, of California, of the United States, of North America, of formerly of Pangea, of planet Earth, of the solar system, of the Milky Way galaxy, of the greater known universe, now have a 3-2 lead. I say the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, of California, of the United States of America, of the continent of North America, of the continent formerly known as Pangea, of planet Earth, of the solar system, of blah, 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 blah. I do all that because for whatever reason, somebody in the Angels marketing department thought it would be a good idea. Let's call ourselves, instead of calling ourselves the Anaheim Angels, let's call ourselves the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Before that, they were the California Angels, which is what they are called in the movie Angels in the Outfield, which is my favorite sports movie. I do not know why they thought that would work, but given just the Angels and their entire existence, it's not that surprising that their owner, Artie Moreno, thought that that would maybe get more people to root for them. They are easily... Check that. The AL West, I mean, it's got some bozos. Forgot. You know, we're talking about clowns. You got A's ownership, and you've also got Angels ownership, and you've got the cheapos in Seattle as well. It's just a lot. Seattle seems to have their head on straight this time around.
Yeah, they're still cheapos, but at least it seems like they have they're good under those constraints of building a team that is still relatively cheap.
Yeah.
Although they're not the A's. Like they will pay guys.
The A's don't pay people. The Mariners pay people, but up to a point.
Yeah.
The Angels just throw their money around like drunks, you know?
Yeah, they're the bad side of MLB free agency, where they'll find a way to sign all the guys that are washed up.
Yeah. Right. Mike Trout still alive.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think he had a couple hits against the Astros this weekend. But I'll be honest, like this series, not worth my time, not worth your time. It's not. Yankees, middle of the week. Okay.
Yeah.
Little seasoning, a little spice behind that, you know, a little rivalry. You don't like that team. The Angels are just inconsequential.
Yeah, they are the most forgettable of the AL West
truly.
rivals.
And I mean, like, you've had some moments with the A's.
Yeah,
you've had some moment with the Rangers. You've had some moment with the Mariners. The Angels, I mean, I guess when the Astros were at rock bottom, Albert Pujols comes from the National League to the American League and is on the Angels, and boom, boom, still doing the same stuff that he's always been doing. But I mean, the greatest baseball player ever, Mike Trout, every time I see him play against the Astros, I don't see much. So fun take of mine to have, because I don't really care all that much about baseball and I like to screw around every now and then, is to just say, well, take a look at Mike Trout's stats against the Astros. How good is he really?
Yeah.
Because they're very middle of the road.
Yeah, and even the Pujols stuff, it's like,
Mm-hmm.
that's when the Astros were terrible. So it's like, oh, okay, cool. This guy who beat us when we were good is beating us when we're bad too. Like, join the line, buddy. Everyone has a great night against the 2011-14 Astros.
Back in 2002, remember the Angels? They won the World Series.
K-Rod.
Mm-hmm. The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim were
Rally Monkey.
Anaheim Angels then. Right, that's right. The Rally Monkey. They had a Rally Monkey. And Mike Scioscia was the manager still at the time. Garrett Anderson. Name some guys, huh? Darren Erstad.
Whoa.
Troy Glaus.
People forget Troy Glaus.
Tim Salmon. Kevin Appier.
Wow, they've had a salmon and a trout.
David Eckstein, the little short guy that everyone loved.
Oh, bleep that guy.
Yeah, everyone loved David Eckstein.
No, bleep him. St. Louis Cardinal.
Yeah, I forgot he was a St. Louis Cardinal. Yeah. Because I remember that World Series, everyone was like, whoa. They also had John Lackey, who they called up in the middle of that year. Yeah, 2002 Angels. Beat the San Francisco Giants and Barry Bonds. Now you know. Memory lane, everybody.
Yeah. We should do that every once in a while.
Just name some guys.
The 2000
Hey!
whatever.
Yeah, let me tell you about the 2006 San Diego Chargers.
Yeah, I think baseball especially, because it's like, remember when we knew 6 guys on a team played in the opposite division?
God, you're so right. Like I couldn't after Mike Trout and obviously Yusei Kikuchi, who's on the hill right now. I really cannot name you another Angel.
Yeah, I know they have Rengifo. I don't know if he's still around.
Sounds like you made that up. It sounds like a slur.
Let me dump that.
Yeah, I don't know if you can say that. I don't know if you can say that anymore. Sounds anti-Italian. Okay? We don't do that. We don't do that here.
Not after hearing the tragic tale of
Pagliacci.
Pagliacci.
I'm not even sure if I know him, if I'm saying it right. It's actually a pizza chain in Seattle, Pagliacci's. Yeah. So Paul, talk about sports. I know. So, who won the college football weekend? Got to be Lee Corso, right? Lee Corso.
Literally, all he did was win.
I mean, he's on national TV on the 2 college football pregame shows, making his final pick, which was same as his first pick, puts on Brutus the Buckeye's head, same way he did back in 1996, the first time he did it.
Yep.
Ohio State beats Texas.
For a split second, I was like, is he going to beat Texas? Then I was like, no, wait. He didn't.
No.
He has to. But for a split second, I was like, it'd be hilarious if he got mercilessly booed.
It would have been really funny, but no, he didn't want that.
It would have been so funny.
I would have hated to see Lee Corso get booed while waving his right hand as slowly as he did with Brutus's head on.
Yeah, the little pageant wave that he does.
He seems so frail now. I was actually concerned when they put Brutus on his head. I was like, wait, can he breathe? It probably smells like just absolute ass inside of that mascot head. Because I'm assuming, unless they have a custom mascot head made now for Lee, which they might now. I mean, Ohio State's got the money to do that.
Yeah, maybe big programs.
But certainly at
Throw
first.
a Febreze in there.
Well, I mean,
a couple sprays of Febreze.
Yeah,
Give it to him.
like all of the Febreze. Like a little potpourri too, and maybe in there as well. But he also picked Florida State over Alabama because he went and played at Florida State. That's where he was named the Sunshine Scooter.
Yeah, isn't there some statistic where he has more? Is it more interceptions or more like touchdowns than Deion Sanders in Florida State history? He has like some record where he has more X things than Deion Sanders.
I bet it would be interceptions. He ranks 3rd in career interceptions, tied with Deion Sanders at 14.
Okay, so he's tied. Yeah.
Yeah.
He has had the same number of interceptions as Deion.
He played at Florida State from 1953 to 1957. 14 interceptions in that time. Record wasn't broken until Monk Bonasorte from 1977 to 1980.
But yeah, Corso was 6 for 6 in his game day picks. Ohio State, FSU, LSU, Miami, Tennessee, South Carolina. He has some good picks in there too. Like picking FSU in that spot, I get it was his alma mater and he was going to do that anyway.
That's the best pick of the weekend.
The best pick anyone had all weekend.
Yeah, I honestly, there are far too many people that were on the Bama trade, myself included. I feel like a total fool.
I was more anti-FSU. Because I also picked Bama, and that was more of a FSU is probably still bad.
That was part of my reason for picking Bama. The other was Thomas Castellanos talked trash to Alabama. Alabama's not going to lose if someone's talking trash to them in the offseason. And I was like, oh, yeah, this is not Alabama anymore.
No.
So I think Lee Corso won the weekend. Thomas Castellanos, he's definitely up there. Tommy touchdown.
He's on the Pavia career path of – did you see that he had his quote where it was like, Nick Saban can't save them anymore? I think it just said Nick can't save them anymore.
Yeah.
And he had those printed up on T-shirts, and he's selling those for $31-17, the final score. $30.
Oh, that's dope. I love that. All right, I might be into Tommy Touchdown now.
It's what NIL is actually made for, is for you to have a
Sell
slogan.
merch.
Yeah, to talk bleep, back it up, and then sell merch.
Because every Alabama fan or every Alabama hater will buy that.
Yeah, every FSU fans. Yeah.
FSU fans, but I think there's a lot of fan bases that would specifically buy this, especially after that went down.
You should buy Will one.
Yeah, honestly, that actually might be funny. That'll be. It's a great idea. Thanks, Sean.
No problem.
Appreciate that. Diego Pavia, by the way, the Vanderbilt quarterback, who famously very bold, very brazen,
bombastic
with his confidence in his ability, despite being 5'10".
I think Brian Kelly in LSU
Winner.
I mean
that's huge.
They did win. B, it was a spot going into Clemson that they're a team that hasn't won a season opening game since 2019.
Yeah.
That goes beyond Brian Kelly, but obviously Brian Kelly was 0 for 3 going into it, and to get a win, not just a win there against that team, but the way they did it off the back of the defense that has been their Achilles heel basically since Brian Kelly showed up. That to me was huge.
Winners, college football, week number 1. I will say this about Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly did eat bleep.
Oh, yeah.
And I wish that someone had the camera on him.
They should have replayed
because there's a moment in LSU Clemson. I forget at what point in the game. I think it was towards the end.
Third, fourth quarter, deep pass to the left side.
There's a deep pass, and you just see Brian Kelly's on his ass.
Just
and
eat it.
and there's no replay, and there was no one in the stadium, apparently, who caught this in the moment to zoom in on him, and not even like a crowd shot of it, but he ate it. And I want to know what happened. Like, did he collide with a ref? Did he just trip over himself?
Yeah.
Seeing his probably very angry reaction. He's a small Bostonian. Like, this is what my people do. I would have given anything to see the first 2 seconds of him getting up. Like, who would he get mad at?
Yeah, it looked like he looked at the ref, but I don't know. That's just, again, in the background of a play that's happening, because there's no solo shot on him at any point. I know that exists, by the way. I know they have a camera on the coach at all times.
You better watch out, or I'll have you up in a tower recording practice. Better watch out. What? You can threaten that. He's the head coach at LSU. Well, I'm just saying he could threaten that if he wanted to. I know. It's very
I thought you were
tragic.
gonna go Whitey Bulger.
He probably knows Whitey Bulger. Yeah. Did a lot for the community up there.
Sorry, Paul. Tennessee, another winner.
Yeah, they look great. Their quarterback.
Even less because of what they did to Syracuse, but how their quarterback played in comparison to Nico. Yeah,
he's great. I
won the breakup.
I mean, Tennessee had at least 9 drops in this game too. Like, their receivers sucked. That was one of the reasons Syracuse was able to hang around. And Aguilar, I really liked him. And I don't like Tennessee, so that takes a lot for me to say that. I cannot stand anything about them. Tennessee, this is a big one for them. I mean, it is Syracuse. And I think Syracuse is maybe a 7-win team.
That's why I think it's specifically comparing Aguilar's offense to last year's offense with Nico.
Yeah.
And then how Nico played late night in
was a bomb. Against Utah. Against Utah. That was my second most confident pick.
Oh, yeah. The Utah was going to smoke.
It was like, UCLA sucks and Utah's awesome. The spread was like 6 or something. It wasn't even that much.
Yeah.
Ryan Day, winner for week 1.
Yes, because no one's talking about his nipple piercing because they won. I think if they lost, we would talk about it more.
If they lost, but no, I think now people are like the nipple piercing is pretty cool.
Kind of plays.
Definitely dyes his beard though. I'm sorry, I just do not buy that, Mrs. Day. I do not buy that he doesn't dye his beard. Matt Patricia.
Yeah.
Biggest win for him in a really long time. You made the greatest quarterback since Jesus.
Jesus the Christ.
Jesus the Christ. You made him look pretty pedestrian out there.
Yeah, no. I begrudgingly have to respect Matt Patricia now. It sucks.
Quinn Ewers won the weekend. Didn't play.
No. Yeah.
But all those people that were like, Quinn, you suck. Now they're doing the same thing with Arch Manning. New Mexico had the coolest play of the weekend. The dude in Miami who had that catch.
Oh, yeah. CJ
Holy
Daniels.
crap.
Whew.
Bailing out a
Honest-
terrible Carson Beck throw.
Honestly, Carson Beck a little bit, too.
Yeah, I know.
Kind of won the weekend.
Yeah, he did. He did
Put
look
some
pretty good
respect
out there.
on his
He did look pretty good out there. I said he sucked. That's basically. I was like, he's the one holding Georgia back. Well, no, he looked pretty good there.
Okay.
Got the Cavenders and their boob jobs out of the way and distraction free, I guess.
Definitely distracted.
Or perhaps very distracted. I don't know.
Different distractions now.
Gosh. Quarterback in the NIL era at Miami. Good luck.
Stay safe out there, guys.
Yeah.
Especially Miami. Good. Ooh.
Good Miami, right. Yeah, because
You saw Irvin on the sideline. Michael Irvin.
I think we might see him at more Saturdays than Sundays this year. I think he might be back. He might be back. Michael Irvin's got a podcast out, too. He's promoting it every now and then.
There we go.
Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. Big tennis news. Naomi Osaka eliminated Coco Gauff. That's it.
Oh, damn.
You know,
it's a big matchup. I know both of those tennis players. It's a big
I
matchup.
know both of those tennis players as well. I do. I feel like anyway. I don't know much more about tennis. Sorry, I was trying to go with something, but I was like, didn't one of them cry? Did both of them cry?
Probably both.
Yeah. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Who won the college football weekend? And who's got a case of the Mondays? Obviously, Caleb DeBoer's got the biggest case of the Mondays, but who else does have a case of the Mondays? Stick around, Paul Gallant Show. Who's got a case of the Mondays? 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and on Twitch at ESPN 975. Guess what? You're going to have a case of the Mondays if you miss out on the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 listener appreciation party. It's at the St. Arnold Beer Hall Friday with foods from BB's, great plate hospitality, Nico's, Taquerias Arandas, and Portillo's, and of course all the drinks from St. Arnold. Plus, there's going to be the roast of 97.5 hosts as Barry is going to be roasting us. That'll be fun. Barry Laminack. You can win a pair of tickets right now. Caller number 3, 713-780-3776.
And this is the real ones because they're listening on Labor Day.
Mm-hmm.
Either they're working hard, still at work like us, grinders.
Or hardly working.
Or on their day off. They can't get enough of this little radio show we like to call the Paul Gallant Show.
Is Barry going to roast me again for wearing shorts once while doing stand-up comedy?
Probably.
Okay.
And probably, depending on what your inseam is on the shorts that you wear on Friday, I'll go over under 4.5.
He can't pull it off. He can't pull it off. No, I'm probably going to wear the white linen pants that a lot of my fashionably idiot listeners, let's be frank, they call capris. No, they're just linen pants, man. Island Ride. Who's got a case of the Mondays? Text it in, 713-780-3776. Arch Manning has a case of the Mondays, for sure. After his performance on Saturday, he did not meet the hype. But, Steve Sarkisian, much more of a case of the Mondays than Arch Manning. Not even a debate on that front. Kalen DeBoer and all Alabama fans, they're certainly feeling it this Monday. Especially because Paul Feinbaum probably has the day off, I would assume. Pow! Come on, Pow! Who else has a case of the Mondays? Did anyone see this video that went viral of Nico Harrison over the weekend? Nico Harrison was at a Twin Peaks, just hanging out. I guess he's a Twin Peaks guy. They came up to him, a couple of fans seeing him in the window, and then they were mean to him. Nico's never going to get over that. They got Cooper Flagg. I mean, Nico can't spin getting Cooper Flagg as if that was part of some grand vision. The Mavericks really lucked out winning the lottery and being able to take Cooper Flagg first overall. But look, you're never getting past this. That said, it does stink. You know, you're just trying to enjoy your Labor Day, and you can't. Case of the Mondays. Who else has a case of the Mondays? A U.S. Open fan who thought that he was going to get a hat signed by a tennis star whose name eludes me.
I thought it was Djokovic at first, but it's not Djokovic.
Oh, so who cares? Why is this kid upset?
Going off of our Osaka Coco Golf thing of, big matchup. We know these two people.
Tennis star Kamil Majrzak. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consonants in a row in his name.
Okay.
What's with that?
USA? Gonna guess not.
Maybe. We are a very diverse country. We're very welcoming, very cool. Everyone's allowed or something. I don't know. But this guy gave his hat, which he autographed, to a young fan, and a grown man just took it from him and put it in his bag. Now, this tennis player did find the kid afterwards. He did get an autographed hat. But the adult who stole it is Polish millionaire CEO. What's his name? You can't even see his name here.
They're protecting.
Are they
Polish
protecting his
millionaire
name?
CEO. I know he put out a statement.
He put out a statement. Here's the statement. The recent incident at the tennis match has caused a disproportionate online uproar. It's all about the famous hat, of course. Yes, I took it. Yes, I did it quickly. But as I've always said, life is first come, first served. I understand that some people might not like it, but please, let's not make a global scandal out of the hat. It's just a hat. If you were faster, you would have it. Regarding online hate, I remind you that insulting a public figure is subject to legal liability. All offensive comments, slander, and insinuations will be analyzed for the possibility of taking the matter to court. Okay, well, this guy's a pussy. Never mind. I was going to try to come up with a defense for him. This guy sucks.
Piotr, this is another. Szczyzierek, Szczyzierek.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It must be, you know what? Good for you. You have a name that's impossible to pronounce. Yes, he's a pussy. What an a-hole. I can't say all the things I would say about this person. This person deserves to be invaded by Russia and Poland and Germany at the same time. Drawn and quartered. No, seriously. If he didn't say anything afterwards, just say like, oh yeah, like whoops, my bad, fine. But the last part where like, oh, I might sue you.
Yeah,
no.
Remember, don't be mean to me.
Here is some actual malice. Like, you deserve to die. Like that's the kind of reprehensible thing that should be said to you. And if you want to sue that, like you do not deserve to be on this planet with us.
The views of Paul Gallant do not reflect the views of the Paul Gallant Show or ESPN 97.5 Gal Media.
If he had not put that statement out there, I would not say any of these things.
If he would have just said you got to be faster,
I would have laughed at that. I did not think he was going to have that last part. Like, I'll sue you. I'll sue you. I'm a public figure. Like, I've never heard of you.
Or, as I learned in business, you must, like, if he goes full LinkedInese.
If he had gone LinkedInese, I would have laughed. He probably would have been taking himself way too seriously. But
the relentless mindset that I showed in this 5-second clip is also the relentless mindset that I have when I'm running whatever my company is. My Polish ice making company or whatever.
Spell your name right, loser. Piotr. What? It's Peter. It's Peter. Piotr. 7 consonants in his last name.
He was the guy who figured out to take the screen door off the submarine.
There you go. Anyway, that's Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Congratulations on your hat, sir. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, we got a little garbage time before we get out of here. Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at St. Arnold, who are hosting our listener party on Friday. Gotta get down on Friday. St. Arnold has a beer for everyone and a beer garden, which is a place for everyone, and private events, a space for everyone. That's right. You can have your private event at St. Arnold, like our listener party coming up on Friday. They've got spaces for groups of 20 to 300 people. Our party is going to be at the beer hall if you want to check it out in advance. Full audio and visual capabilities, projector screens, everything that you need for your get-together, whether it's a happy hour or corporate meeting or a wedding. Plus, full in-house catering menu prepared by the St. Arnold chef, appetizer table, full-on feast, and on top of that, beer for your event, the freshest St. Arnold beer in the world. Straight from the source, wine, cider, root beer as well. Book your event now. Holiday parties running out of time. You'll get prime dates the quicker you get in. Just go to St. Arnold's website, starnold.com. Click on private events. It's starnold.com. Again, private events. And since you listen to the station, mention ESPN or my name, and you will get their brewery game package free for your event, which gives you a combo of dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, pool table, and as a bonus, a photo booth as well. Again, mention my name, Gallant, Paul, whatever, or ESPN, and you will get that little extra as part of your event. Book your event now, starnold.com, private events. That's starnold.com, private events. St. Arnold has a beer for everyone, a place for everyone, and now they've got a space for everyone. starnold.com, click on private events, and tell them Paul Gallant sent you.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. So, Astros back in front of the Angels. 4-3 they lead, top of the sixth inning. Luis Garcia still in the game. He has thrown 78 pitches, and he's got a 2-2 count. Could potentially get out of the sixth, perhaps even pitch into the seventh inning, as he just struck out Mike Trout, who is a very overrated player based off of that moment right there. Very overrated. Again, based off of that moment.
Oh. And his previous track record against the Astros.
Yeah.
I mean, people say he's the greatest. Haven't seen it.
I'm sure Mike Trout had previous at-bats against Luis Garcia in this game. And shout out to Luis Garcia, who did have a rough inning. I think it was the third inning where he gave up all three of those runs. But, hey, man, goes out there. What did he have over the course of the game? 6 strikeouts in 6 innings, 3 hits allowed. I think both of them came courtesy of home runs. There were 2 home runs they allowed in the 4th inning. And how did Mike Trout do in today's game? Mike Trout is 1 for 3. Okay. But he had that strikeout right there.
Not my goat.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Also, we have a fun moment because it is Monday, so a lot of college football coaches are finally talking to the media back in their respective homes. Kalen DeBoer at Alabama's press conference today. Here's an exchange. I'm going to read the back and forth. Reporter, you mentioned the great week of preparation leading up to the Florida State game. DeBoer responds, I said that?
Oh, no.
Reporter, you said that. Yes. DeBoer apparently made an interesting face at the end. Woof. Well, we'll be diving back into that tomorrow. L's keep on coming for Alabama. Goodness gracious.
That is, and it's a fair question by the reporter, but there's malicious intent with that question of like, well, also the question of like, hey, you said before the game you had a good week in practice. What the hell, dude? That's basically his question.
But I'll give him a tip of the hat if I'm that reporter because he said, I said that? I don't know if that was intentional.
Also, wrong answer by Kalen DeBoer.
It could be the right answer. Just like, I said that?
Whoops.
Wow.
My bad. Didn't mean it.
Clearly wasn't enough. Yeah. It's I mean, listen.
I mean, there is no right answer. I'll just say there's no right answer when you're the Alabama head coach and you're what was the stat? They're 5-5.
They're 5-5 in their last 10 games, and they've been, I think, outscored.
Just can't do that.
4 of those times by teams that we're definitely not expecting to.
Oh yeah, they're double-digit favorites.
Double-digit favorites against. Yes, that's it. Thank you. All right. Well, we'll see if the Astros are able to hold on to this lead. Up 4-3. Yainer Diaz just flew out to right field. Time for a little garbage time before we get out of here on this Labor Day. Shout out to the Arkansas fan as his Razorbacks had gotten out to a 31-7 lead in their college football kickoff. 52-7, they beat down Alabama A&M. Lots of Razorback fans, doing their best pig suey out there. And as halftime wound down, somebody paid someone on the big screen to say this: congrats on the divorce, Grant. Plenty more fish in the sea. Huh.
I like this. That's funny.
That is funny.
Because I assume they do like birthdays and stuff at a lot of games where you can send like, hey, congratulations to so-and-so for their 8th birthday and whatever. I guess you can just send in whatever if you slip in a 20 or whatever it takes to get on there and just be like, hey, just say congrats on the divorce.
A friend of mine may or may not have had a similar experience at a pool in Las Vegas where, at the very least that weekend, one, his ex-wife might have been there. Two, he met his next wife. What a weekend.
Did this take place in a romantic comedy?
It feels like it.
A raunchy romantic comedy.
It
an
feels like
R-rated,
it.
Yeah.
Certainly feels like it. Anyway,
wow.
Big fan of both of the new ones, So there we go.
Okay. Big fan.
Big fan of the new, really big fan of the new one. Not the new ones. I don't know why. Big fan of this venture.
Yes, and big fan of the Arkansas. It
That's
has
pretty
to
fun.
be a friend group that
Definitely
put this together.
Definitely, for sure. But there is a certain point where, like, hey, stop talking about your ex-wife,
Yeah, hey. There is a good, plenty more. It ends on a high note. Plenty of fish in the sea.
Turns out you cannot protect yourself from dying if you're wearing a Kevlar helmet. So this is a story that I saw last week.
Was there some new R&D done by Northrop Grumman or something?
Oof. No. So this took place in Northwest Harris County. Sean O'Donnell was arrested and booked into Harris County Jail on Thursday on charges of allegedly murdering Aaron Prout. Why? Because apparently they were wearing helmets that had Kevlar in them and I guess were screwing around. That is the allegation of actually what went down.
Wait, so they were shooting each other in the head with helmets on?
That's what it sounds like, at least from the initial report as it was posted. This is the Breaking 911 post about it. Houston area man charged with murder after friends took turns shooting each other in the head while wearing Kevlar helmets. Are we allowed to laugh at this? I mean, this is brutal. It's tragic. I'm assuming alcohol was involved. Guys being guys? No? Too dark for Labor Day?
Is it illegal for men to have hobbies? Hey, you know what? I know you have the day off today, fellas. Don't do those.
Don't do that.
If you have Kevlar, someone already tried it. If you have a Kevlar helmet laying around,
stick to fireworks. Blow off your hand. Don't.
This really is an escalation of shooting fireworks at people.
Seriously.
This is just like the 10 of 10 escalation of it. Of let me shoot you in the head to see if this Kevlar helmet works.
Just screwing around.
Whoa. Hey, stop messing around.
Stop messing around. Get up. It's not cool. Too much blood. Stop bleeding. Oh, that's rough. Anyway, and on that note, hopefully we have a show on Monday, but appreciate everyone who tuned into today's.
Well, we definitely have a show on Monday.
Check that tomorrow, Tuesday. Hopefully everyone enjoyed this edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. Big thanks to our texters, callers, YouTubers, Twitchers, and everyone else who listens. Subscribe to the Paul Gallant Show podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blankers. I'm Branham. He's Brian. It is the Killer Reese on a Monday. Happy Labor Day. Appreciate all those that labor. Kind of like us. You know, this is some hard work, man. Blood, sweat, tears. You go home sore each and every day. But we do it for you. We put on for
I'm a
you.
dog.
And in honor of Labor Day, to pay homage to Labor Day, those that have labored to build our great country, we're going to labor. We're going to labor today. So glad you're with us. Lots to get to today. We are. It is game week, by the way. Happy NFL game week to all of those who celebrate.
Go Texas.
Football's so great. Like, I'm sitting there, I'm happy we played Thursday selfishly because Saturday I did nothing but watch football, draft football, and dream about football. And it's going to get even better this week because there's NFL this week. All starts on Thursday, too. We got a good Thursday matchup. Should be a lot of fun. But we'll talk some NFL, of course, because it is game week. Game week is finally here. Lots to get to today, as you know. We'll recap the college football weekend. Lots happening over college football this past weekend. That was a lot of fun, and we'll discuss that, of course. But first, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Astros wrapping up a 4-game series against Anaheim. We'll react to the game once it goes final. But good, bad, and ugly, as we do each and every week. The Astros lost the series up to this point, so we'll start with the bad and the ugly and get to some of the good, because there was a little good. What bad and ugly do you have, Blankers? What takes it away for you?
I mean, bad and ugly starts and ends with the offense. The offense was brutal. They did get some hits Friday night, but overall, to just get absolutely shut down Saturday and Sunday and just struggle mightily even just to put a base hit on the board was not timely because of the fact that, you had a chance to gain ground on Seattle, and at one point it looked like you were going to, and then you just crapped the bed offensively.
713-780-3776. One word to describe the Astros offense the last 3 games.
Pathetic.
I asked my friends on Twitter to describe it, and there a lot of what they said weren't. We can't repeat it on the air because they were a little vocal about it. Anemic, maybe. I think that's my favorite one. I know Rome would write an article saying anemic as well. Like Michael said putrid. Bill Kelly said offensive, which is kind of funny.
Inept.
Because, it was offensive, but it wasn't offensive, if that makes any sense. Alien, that's a bad word. Jeremy Booth, he combined words, says Alvarez is hitting second again because he hates that. Darkness. Non-existent, that's 2 words. You failed the task. Invisible, said somebody. Lost. Miserable, expected, unsupportive, inconsistent, inevitable, imaginary, intermittent, putrid, pathetic, brutal, stagnant, bad word, pressing, yips,
non-existent,
missing, terrible, deceased, non-existent. It's there's all of these superlatives or opposite of superlatives are the Houston Astros offense right now.
I think I used anemic a couple weeks ago. I didn't want to use it again because that was during the Red Sox series when they were really bad. But my goodness, this was worse. This was it was downright pathetic. It was like 4A. Mm-hmm. It was just looking like you were facing Cy Young Award winners every time someone else took the bump for the Angels because you looked like you just couldn't put anything together, let alone put bat to baseball.
Post All-Star break, I stole this from Marks on Twitter. The Astros post All-Star break are 29th in runs, 20th in batting average, 21st in on base, 26th in slugging, 24th in home runs, 3rd in grounding into double plays. The offense has been bad, and it's coming whenever you've gotten Yordan back, and Yordan's been better than what our expectations of him. Because temper expectations. He hasn't played in forever, 100 games. You got to ease him back in. He's been really good, and the Astros around him have been awful offensively.
Yeah, it's just and again, it's one of those unpredictable. How in the hell are they 2 games ahead in first place? Type elements to the season when it seems like the roller coaster has been when the pitching's been good, the offense has been bad. When the offense has been good, the pitching has been bad. And yet somehow they brother-in-law everything together to a point where with all the numbers you just rattled off, you would think there's no way this team is in first place, let alone by multiple games. But yet here we are.
Yeah, well, the division's been a pillow race, like a pillow fight.
Yeah, because Seattle's been awful too.
Correct. So it's I think it's more of a tell of the division than anything else. But the Astros do find themselves in first place. How about the Astros going 3-3 in the 6 games versus the Angels and the Rockies this last week? Y'all thought I was nuts whenever I said give me 4-2. I said, give me 4-2. Oh, no, that's not lofty enough. No, 4-2 would have been great. 4-2 would have been fantastic because they were 3-3 against the Rockies and the Angels.
Yeah,
Brutal.
It's just you don't want to say it's because, again, another one of the elements of this roller coaster season is you do really well against the first place teams, and you absolutely struggle mightily against every team that is close to being a cellar dweller or a really less than team, and you make them feel really good about themselves when they get done playing you. And that's what you've seen so far in this homestand. And those were winnable games. The games in this series were winnable, that they were attainable. They were right there until the bitter end, including Saturday night, and then they just fumbled it away.
All right, hit me with your next one.
Next one to me was the Lance McCullers Jr. Just, I mean, for one inning, if we look at him, he didn't want to go to the pen at all. But I think that the happy medium was, hey, we'll piggyback you with somebody else. You'll get multiple innings still. There's a chance for you to stay somewhat stretched out. You can do what you need to do. First inning, fantastic. Second inning, holy goodness, what's going to be the next injury, excuse, or discussion about Lance McCullers Jr.?
Maybe he's just a one-inning guy.
It's possible. And because, again, in that inning, that first inning, he didn't have to use it much, but the fastball looked like he could actually get a major league hitter out. And in the second inning, when he wasn't hitting people or walking people, Trout hit the fastball on a laser beam off the left center field wall.
Yeah. No, he wasn't good in that second inning. I'm sure the first inning was also smoke and mirrors. When you say Lance was I guess, reluctant to go to the pen, you're talking about before the year?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I think you have to give him credit for being willing to do it now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I kind of commend him for doing that. I don't know if it was his idea.
Did he have a choice, really?
Well, I mean, he could have said no, yeah. I mean, he could have been like, I refuse. I'm going to be a diva about it. No, you're not doing that to me. He could have done that.
And then he could have been a free man.
Sure, but he still gets paid.
Right.
So, I mean, I think that would have been best case scenario for the Astros. Really.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, I give him credit for moving to the bullpen. That's really all you can say about that, though, because he has been pretty awful at everything else. I think you can throw Abreu into the mix as well. Abreu on Saturday.
He was on my list, yep.
Okay. And I think a lot of that was kind of like he kind of got a bunch of seeing eye singles early, but then the extra base hits came up late, couldn't get out of the inning. Broke up 12 scoreless outings from Brian Abreu. So the greatness that was Brian Abreu for the last month went all awry on Saturday night.
Yeah, I'm not going to worry about Brian Abreu. It was a hiccup. It was unfortunate. And because of the fact that they couldn't put any offense together, even the ball that ended up being extra base hits, it was catchable. You probably should have given up one there. But you gave up more than that because Cam didn't catch it. So it happens, right? It happens to the best of them, and he is one of the best of them. And unfortunately, it happened to you at a time when the perfect storm against you happened on all in one game. And he was on. That was on my list as well because it was. I thought watching the Seattle game kind of back and forth. I thought, well, Seattle just lost. That's fantastic. You got a chance to gain a game, and instead you screwed up.
All right. Any other ones you have?
That was about it.
Brian, any other ones you have?
I mean, you guys obviously talked about a lot of them. Brian Abreu, LMJ were top of my list. And then you said the offense overall, but like specifically, like Correa was 1 for 11, Yiner was 1 for 11, Walker was 0 for 7 on Saturday and Sunday. I mean, the offense as a whole, but some of the guys, especially with Correa and Walker that you're paying, you hope a little bit, get a little bit more from those guys.
You're not paying 100% of Correa though. You're not paying 100% of Correa. You're getting how much are they paying? How much do they get off on that? They got
phrasing.
No, that's if you're going to be a pervert, you be a pervert. I'm not going to adjust who I am.
He was due to make what 20?
No, it was like 33.
33.
I think they're kept $8 million of it, so 816, maybe 25% they kept, something like that. I don't remember.
They knocked 10 or
I don't remember.
But I thought the annual salary went down to about 23.
Okay, well, was that 33? So maybe it was a third? Maybe they ate a third of his money? I mean, if they're getting a third of his money, you can only expect 2/3 of Correa offensively. That's how it works.
So 2/3 equals 1 for 11?
That's how it works. Now, that one hit was important. The one hit was a clutch hit.
Go-ahead run, yeah.
And he has good at-bats. Like, all these other dudes are flailing away, swinging first pitch, and, like, popping it up on the infield. Yiner Diaz was up with the bases loaded, nobody out, and hits, like, a ground ball to third base. Steps on third, gets the dude at the plate, out of the inning completely. So, like...
His bats are definitely more competitive than the other two I mentioned for sure.
I mean, you're right. I'm just kind of like, which one is the tallest little kid, That's kind of what I'm looking at.
The salvageable were what? Pena was 3 for 12, Alvarez was 3 for 10, and didn't see a whole lot of pitches, and Altuve was 3 for 12.
Yeah. Didn't Yander's like Jordan's on base since he's come back like 500?
Yeah, a lot of
So
walks.
Yeah, Jordan was, I think, on base 5 times over the weekend.
Yeah,
so
a lot of walks.
He's doing his job.
Maybe the offense will explode-ish today against a former love. But we'll see. We'll see. The offense hasn't been very good. Jordan coming into today's game, and they play at 3:05 or 6:05, of course. 286 batting average coming into today's game with a 500 on base, a 500 slug. His OPS coming in today's game since coming back 6 games is 1,000 on the nose. He's so good. Jordan is so good.
He is, and you can see we saw the respect he's gotten from both series from the fact that they don't want to pitch to him. Colorado absolutely basically was telling every pitcher, don't even let him see anything he can hit.
Mm-hmm.
But even in this series, they've been doing their best to pitch around him. He is a factor even when he's not actually swinging and making contact because of the fear he puts in the other team.
Everybody's arguing about where he should bat in the order, 2nd or 4th. And like I prefer 4th. I'm fine with 2. Like I really don't care about batting orders a whole lot. I think they're grossly overrated. The problem is it doesn't matter where he's batting if nobody else that's batting behind him is doing anything. Like if he's batting 4th and you have Walker behind him and Sanchez behind him and they're not coming through whenever there's runners on base, well, they're never going to pitch to him. If he's batting 2nd and Altuve's doing nothing and Correa's 1 for his last 11 and they're not doing anything with runners on base, they're not going to pitch to him. So all of you can fight about Jordan batting 2nd, Jordan batting 4th, when the reality of the situation is it doesn't matter because they're not going to pitch to him in a critical moment because nobody behind him, whether he's hitting 2nd or 4th, is doing a darn thing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that's unfortunate. But, you look at it and say the only time he might see good pitches if there's bases loaded in a 1-run game and they have to pitch to him because other than that, no, why would you? If you know that the rest of the lineup is putrid, then why would you?
I wouldn't pitch him in that situation. Like I'm throwing him pitch. Like obviously I'm not intentionally walking him.
You're hoping he chases.
Almost. Yeah, I'm not throwing him a strike. Like I'll nibble, and if he wants to get himself out, cool. But I'm not throwing anything over the plate. No chance. No chance. Correa 1 for what did you say? 1 for 11. Yeah. Christian Walker behind. No. Somebody else is beating me. Jordan's not beating me. And you know what's going to magnify this? If the Astros are in the playoffs, postseason baseball.
Yeah.
Like the Angels are playing for nothing, right? Yeah, they're fighting, and they're maybe going to win the series, and they're playing hard for their interim manager. But you get into a playoff series, and you expect Jordan to get pitches to hit? No chance. And you know what worries me a little bit is that Jordan, because the offense has been anemic, putrid, lifeless, whatever, starts to chase at bad pitches. So like. Start to come around, guys. Start to come around. The wake-up call needs to happen. It needs to happen. It's September.
The Walker thing's so weird because he can look so good, and he had a really good month last month for the most part. But when you watch him in some of the games in this series, he just looks overmatched by a lot of fastballs still, and it's puzzling.
Yeah, he's his bat speed's there though. Like I just don't know if he's a great hitter, maybe just a good hitter. They got off to a bad start. We covered here with the bads and the uglies.
Oh, and the ugly was just the injury itself. The Ward injury itself was ugly. Just the fact that he was bleeding and they had to come out of the bullpen with a towel.
Yeah. Who's the most famous cut man in boxing history?
What's his name? Is it Ferdy Pacheco, the fight doctor?
Whoever it was,
I don't know.
They needed to get that guy out there.
Or Mick from Rocky.
I was thinking Mickey
from Rocky.
Yeah.
Do you know how many stitches it took?
I heard it was 20, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was 20 stitches.
Really?
20 stitches above the brow. That's what Julia said today.
That's normally where it splits.
He didn't land on the IL, and they said they expected him back in a couple of days. So I think he got lucky. But 20 stitches right above the brow. That is a dog, dude. He tried to finish the play too, but he's the center fielder's there. So
and he was the guy waving for the medical attention while he was hurt.
Yeah, he was.
Well, he knows he's been hit in the face by a fastball before.
Right.
And sneakily, he's got 30 bombs?
He's pretty good.
He's having a pretty good year.
He's pretty good. Pretty good in Anaheim where, baseball, they don't care about baseball. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Eric, the driver, says the offense unwatchable. Unwatchable? Why did I put an in there? Unwatchable. Josh from Seabrook, the Astros are like the Steelers of the past few years. Good team, playing down to their competition. Israel says still 2 games up. Shh emoji. Shh emoji. emoji. He used 3 of them. That's the good. I mean, that's the first good of the day. What are the goods that came from the Astro weekend? Plenty to get to. We'll talk some NFL. We'll talk D'Amico leaving the Texans for Alabama. We don't think it's going to happen. But I saw some internet rumors out there. Not really rumors, just kind of some conversation. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Football is back. It is back. Underdog is the place to make picks and win money all season long, too. If you're hearing this in Texas, you can play right now. Playing on Underdog is easy. Pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, yards, interceptions, and more. It's easy. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. Today, you can actually get a Saquon Barkley free play. Will he be higher than 0 rushing yards? Of course he will. Take advantage of the free play on Underdog right now. Also, a 30% profit boost going on this moment. And, of course, still some time to hammer out these best balls. You can find me in the lobbies. And with Underdog, you still have the originals. You have the ladders where you make 3 to 5 picks, progressively win more based on how well each pick performs. You still have the streaks. Each streak starts by making 2 picks. If both are correct, the next pick for the streak becomes available. So download the app right now and sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. Promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. You can be next. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Killer Bees, 713-780-ESPN, laboring on a Labor Day. Appreciate all the laborers out there, though. We put on for you. Alex says, B-Mac, hit the sounder. Texas is back.
Texas is back, folks.
We'll get to college football a little bit later, but yeah.
Arch is a bum.
Sheesh, already turning your back
Spoiler
on Arch.
alert. Oh, he was a bum Saturday.
None of it on Sark?
Huh?
None of it on Sark?
Oh, the tush push was garbage, but no, it doesn't matter what he calls if Arch can't hit a simple 5-yard crosser.
Yeah, we'll discuss in greater detail a little bit later. Texas, maybe they'll be back next week, back to a 1-1 record. Who do they play next week?
Texas
It's
folks.
UTSA.
Ooh, really?
I think
UTSA going A&M Texas right out of the gates?
No, I'm sorry. It's UTEP. It's
Oh,
it's
okay.
one of the Texas system schools.
I gotcha. Yeah, we'll discuss greater detail. Some college football. Got to get to some college football later. It was great over the weekend. Watching that all weekend long. All right, the good coming from the Astros. Is there any good to be had after the Astros lost 2 of 3 over the weekend? They're hoping to split the series with a win today.
I would say the starting pitching. I think that's where you have to start because you got really quality starts from Brown, Arrighetti, and Javier. Javier really looked great. Didn't give up a hit in 6 innings. Only gave up 3 walks. Had 6 Ks. Arrighetti looked fantastic. Only 1 hit in 6 1/3. And Brown, deserved a win. It's 6 innings, 3 hits. Made 1 mistake. So I would say those 3 alone and starting pitching is where you start.
Suddenly the starting pitching's looking pretty good, huh? Depending on what Luis Garcia does today. But if Garcia pitches well today, I mean, you're looking at Hunter, who's been dominant all year long, and kind of, maybe he's tracking to be top 3 AL Cy Young. I feel pretty confident saying that right now, which would give the Astros a draft pick. Fromber looked great with Cesar Salazar behind the plate last time he pitched, and I'm wondering who catches him tomorrow. I'm eagerly awaiting that lineup tomorrow to see who catches Fromber Valdez in the first game of the series against the Yankees. Because if it's Cesar Salazar, I might opposite of riot. Like I'm gonna celebrate if Cesar Salazar is catching Fromber Valdez tomorrow, but we'll see. You mentioned Javier. He looked fantastic. What was it, 6 no-hit innings? Like, it was vintage Christian Javier. Arrighetti pitched well 2 starts ago, but it was a weird start because he wasn't getting the whiffs. He wasn't getting the strikeouts that he normally does. So it's like, well, that's kind of weird. Maybe it's a step in the right direction, but who knows? And then all of a sudden, his last start over the weekend, the swing and miss is there. The strikeout was there. So Arrighetti looked fantastic. And, maybe Christian Javier, Luis Garcia will look good today. So now, all of a sudden, the rotation's looking like a strength. Now, small sample, recency bias, absolutely. But it's funny how the tables turn. And then if you still have Costanza, of course.
Yeah, no. Yada. That's the one positive you can take away unequivocally going forward with this team is the fact that you've got guys now that look like when they take the hill for you that they can give you, instead of hoping they could give you 4 or 5, which we were dealing with for a portion of the season, you got pretty much, they're going to go to a 6-man rotation, I think, until they get their next day off. But you got 5 guys right now that you could rattle off their names and say, I trust them.
Maybe 6.
So you got.
Do you trust Hunter?
Yeah.
Do you trust Fromber?
Yep.
Agreed. Do you trust Costanza?
Yep.
Summer of George? Of course we trust him.
Yep.
The Summer of
Do
George!
you trust Javier?
Right now I do.
Javier's been pretty good other than that game when he was sick.
The puke game, yeah. Or the poopy game, whatever it is.
Yeah, TMI. Arrighetti.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well.
Luis Garcia.
we've only seen Luis Garcia once.
One run this last outing, but
Arrighetti's
5
last
walks.
2 starts. Yeah, 5 walks. He's always
5
going to be.
walks
He's going to be a walk guy though. Like he's going to give
5,
up his
though?
walks. So is Javier. Javier's a walk guy.
Yeah, I would crush him if he walked 5.
I rather give up 5 walks than 5 hits.
No, well, 100%, but still can't walk 5.
Yeah, he needs to walk less. I agree. And then Garcia.
You doing a Ric Flair walk?
No, I'm doing the cumbia. I'm doing
Couldn't
the cumbia.
tell when you're trying to jazzercise in your seat.
Well, I'm
there.
not a good dancer.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm not a good
I guess the Garcia question is kind of like TBD, not just because the game's at 6:05, but because of the fact that it's his first start back in the bigs, and it's the Angels. But yeah, you would hope that because he was progressing in AAA, that he's got the stuff and the ability to be a guy you trust.
Yeah, like I wouldn't. I'm not going to go all in on Luis Garcia just yet, but it was very encouraging to see his start today, or going to see his start today. So yeah, the starting rotation looks pretty good. I think. What else, Jeff?
Did you watch? And we can get back to it later, but I didn't see the inning that he got touched up today. But other than that, I like the fact that he kind of has settled in on a delivery. His slot looks better. It looks like he's using his full extension, and it looks like he had command of his pitches, which, to B-Mac's point, when we're talking about guys that are walking too much and losing control, no matter what kind of stuff they have, that was encouraging.
Yeah, I read Chandler's article last week where Luis Garcia's dropping the little shot put thing, where he's getting more extension, which, I'm not saying this can't be efficient, the shot put thing, but it just didn't look good. It looked weird to me, but he dropped that, and he's feeling more comfortable, so that's cool. What else do you have?
For the ugly?
No, the good.
Oh, the good? Just the top 3 guys in the lineup were decent. That's what we were talking about. The fact. Oh, you know what? And some of the guys in the bullpen were good. I got to give a nod to guys like Ort, who was sucking it up and doing what he had to do. Okert, who did what he had to do. And the De Los Santos acquisition was something I was like, oh, he won't even pitch probably for the Astros, or it'll be just kind of like a bridge guy. And he's actually been better than serviceable.
Yeah, he's got his arm's pretty legit. He's got a big league arm. Now, he loaded the bases, nobody out, and was able to get out of that jam. But, hey, he got out of the jam. Caleb Ort's been sneaky good recently. Like, we gave him a lot of grief. Everybody, gave him a lot of grief for that extra inning loss, which, I mean, there's a man for man. But the bases were loaded, walks the guy. Actually, at second and third, walked back-to-back guys. But Caleb Ort has been sneaky good for like the last, 2 months. Let's see. You go back to July 1st. Caleb Ort since July 1st has a 2.49 ERA. In 21 and 2/3, he has 25 strikeouts, just 13 walks. Like, Caleb Ort is turning into the pitcher we thought he had the potential of being at the start of the year. And I think he had the injury early, kind of derailed him a little bit, was slow to get back. But since July, Caleb Ort's been pretty stinking good.
I didn't realize it was that good. But
Pretty stinking
you
good.
look at it, aside from Kimbrel, it was the reverse of what we had been seeing lately, where Abreu was normally the guy that kind of carried everybody, even if there were hiccups. Instead, Abreu had the hiccup, and yet Ort, Okert, King, and De Los Santos were all really good for you.
Yeah. My last good is that you still have a comfortable lead on the playoffs. Still a comfortable lead on the playoffs. And Fangraphs has the Astros like as an 89% chance to make the playoffs. Your lead right now on the playoffs is actually over the Rangers. The Rangers have jumped Kansas City.
Really?
They've won like 6 or 7 in a row, I think.
They've won 5 in a row. They've won 8 of their last 10 to
And that's
piggyback
without
off that.
Simeon. That's without they're shutting guys
Without,
down left
Nathan
and right.
Eovaldi?
Yeah, Uvalde, Simeon. There's several guys out for them.
4.5 game lead for the Astros over the Rangers. Now, they do play again. The Astros and the Rangers do play again.
This weekend starts it. Yeah, they got two more series against them or just one?
So, best case scenario, you take 2 or 3 there and you feel comfortable about your lead. Bad case, worst case scenario, all of a sudden that playoff leads down to, minuscule number of games.
Yeah, I thought they played the Rangers twice more and the Mariners once more.
You might
but
be right.
But regardless, going in, you'd think, oh, they're wounded. They're basically mailing it in. And yet they're getting hot again, and they've got enough games against divisional opponents where they can make up a lot of ground.
They go at Texas this weekend, and they host the Rangers the 15th to the 17th. So 6 more games against Texas. Yep. Be nice if they would lose a couple of games. The standings watch, though, did you realize if the Astros won Saturday, they could have been within 2 of Toronto for the second spot in the American League?
I did not.
And they have 3 games against the Blue Jays next week. But then what do? They lose Saturday, get beat up on Sunday. Blue Jays won yesterday. So all of a sudden it looks like you're on the cusp of a bye. It was gone. As soon as the moment popped up, it was get out of here. See you later. Like Harry Callis would use.
What did you say they were out of the second?
Out of here. They would have been 2 if they won Saturday.
But what?
MLB.com. Well,
I know I had it. I just shut it. I just thought you had mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, I don't know what they are currently. I know their lead on the Rangers. What was your good, Brian?
You guys mentioned most of them, the starting pitching, the guys from the bullpen. I'll throw in one additional name, though. He kind of had the exact same weekend line as Jordan, but Jesus Sanchez, 3 walks, 2 hits, had an RBI on Saturday. One of the few guys that was actually productive at the plate this weekend.
I like him. I like Jesus Sanchez. He's a baseball version of Jameis Winston, but I like him.
You see the mic'd up?
Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
He was very entertaining.
He thought Chaz's name was Jacob.
Yeah.
I think he confused Chaz for Jake Myers. I really believe that.
Yeah.
I think he confused him.
Because he kept pressing him like.
I
mean, it was the Ricky Henderson moment.
Yeah.
He kept pressing him. It's like, what's your real name? He's like, Chaz. He goes, no, really. Like, what's your real name? Like, is it a longer name or what? And he just kept going and going. Chaz's like, no, it's Chaz.
But he thought his name was Jacob.
It was entertaining.
I am 90% sure that Jesus Sanchez thought Chaz McCormick was Jake Myers. I'm 90% sure. He's like, your full name's Jacob. Like, he thought it was Jake. He thought it was Jake.
You're not turning Chaz into Jacob.
No.
You turn Jake into Jacob.
He thought that was Jake Myers. 100%.
I'll go
not
95%.
You're gonna hit 95% me. Yeah, I'm pretty confident. But yeah, I like him. Any other goods? Did we cover it? Did we get it?
Yeah, I think
we got it good. All right, we got it good. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. We mentioned the Ward thing where he ran into the wall. The Astros are getting some criticism from some people about having a metal out-of-town scoreboard. Is the criticism of the Astros out-of-town scoreboard, is it fair? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Something that's more than fair, in fact, it's great, is Walmart. Houston, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Did you know that Walmart has more than 500 million items online? That's right. You can find a huge selection that you can't even find at stores at Walmart.com. Branham family has been using Walmart for quite some time now. We used it over the weekend. Branham baby had a little bit of a fever. He's feeling fine. He's great now. But we got him all the stuff he needs at Walmart. Didn't even have to leave the house. We ordered it, Walmart.com, delivered it straight to our doorstep. It was there fast. And now Branham baby's feeling better, probably because of Walmart. But we've been using it for a long time. We don't like to mess with the crowd. We don't have a ton of time. We don't want to turn the game off. At least I don't. So we order online with Walmart and get everything we need without leaving the house. It's fantastic. Oh, you're thinking it's expensive. Online grocery shopping costs more. You're a curmudgeon. That's not the case. It's not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in the store. And because it's Walmart, you know the prices are low. And what I love about it, I mentioned it, they're fast. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. Going online at Walmart.com, ordering the stuff we need is faster than going to the grocery store and getting the stuff we need. They're going to save you time. Use express delivery to get all of the eligible things you need from Walmart, from the groceries to the home goods, even prescriptions at Walmart. Walmart's changing the game. So when it comes to feeding your family, taking care of your family, hosting a tailgate, throwing a party, think Walmart for all of those grocery needs. Start an order today at Walmart.com.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Gonna give away tickets to the ESPN 97.5 Listener Appreciation Party coming up on Friday.
A little party.
A little bit later. Cal may or may not be there. Waiting to hear back. But gonna give away a pair of tickets a little bit later. So make sure you're locked and loaded to the Killer Bees. So yesterday, Taylor Ward ran into the left field wall. It busted up his brow, just above his left brow. Needed 20 stitches. Avoided the IL. And they're saying that he could even be back in a couple of days. Julian Morales said that today on the Astros-Angels broadcast. And there have been some thoughts about this. Joe Adell, Angel center fielder, was not too pleased with the Astros left field scoreboard. Alden Gonzalez, who we've had on these very airwaves, has been on with the Killer Bees in the past. Both of them did not love the Astros out-of-town scoreboard. Here was Joe Adell after the game yesterday. There should be no out-of-town metal scoreboard anywhere on the baseball field. It's the big leagues. This bad word is ridiculous. A guy goes back to make a play, and he's got to worry about a metal fence, ? That's crazy. Alden Gonzalez, writer, ESPN, field reporter as well. Feel terrible for Taylor Ward, who once took a fastball to the face and now had this happen. Also, the same organization that thought it'd be a good idea to put a hill in its outfield still has a metal out-of-town scoreboard in the field of play. Stupid. Tal's Hill's catching strays because of what happened at the dike yesterday.
Surprised they didn't mention the flagpole, too.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it, right? Like the hill.
Yeah,
I guess not. I guess they did omit it, which was a little bit weird. I'll go with. I liked Tal's Hill. I like the flagpole in play. I like my baseball parks to have character and personality. I felt it gave it character and personality. But is the criticism of the Astros out-of-town scoreboard fair?
I don't think so. I think that you can go around the park, around Major League Baseball and look at all the different parks, and there's plenty that you can be critical of. I mean, you can take the old throwback stadiums like Fenway and Wrigley, where you're talking about brick and you're talking about metal and whatever the entire scoreboard, the wall, Fenway wall is made out of, but it's a hard material. But then you look at all the different parks that also still use brick to some degree. There's some in Camden Yards. There's some in PNC. There's steel girders in PNC that copy the bridge in the back. But the thing that is, there's a plenty of chain link too, and the chain and the metal can hurt you if you hit your head on it. And also, oh, by the way, Aaron Judge at Dodger Stadium last year got all tangled up in the quirky metal and the pad and the framing of it and hurt his foot and all this other stuff. I think anything like this happens and someone's going to throw the red flag and then they're going to start pointing fingers and bitching. I think it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it's ridiculous for the dike to catch strays whenever there's a bunch of parks, and you mentioned all the ones that I was thinking of as well, that have a lot of those very similar things. And Wrigley's been around since the beginning of time, I think. I think it was the 6th day was Wrigley Field. Same thing with Fenway. Like Fenway has, I think it's hard plastic now. Used to be metal. I was reading up on it earlier today, but then they use like certain concrete stuff to patch up the wall. So like, I don't know how much of it's concrete, how much of it's hard plastic. Who knows? But what the Astros have is not really that unique compared to hard surfaces around the game. I will say that it is kind of odd that there is so many hard surfaces in this sport because, like, you look at football, and football has obviously none of the walls are in the field of play. They're always on the boundaries and stuff like that. All of those have to be padded, like they have to be out of the way. So I think it's ridiculous that the dike is catching strays. But I will say, with one caveat, that I am surprised that hard surfaces in baseball still are very much in vogue whenever we talk about safety in 2025.
Let's skip the old aesthetics of the old school baseball park, and let's just talk about the brick walls, because there's plenty of brick still in the outfield in ballparks in Major League Baseball. So I don't think you want to hear about it. Not just Wrigley. I mean, I think even the new Citi Field has some brick on it in the outfield. So there's plenty of parks that have hard surfaces on the outfield wall. If you just want to go with like your whole blanket philosophy about what you did when you put the netting up for the safety of fans, if you want to talk about the safety of players, then you're going to have to talk about padding every wall in every park, and you're going to lose a whole hell of a lot of revenue too, because a lot of that chain link is where people sit in picnic tables and they sell tickets to sit behind the outfield wall to get that perspective.
It is very weird. Like to me, taking a shot at the dike is it's ridiculous because of all the ballparks that have these weird things. If you're gonna have a take about this and a stance about this, I think it's more Major League Baseball allowing so many hard surfaces or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of where I stand on this. Like, should the dike have padded surfaces on every wall? Yes, but it's not really an Astros problem, as you guys have described. It's a Major League Baseball problem. To me, it's complete rinky-dink nonsense to have non-padded walls. I mean, think of the NBA court having obstacles that you could run into. I mean, you could run into a cameraman, but think of a hard surface. I mean, same thing you mentioned in football. All those walls behind the end zones are padded. It should be a Major League Baseball rule to have the playing surface or the walls on the playing surface all padded to where players can't run into a metal or a brick surface.
Yeah.
It's insane, but it's more than an Astros problem. It's a Major League Baseball problem.
I mean,
that's where the take should be.
Even then, when everything that we've said, we're talking about because he got a head injury. But like with the chain link thing, how many guys try to climb the wall, but when their metal spikes get stuck in that chain link, and then you can twist an ankle too? Like, yeah, it's going to have to be uniform across the board. And, they're never going to do that with Wrigley.
They should.
The thing with Wrigley that's ridiculous, too, is it's brick. And just because the ivy grows during the summer, that's supposed to give you some kind of a pad. No, it just loses some baseballs, but you're still hitting a brick wall if you go out there.
Yeah, that ivy doesn't do a whole lot.
No, at all.
I wouldn't even consider the ivy much of a pad either. I mean, it was a fluke. Like, this has never happened in the history of the dike. Like, I've never ever seen a left fielder go back and clip his eyebrow on the panel of the out-of-town scoreboard. This was a freak accident.
I literally, when I saw it, I thought that the lower signage before you get to the manual scoreboard, I thought that there was a lip there that looked like it was, and it's actually 3 stripes that kind of looked like it would shine, like there was a metal lip to it. And I was like, well, that would be a safety hazard where you need to put a pad on top of that lip. But then upon further review in the slow motion, like as long as there's pad leading up to, and that's a flat surface, you know what the wall is. The outfielders plan on it. They play for it. They practice where it's going to be. You deal with it.
That is part of it. Like, you wish Taylor Ward well, and it's very good that he's not seriously hurt. Like, there's a warning track. Like, you know that the wall's coming up. You know what the wall's made of. Maybe a little bit of awareness. I don't know. Your team's not that good. Why are you going?
Yeah, but then you're asking guys not to try to make plays.
Well, you have to be aware of the wall, though. Like, you don't want a dude running into the wall.
Look, and this is a Major League Baseball criticism, not an Astros criticism, as I said in my last comment. But that's why it should be uniformed across the league, that these surfaces should be padded. Because then a guy like Taylor Ward wouldn't have to be thinking about, oh, wait, is this a ballpark with a metal scoreboard or is it cushion? Like, he wouldn't have to have that having it in his mind. He just could go make the play.
But to Jeremy's point, every visiting team comes in and takes extensive practice to understand what the quirks and dimensions and character of a ballpark are, to understand the walls you can crash into and the walls you can't. The warning track tells you where you're at. I want to say the corner where that cutout or that indentation happens by the visiting bullpen, I want to say even that corner where he was right by that, I want to say the corner is actually padded.
I believe you're right, yeah.
But it's just the actual scoreboard itself that's not, that he ended up hitting. And again, it's one thing to say that you think it should be that across the board, it should be padded across the outfield. But from a revenue perspective, to some of the character elements like the manual scoreboards that like they do in certain stadiums, because it's been happening, especially in Fenway, since the beginning of baseball, I just think that's a tough call.
Yeah, I don't know how many ballparks are losing the revenue there. The Dike wouldn't. The Dike wouldn't lose revenue.
There's no signage on it.
Fenway wouldn't lose revenue there.
But you would lose revenue for, like, there's Arlington, there's I think PNC. There's several stadiums in which they sell outfield seating behind a chain link fence in the outfield.
Yeah, those ballparks you would. I mean, they would just have to figure something else out.
And the Pirates aren't living on ticket revenue anyway. Let's be honest.
I mean, they want the revenue though. I mean,
sure. I'm not really worried about their ticket revenue as a part of the conversation.
Key from LA, as long as it's in a ballpark regulations, you should be able to do what you want with your own ballpark. That's mostly where I stand. Unless it was a league-wide rule, which it's not, I think that you should have jurisdiction to what you want to do with your ballpark. And I think it's ridiculous that the Dike's catching the strays whenever all these other ballparks have hard surfaces as well. Pretty ridiculous. Key from LA mentioned that one. Starting pitching, 3 thumbs up, says Israel. Eric the driver, hats off to y'all for doing labor on Labor Day. Way to stick it to the man. That's what we do. That's what we do. Killer bees. All right, 713-780-ESP. Let's get to what happened over college football this weekend. Arch Manning. How far did his stock plummet? We'll discuss that, all the other great stuff in college football that happened on Saturday, even yesterday as well. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. I don't believe in Colorado's late game clock management. Mention that. But let's start with Arch Manning. I thought he looked adopted. What did y'all think?
It's one way of putting it. I thought he looked
I want to see the
overmatched.
birth certificate after that game.
Mm-hmm. You thought he looked overmatched?
Mm-hmm.
How would you describe Arch Manning against Ohio State?
One word.
713-780 ESPN.
One word or more?
However you want.
Okay.
Hopefully hurt.
Hurt?
I said hopefully
Is
he's
there
hurt.
any legitimacy to that?
Well, people besides me, I saw this from buddies, I saw this online on Twitter mostly, but people kept noticing how often he was messing with his shoulder pads, and it looked like he was like trying to like wiggle it, like trying to get some feeling into it. I don't know, like it doesn't make sense because he was still rifling every throw, which was part of his problem. He was trying to laser beam every throw in, even if it was 5 yards away. But people seem to think that he might have been dealing with a shoulder injury.
You know what it was? He was wearing adult pads, and he's not used to the ones that are bigger than the kiddie pads. That's what it was.
He was so bad, man.
He was, for sure, the one college football player who draft stock plummeted the most.
Did you see what had happened to his Heisman odds?
I didn't see his specifically, but I saw the updated odds. And look,
before the game was even over.
The one game isn't going to define Arch Manning's career. Like, we all know that. But as one game goes, the guy who was the preseason Heisman favorite, the guy who, when these people put out these mock drafts, and I think Arch Manning's staying 2 years no matter what happened, they had him at number one before a college football game was played. If there's the NFL draft today and Arch Manning's in it, I'm not sure he's a first rounder.
I think you're right. And I think that Paul Feinbaum took the biggest L of the entire weekend with the fact that he was promoting him up so greatly as the Heisman. He predicted he'd win the Heisman. But when you look at it, this was one of those games for him where he probably should have had a cupcake. It would have been ideal to have a cupcake or two before you played some serious competition, because all you really had were cupcakes in the past. He hasn't really played that much. And I thought that he was overmatched. The first thing I thought about was, thank God, whether it was an internal family decision or not, thank God he's going to have a couple years to work this out, because right now, like you said, Jeremy, I don't think he would be a first-round pick, and I think that he has a ton to learn about playing football at this level, let alone on the next.
Look, I liked Ohio State in this game because I thought it was a terrible first real start for Arch Manning. Like, you're going into the shoe, you have 100,000 people, you have an NFL defensive coordinator, you have one of the best defenses in the country. Like, to me, the recipe didn't add up for Texas winning this game, and they almost stole it at the end. It just didn't add up for me. Like 75 on the Twitch. Ohio State is a crazy good secondary, the best defensive coordinator money can buy. That's why I'm not closing the book, obviously, on Arch Manning. And I respect the opponent. I respect Patricia, even though he almost ran over me once at a joint practice that the Texans had against the Lions. But Arch was missing easy throws. Like, Arch was missing throws that he should be making in his sleep. 3-5-yard drags. He's throwing off his back foot sidearm and throwing behind wide open receivers. So it's greater than just Ohio State really good defensively. I understand that. I respect that. I'm obviously not closing the book on Arch Manning after one game, but what should be very easy throws for any college quarterback, even playing Ohio State, Arch was not making.
I mean, was he even dialed in at the Manning Passing Academy? Because, I mean, you would think that fundamentally he would learn some of the things that he didn't look like he knew. And I saw Sark catching a lot of heat for the play calling and, like, you know, not being more prepared for the Ohio State defense. And it's like just what you said. You can say that till you're blue in the face, but through his progressions, he had guys open that he literally did not see, or when he did see them, he did not throw a catchable ball.
No.
There were so many times where the one specifically was in the fourth quarter, the little crosser to Ryan Wingo. There was one earlier in the game, very similar situation where they went for it on fourth down, didn't get it. We're in field goal range, so that was points off the board, obviously. But it's just a little 5-yard drag route. That's all it is. And he threw it behind. He threw high. The very first pass of the game, he had a tight end out in the flat, wide open. He bounced it to him. He was just incredibly beyond belief erratic with his accuracy.
It was not pretty. It was ugly.
I mean, Sark deserves to catch heat, especially for the tush push. It was a horrible play call. But it doesn't matter what you call if the quarterback can't hit a drag route.
You think Sark's a good play caller?
Not in the red zone.
I saw this discourse online.
Yeah, Landry was all over it. He has been for a couple years. I think some of the criticism is overblown, but specifically in the red zone, he's bad. I mean, we remember what happened last year against Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl with the toss sweep play. And this year, there were the fourth down play where Arch misfired to Ryan Wingo. He had the play design was Arch standing flat-footed in the pocket, not on the move, and just trying to accurately complete a ball. Now, Arch should have completed it, but from everything you've seen in the game, Arch needs to be on the move. There needs to be some sort of run-pass threat, an RPO of some kind. Let Arch use his athleticism, and that's the only thing he had going for him. And then the tush push. I mean, if you don't have Jalen Hurts, please stop, guys.
Do you think that he's best throwing on the run?
I think he needs a run-pass threat.
Yeah.
Like if he's flat-footed in the pocket, and at least right now, trying to dissect guys with just his arm, it's not going to happen.
He had an RPO in the first quarter. I think it might have been the first or second series where they went for it on fourth down. It looked like an RPO to me.
Oh,
he made a terrible read.
Yeah, he made a terrible read. John Harris called him all that, and he was 100% right.
He was wide open. The guy out of the backfield was
He kept it
open.
for some reason when, if he pulled it and just flipped it to the tight end and been an easy first down.
Look, hopefully he turns it around and he's good and all that. And look, I think he's still going to be fine. I still think he's going to be good. Number one pick in the NFL draft in a year or two. I don't know about that. We'll see.
Work to do.
He's got a long way to go. And that's the problem, crowning these quarterbacks before they ever really played, is that, let's see. Let's see. And look, he did face a really good opponent. There's no doubt about that. 75, they lost 14-7. Stop acting like they got their butts handed to them like Alabama. We'll get to Alabama in a second.
Said that.
Yeah, we're just talking about
Arch Manning and the Texas offense did get their butts handed to them. I don't know how you could argue
that. The defense was championship worthy. They gave up 14 points on the road against obviously a team loaded with talent, and one of those touchdowns was on two penalties that gave the Ohio State an extra first down they didn't actually earn. So, and the other one was on a juggle catch. I mean, let's be honest, the Texas defense was great. Yeah. They lived up to the billing. Arch and Sark were just horrible.
The offense got their butts kicked. That's all we're saying. Texas, I think, ultimately is going to be okay.
Yeah, I do too. I just think that I didn't know what to expect from Matt Patricia as a college D coordinator. Because, he failed miserably as a head coach. But even that, as a defensive coordinator, Belichick was doing a lot while he was in New England. But, boy, he schemed up a lot that I think had Texas and Sark, scrambling no matter what. I thought he did a hell of a job.
Texter, Arch was so bad that he made me miss Ewers. Scary. Did you miss Quinn Ewers during that game,
Apologies to Quinn Ewers. I wanted to – in the past, I would put a lot of the blame on him. I'm starting to realize it wasn't him.
Israel says Arch is trash can emoji, trash can emoji, trash can emoji.
So far.
Is he wrong?
No. I mean, so far.
One game in.
So far, it's true.
Who's their backup?
I don't even know.
How bad would it have to get?
Oh, God. We're at least a month away from that, I think.
But they had to add a 5-star.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
I'm sure. I don't remember off the top of my head.
They probably added a 5-star and then a solid transfer quarterback to be the backup.
Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head.
You don't know Texas backup quarterback and you call yourself a Texas fan?
Because it wasn't supposed to matter. They had Arch.
He didn't go there.
I know.
He went to Texas Roadhouse University.
Alvin Community College.
Where's his burnt orange there?
Thank you.
That's do they wear burnt orange at Alvin Community College?
No.
Okay.
It's
the
blue,
high school.
I think.
The high school
is yellow and black, right?
They're yellow
because they're the Yellow Jackets.
No. But I think they wear burnt orange.
Do they?
Maybe not.
For the Yellow Jackets?
Maybe I'm thinking Dobie. I don't know.
Yeah, Dobie's the Longhorns.
Trey Owens is listed as Texas' backup quarterback according to our lads. Matthew Caldwell, Carly Lacey, Joe Tatum, other quarterbacks.
I do not know this man.
You don't know Trey Owens? Casual. You wouldn't know him because you're a casual.
No, I've heard Trey Owens' name. I've forgotten about him.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Those are thoughts on Arch. How about the rest of college football, though? How about LSU? They look good. Florida State looked good. Who didn't? How about Alabama? Not looking great. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. You're going to look great if you get into a new vehicle at Monument Chevrolet. That's right. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you can trust. Transparent, no hassle pricing, and you get your car shopping done fast. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years, 5 decades. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families just keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel there, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which leads to a terrific culture. We love them there at Monument Chevrolet. So if you're looking for a new vehicle like the Silverado 1500, head over to Monument Chevrolet. Maybe it's the Blazer EV. You can join the 21st century. Buy a sleek, modern, comfortable electric SUV like the Blazer EV. If you're going to do that, do it at Monument Chevrolet. Or how about the stylish and economic Malibu? Monument Chevrolet is the place to get that. So get a fair deal, a fast deal, and an easy deal without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com. Check out their entire inventory, or go visit them in person, 225 at Beltway 8. Their lot is massive. They have streets on their lot, and those streets have street names. That's how large that lot is. So get on over there at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Texter says that five-star KJ Lacey's going to Texas this class. Does he have a brother named Carly Lacey? Because Carly Lacey's the dude on our lads. So maybe it's a different Lacey. I might have even said Casey because I'm not used to dudes being named Carly. But the guy I'm looking at is Carly Lacey Jr. He's out of Saraland, Alabama. He's at Texas currently. No idea if he's related to Casey Lacey or not. That's a funny name, though. Casey
Carly
Lacey.
is a dude?
Or KJ Lacey. Yeah, Carly's a dude. Huh. Carly Lacey, Texas. He's back on the 48. Texas is maybe in Columbus losing a game in the first week. Carly Lacey Jr. The more you know, huh?
I guess so.
No, they say he goes by KJ, but he's currently on their roster. So maybe we are talking about the same person. But he's there. He's right. He's there. Did he reclassify maybe?
There's no way that they're going to. Short of injury, they're not going to sit him down.
I mean,
no, but Carly,
it would have to
but
be
this,
disastrous.
it's a different conversation at the moment.
Yeah.
We're arguing Carly Lacey, KJ Lacey, whether or not he's there. It says he's there. He's got a player profile on TexasLonghorns.com. I'm looking at it right now. So he's there. He's a freshman. See if he plays in games this year for the Longhorns. We'll see. He could play. Not necessarily to replace Arch, though.
I mean, yeah,
To
they
give him
face
some-
UTEP in another directional school after
you,
that.
you can play up to 4 games and not burn your red shirt, so it wouldn't shock me. LSU's a winner over the weekend. I thought Nussmeier looked better than Klubnik. A lot better, actually.
Way better.
I think actually, it depends on how you look at things because Lenore Sellers' run pass, he looked really good. But I think that of all the quarterbacks that got a ton of hype coming into this weekend, I thought Nussmeier probably looked like he was one of the best because there just wasn't even the teams that won, they weren't super impressive with their quarterback play.
Yeah, I thought the experienced guys were much better than the guys who don't have experience there. I mean, which is the way that it should be. I've seen Nussmeier. I saw a mock draft today that had Nussmeier as the #1 overall pick, which I don't see it. He's like 6 foot, 6'1". I know size doesn't matter as much as it used to. To me, he doesn't have the measurables to be a #1 overall pick. Like I seen Klubnik is a big pro guy too. But if I had to pick between one of those guys professionally, I like Nussmeier more. Like he's just a gamer. Klubnik, I think, looks the part but doesn't play all that good. Kind of looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane type of deal.
And I think people are enamored because
offense
he's
to
he's not Lenore Sellers, but he's got some athleticism. He can move, but yeah, I did not like his decision making. I did not like his accuracy, at least compared to Nussmeier. Nussmeier played far better in that game.
Big win though for the purple and gold. You go into the second biggest Death Valley and you come away with a victory early in the season. That was big time.
5 straight opening game losses in a row before that one.
LSU looks legit, and I think that it could have been. It didn't have to be that close because that was towards the end of the first half where the catch, the one-handed catch, or the catch.
Yes.
And he got 2 feet down, crossed the goal line, then was pushed, then landed. They decide to challenge it, or the officials decide to take a look at it. I thought, well, at worst, it's going to be on the 1-yard line. But then when you look at it, it looked like he got 2 feet down and had the ball in one hand. When he landed, the ball moved just a little bit, and they ruled it a flat-out incompletion. I was like, wow, that just took a touchdown away. I thought that was a sure thing for LSU.
It was a weird weekend with the catches because you had that play, then you had the Texas play where like the ball went from the left hand to the right hand, but it didn't look like the ground made it move, although it did hit the ground. It seemed like there were some inconsistencies on the catch, no catch. I wonder on that play, though, if you have to survive the ground. That was what I was
wondering.
wondering.
That too, because it seemed like they initially ruled it down at the 1,
right,
and then LSU challenged because they thought they
had
a touchdown.
I don't think they did. I think that was an official challenge.
Could have been official.
I thought it was LSU, but regardless, they challenged because they thought it was a touchdown. And yeah, it turns out, whoa, it's an incompletion.
Yeah.
And it feels like they were going off kind of like the old school NFL Des Bryant rule, where I thought we were past that in football, but I guess not.
See, that's exactly what I was thinking was that's an NFL rule. But from a college perspective, I thought once, especially because you got 2 feet down, once the ball crosses the goal line and he's already had 2 steps, I didn't think at that point, because he really got contacted after the ball was already crossed the goal line. I thought that was just a no-brainer. It was a touchdown.
I thought it was a touchdown.
I thought he didn't survive the ground, and it should have been incomplete. Personally, Google AI says in the NCAA player makes a legal catch by securing control of a live ball in flight, touching the ground inbounds with their body, and maintaining control long enough to perform a football act, such as running the ball or evading an opponent. I thought he was falling as he caught it.
Now
I don't think he made a football move.
I forget the guy's name, but whoever the TV ref was for that game thought the action after he came down in bounds and secured the ball was a football move, and what happened after that when he hit the ground shouldn't have mattered.
See, I thought he was falling and didn't make a football move.
Yeah, it's open.
But
there's a lot open for interpretation.
I think I'm in the minority here. I think a lot of the discourse on Twitter was that he did make the football move and it should have been a catch. The video replay officials and the officials in that game thought otherwise. So, I guess it's 6 one way, half a dozen the other.
Does the goal line come into this too? Where
I don't believe
the ball
it
crosses
does.
after he gets 2 feet down?
The way that the Google thing didn't read that way, but you can look it up and see what it says. Key from LA, I haven't played quarterback since high school. I could have made those throws that Archie missed. Cool, Key from LA. It's awesome.
Sure, you could have.
I'm sure you're a baller, man. Israel says Lenore Sellers, South Carolina quarterback. He is currently my favorite non-Connor Wigman quarterback in college football. I love Lenore Sellers. I loved him last year. I loved him even more after watching the Any Given Saturday on Netflix. This dude is a beast. 6'4", 230 pounds, laser rocket arm. I heard somebody compare him to Ben Roethlisberger with speed to earlier. I think it was today.
I thought he was Cam 2.0. with some
accuracy?
passing skills.
Yeah, with accuracy.
I thought he was because his size is impressive, but then when you see him run with the football, he knows what the hell he's doing.
I'm a big Lenore Seller. That was a good win for them, Virginia. He handed Frank Beamer the game ball after yesterday's game because South Carolina playing Virginia Tech. Beamer's got a statue, all of that. Florida State with a big-time victory. Is this a bigger win for Florida State or a bigger loss for Alabama?
I think it's a massive win for Florida State, but I think, unfortunately, all the attention has been on the fact that DeBoers is on the super hot seat now and that Alabama crapped the bed and everything that they did was embarrassing, including what did Orlowski chart, like 21, I forget what he calls it, where loafs, where the guys don't even
there was a lot of low energy
to tackle
in that game
or
for
get
sure.
involved in a play, and that's all on coaching, and now it's just a firestorm in Alabama.
Yeah.
Do you guys see the stat comparing Kalen DeBoers to Saban?
DeBoer's now 9-5. Is the unranked loss?
He's got 4 unranked losses and 14. Is it 5? I thought it was 4.
Oh, he's 9-5 at Alabama with losses to 4 unranked.
Yeah. So 4 unranked losses in 14 games at Alabama. Saban had 4 in 17 years. I mean, holding himself to the Saban standard is obviously crazy because no one's Saban, but my God, is there never been a better case of you never want to be the guy that follows the guy because you're directly compared to Saban and you are crapping the bed.
No, it's not. You don't want to replace the legend. We'll get to Alabama in just a second because if they have a job opening, what could they do? I thought Carson Beck looked pretty good last night. I know he takes a lot of heat. I thought he looked pretty good last night.
I thought he looked okay.
He looked pretty good.
The first 2 touchdowns, his receivers did a hell of a job for him. That one-handed catch was unbelievable in traffic.
Yeah, I'm not giving Beck the
Carson Beck or Arch Manning, Brian?
Oh, Carson Beck, of course. At least based Carson Beck still looked like Carson Beck to me, not only because it's the same person, obviously, but he just whenever he faces pressure, his mechanics break down. He backpedals, throws off his back foot, kind of just slings it instead of stepping in.
An arch.
Look. No one's been. I think I've been fairly fair on Arch. Arch played like trash. This is not a defensive Arch, but Carson Beck, all the problems we saw last year that caused all those interceptions he threw for Georgia still look like they're there. He doesn't look good whenever he faces an ounce of pressure. I'm not expecting for a glow up for Carson Beck this year.
We'll see. I think Miami has a chance to be all right. You know who he reminds me of? Maybe because it's the long neck and like the long face.
Davis Mills.
Reminds me of Brock Osweiler.
That's not a good thing.
I know it's not, but he reminds me like his frame. He's tall. He's long necked. Necked, not Naked. Long necked. But he reminds me a little bit of Brock, which isn't a good thing. I agree.
Has he ever said every interception has a story?
Probably has. Although he didn't throw any against Notre Dame. Haynes King is a load. He's 30 years old, but he's a load. He was tough to bring down. Obviously, a big reason that they won that game. Colorado subpar clock management late. Deion was very defensive of that clock management late. Like they had 2 timeouts. They went into the final play with 2 timeouts, and they didn't take 2 timeouts. And then they throw a Hail Mary that there's nobody around. Like, how do you not take a timeout to draw up that play?
I did not see anything about that game, so you're telling me that Georgia Tech beat Colorado?
Yes.
Wow.
They beat them. Ric Flair roasted Feinbaum. Did you see this?
Yeah, I did.
He was he not only once, but he went back for a second dose of it, too. Ric Flair, the the nature boy, at the how old is he, 80?
He's not quite 80 yet.
77
he's
or something like that. He's well, Mr. Feinbaum. I guess you lose again, Florida State, and he writes in all capital letters, like.
Oh yeah, most of his tweets are in all caps.
It's not all caps. It's the first letter of every word is in all caps.
Oh.
The first letter of every word is in all caps. Florida State beat Alabama. Another bad prediction on your part. Do you know how hurtful it is to call people like Lincoln Riley, Jim Harbaugh, and Ryan Day out by name when you're so far off the mark? Smarten up. You're 0-2 so far. I'm actually impressed for you in the comments you made about people's personal lives. So sad. Woo! He cut a promo on Feinbaum on Twitter after week 1.
Feinbaum had Brian Kelly on today, and Brian Kelly's first comment to Feinbaum was, I appreciate you being here today and making this appearance on this show after that big loss this weekend, because he's taking it from every direction.
That's good. I like that. Nick, you see Corso got all his picks right?
I did.
Yeah, he did, including picking FSU over Alabama.
The Lee Corso parlay, because he picked 6 games, got them all right. He got Ohio State minus 122, Tennessee minus 550, Florida State was plus 350, LSU was plus 185, South Carolina minus 258, Miami was plus 130. If you would have bet $100 on a Lee Corso parlay, it would have paid out $8,702. Wow. Little Lee Corso parlay. Should have done it. I mean, the college football gods, Should have done it.
Not so fast, my friend. I love that he went out. It went against my guys, but I love that he went out picking the same team he did for the first headgear pick.
It was very cool too that Fox took it live.
Oh yeah. Fox took it live, and they like as soon as it's over, I flipped over to Fox because obviously that's where the game was, and they were still all talking about Lee and sharing, their memories of Lee. It was very cool though how Fox handled it.
I guess I didn't remember he got his start on Fox. Because I think they collabed on the video and all the tributes and everything that they did for him.
What was I going to say? I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, the one thing that it was cool that Fox did that. I don't like Fox's coverage. I'm not a Fox coverage guy. I don't like the big noon kickoff. I don't love their broadcasting teams. I'm not a huge Fox guy.
They're all right, but
give me ESPN over Fox when it comes to college football. Give me NBC over Fox when it comes to college football. CBS, obviously. Fox is dead last for me.
Is it what's anything like the play by the
all
talent?
Of it. I think it's the production. I think it's the talent. All of it. All of it. I feel the same way in the NFL. Fox is my least favorite network for NFL.
It just doesn't look as crisp as the other. Just from the picture quality to me, it always
like Fox
looks
in the
lesser
NFL because I think they have more camera. It just seems like they have more.
You have Fox
side
over
of
CBS?
Things. I'm Fox over CBS.
Oof, not me. Yeah. I can't stand Fox.
CBS's picture always looks crisper to me.
Yeah, I don't like the big robot either. I don't like their music.
Cletus?
I have a.
Is that what he's called?
Yeah, he actually has a name.
Not a great name.
No,
not a great name.
No, it's not.
No.
Cleats.
I'm not a fan of Fox adding Portnoy either.
Yeah,
he wasn't even allowed in the stadium.
That was a little bit off. He's not an on-camera studio guy, so that was not Ohio State didn't ban him from the field. That was misreported.
Really?
No, that was misreported. He was never supposed to be on the studio on the field. He wasn't banned by Ohio State. That was an internet rumor. The new odds, according to DK Sportsbook for the Heisman, the leader. Do you want to take a guess?
The kid from South Carolina.
No, he's second at plus 900.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Nussmeier?
Nussmeier's won.
Really?
Plus 800. He's got the highest odds. Nussmeier plus, according to DraftKings, I'm sure it's different on different books. But Nussmeier plus 800, Sellers plus 900, Beck and Klubnik are tied at 1,400. I wish I could short Klubnik.
Yeah, really.
Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State, Gunnar Stockton, Georgia, plus 1,500. John Mateer, Oklahoma quarterback, solid debut, plus 1,600. Arch Manning, plus 1,600. Where did you see him there?
Sorry?
Where did you see Arch? Was that somewhere in the same value?
Yeah, it was around the same. Yeah, I was looking at where he was dropping in game. I didn't see what it came out to, as of today. But yeah, he dropped his odds were dropping not just at the end of the game, like during the game they were dropping him down the odds boards.
I kind of like Aller at plus 2,000. I don't hate that. If they're the best team in the Big Ten, he has a good chance. That's pretty good value there.
He played pretty good. I mean, they didn't play anybody, but he played pretty good.
Pretty good value.
If you want to go crazy long odds. Talk about the other side of the Alabama game. Well, I wonder what Tommy Castellanos is at.
He's a plus 3,000 actually. He's on this list. I was about to bring him up because you know he got benched by Bill O'Brien last year at Boston College.
Yes.
And all of a sudden he's at Florida State. Mm-hmm. I didn't realize that until I was watching the game. I was like, that's a kid from Boston College.
He's not going to put up He's not going to put up the passing yardage, but if Florida State has an 11-1 season with a win over Bama and ACC title, plus he's rushing for a ton. I don't know.
He'd have to get some help probably.
Yeah, he would.
But not out of the realm of possibility. At plus 3,000, I'd rather have Aller at plus 2,000 than Castellanos. But I see where your mind's at here. I don't mind the Devin Dampier at 3,500.
Aller's going to get a whole lot of attention too if they stay where they are and where they're rumored to be all year because they're loaded. That might be the best, most complete roster in all of college football.
You think?
Penn State's really loaded.
Better than Ohio State? Better in Texas? I mean, those are all the top tier right there.
I guess it's easy to say they have a question at quarterback, but he's got a lot to still polish up and get better at. Whereas I think that aside from losing, their best receiver at tight end, I think that they're pretty loaded.
I think that all those teams are in the mix for the most loaded roster in all of college football.
I think I would take Penn State in that conversation though, because I have the least questions at quarterback.
For sure.
Right.
Whereas Julian Sain and Arch, I mean, Julian Sain he was fine.
Yeah.
And Arch was obviously ass, but I would take Penn State just because I don't have those same questions at quarterback.
Yeah. Yeah, you get the veteran, all that stuff.
Maybe I misremembered this, but didn't O'Brien bench Castellanos because of the fact that he was like he was defiant to him or was like talking back to him at one point?
I don't remember the situation.
That would track for Bill B because he kind of did that with Hopkins with the trade.
Yeah, he got irritated by the attitude.
I don't know
think,
for
which
sure.
started that.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. So we mentioned DeBoer, where he's been struggling, and Alabama is not happy. And the buyout's ridiculous, but it's Alabama. Like, they're going to find out a way and just figure out the buyout if they wanted him gone. I saw Spolane tweet this out. Next head coach at Alabama, D'Amico Ryans. Is there any chance D'Amico would leave the Texans for Alabama? Roll Tide. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
People don't like it whenever you ask this question. I asked the question, I was being called stupid just because I asked the question. Let's say Alabama moves on from DeBoer, which I still think is a long shot. Like, what are the chances DeBoer's the head coach at Alabama next year? I would still say 70% that he's still the head coach there.
It's also the $70 million that they would owe him.
Right, but I don't think the money
I
matters
don't know.
too
I think
much.
the boosters, you're right. I mean, in a day and age when we're dealing with all the money being thrown around for NIL deals, I don't think it's the money as much. I saw Washington fans hoping they get their coach back yesterday.
Yeah, I could see that happening, actually. Like, he gets fired from Alabama. Washington needs a coach. Why not? He was really good. He was really good there. But I mean, it's Alabama. Like, if they wanted to move on from DeBoer, they would move on from DeBoer. Just like Jimbo Fisher and A&M. Like, they would find the money. They would raise it, and they would move on. So if it does become open, and again, I said 70-75% he's still back. He's there next year. They're fine. All that. How interested would D'Amico Ryans be? What would be the chances that D'Amico, if that job opens, would leave the Texans for Bama?
I think it would be less than 10%. I would say that at the very best, I don't even think it's 5%, but I think that a lot of that has to do with the fact that he's in a really good situation here, that I don't think money's going to be an object for the McNairs. And I think that the workload that you have to put in is 24/7, 365 in college these days because of NIL, because of the transfer portal, because of just how many coaches don't want to deal with all the extra BS that provides, and feel like the easier outcome for them is to be coach NFL. You get a couple months off, you get to do it without having all that extra pressure. I just don't see D'Amico being a college football coach.
I mostly agree. I would actually have it less than 10%. I think it's like 3%, maybe less than that.
Yeah, but money, right? I mean, you just said it. The boosters, if they throw an ungodly amount of money, I could see him considering it.
So the reasons that I don't think that it's 3%, the NIL aspect of it, you recruit a player there, then you have to recruit them to stay there. The roster turnover is incredibly high. I do think that the work is a lot more and it's less football-y. Like, you're spending a lot of time on just the roster, and you're not spending a whole lot of time on the football side of it. You're also raising money for NIL, like all this stuff. So to me, it doesn't fit D'Amico's personality. D'Amico has never coached college football, like ever. Like that makes me think that he's an NFL guy, that he's a lifer in the NFL, and I believe that to be 100% true. But college coaches usually make more money than NFL coaches. D'Amico Ryans is making $4.6 million this year. You know how much DeBoer's making? A little under 11. He would more than double his salary if he took the Alabama money today versus his money today. Again, I have it at a 3% chance. But the money is striking. Now, I think it's more likely that D'Amico would use the Alabama opening to get a high extension and a big raise that would put him somewhere near the Alabama salary. But the money is striking. And D'Amico doesn't strike me as a huge money guy, but that's a big jump. What D'Amico's currently making less than 5 to what DeBoer's making a little under 11.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was that big.
It's more than double.
Like, but you think that D'Amico would have? Do you think D'Amico would have success in college if he coached?
I think D'Amico would have success doing anything he did.
Yeah, and I think from a defensive perspective too, you saw what Patricia did yesterday. I think that his defensive mind and focus and play calling and every system, I think it all could translate. I think that I did not realize that the divide was that great from what he's making, and because college, the boosters throw money the same way they throw it at players, they'll throw it at coaches.
Mm-hmm. Now, I mean, Andy Reid, I think, is making like $20 million. So, like, NFL coaches can still make lots of money. I think Kirby Smart's the highest paid college coach, like somewhere around 13. That's 3 times more than what D'Amico's making. I think what's more likely is that D'Amico Ryans would use those openings as leverage to get a big extension, because an extension is probably coming for D'Amico Ryans here pretty soon. They won a 3rd division title, 3 division titles in a row, took over a franchise who had won 11 games in the previous 3 years. He's loved here. I do agree with you that the McNairs would open up the pocketbooks and make sure that D'Amico Ryans handsomely paid to where he's not looking at college jobs. But the money is alarming. The gap there is alarming.
Well, plus the relationship with the general manager is good too. And in a lot of cases, that's where it might go south, just because the fact that you got a coach that's doing all those things, but a GM that there's no synergy there. And you know that there's synergy between the two of them. And Nick is, I think, as big a fan as anybody of D'Amico. So I think that all signs point to that he ain't going anywhere, and they damn well should take care of him if anything comes up.
And I think that they will. Like, McNair spend money. Like, they're not cheap. Like, they're willing to spend money. So I think they would take care of him.
I think the interesting thing too, from the Alabama perspective, is that even Feinbaum is saying that they should go. You know, Saban he still got his office in the football facility at Alabama, and they still live there and everything like that. That the big uprising now is get Nick back. I don't think he wants to. I think he's actually really good on TV.
Yeah, I would call him, though.
Oh, yeah, definitely call him.
Hey, Nick.
I don't think he's going back.
Oh, that's
hey,
your
Nick,
first
do
choice,
you miss
right?
the competitive spirit? Do you miss winning national championships? Do you miss going to Vanderbilt where there's no home field advantage? Yeah, he absolutely would be the first call. I agree with you that he wouldn't go back, but I'm making him tell me no. I would make him tell me no. The ones that I'm reading is Dan Lanning.
Oh, from
Oregon.
It's the one that I've been reading. Should he go to Bama?
I was going to say, does he have a connection there? Because otherwise, he's set pretty good at Oregon. And as long as Phil Knight is the one throwing the NIL money at the program and giving him everything that Nike gives him, Phil Knight's going to make sure that Lanning stays at Oregon unless there is some kind of a personal
He was
connection.
a GA there a long time ago. I would leave Oregon for Alabama without batting an eye.
Well, but you just got done talking about finances. Money would not be an object to stay at Oregon.
It's just a different stature of job, though. Like, Alabama is one of the 5 best jobs in the country. Oregon's a good job, but it's not one of the best top 5 jobs. I would leave Oregon to Alabama in a heartbeat. Plus, I don't love living up there in the West Coast, way up there, the top corner of the United States. Get me down in the good old South. Get me down in the South.
I think Oregon is close to being a top 5 type program.
Do you?
Yeah.
You think it's close to Bama?
Well, I mean,
Oregon's never won a national title, right?
I think I can name 15 I'd rather take. And that's not a slight of Oregon. There's a lot of good jobs, but I think there's more, to Jeremy's point, I think there's just jobs with higher prestige.
I just think that they've been relevant now, and because they've got a boatload of money, and because he's got a good thing going recruiting-wise and paying the recruits that they get, that maybe in another year or two, especially if they get back into the playoff and make noise again, that they could be one of those programs.
I'll agree to disagree on that one.
It's fine.
I think they're a really good program. I don't think they're ever going to be top 5. They've never won a natty.
They're
They've never
closer
won a
to
national
15 than they are
championship.
to 5.
Georgia and Alabama and Ohio State, right?
I mean, LSU would be higher than
LSU,
Oregon, in my
Texas,
opinion.
Florida.
Maybe even A&M. Like, I know A&M doesn't have the storied history.
I think Oregon's above Florida right now. Florida's been I think so.
I think that one's
well.
close.
I think you might be having two different
Notre Dame?
conversations. Oregon certainly accomplished more, but as far as the prestige of the job, I think it would be more with Florida.
Yeah, I would have Oregon out of the top 10. I don't know if I can name 15.
I can agree out of top 5, but I think, like I said, I think in another year or two, if they keep doing what they've been doing, I think they could be right there.
Well, you're kind of moving the goalpost when you say in the next couple of years.
But I said
like
that
right
from the
now.
jump. I said I think they're
Well,
close
you said
to the top
Oregon's
5.
close to Bama.
Yeah, I thought they were close to one of the 5 top programs in the country.
So you don't think you can get to 10? Let's see. Notre Dame.
Yeah, you have to, right?
Alabama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ohio State.
Yep.
Penn State.
Mm-hmm.
Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Texas A&M.
Not anymore.
That's fair. Not anymore.
I mean, I think they've fallen off a little bit, and they still can't get to the big one, let alone.
I feel like they were never there.
Georgia.
Yep.
Did I say Michigan?
I don't think so.
No.
Michigan. Miami?
Nah.
Probably not. Florida State?
See, the Michigan thing to me, too, they won it with Harbaugh. Since Harbaugh, I can see that, they've got people throwing money at players, but I'm just not sure that whole program is going to continue to achieve what they were doing.
I feel like you're filibustering here.
Oklahoma?
Okay.
No, but we're not talking about going forward. We're talking about, like, the prestige of the program. Like, would he leave Oregon for Michigan? Like, or if you were a highly decorated head coach, which job would you prefer? Like, I think it's different than their, like, prospects in, like, the next 3 years. Because I'm with you on, like, the Michigan front. But Michigan's absolutely one of the,
Oh, the blue bloods of the past. Yeah, for the long stand.
I think Michigan's better. I think Ohio State. I kind of lost track. Big Ten, Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State. Any argument there? Any other? How about USC?
I think they've fallen way off.
USC, Oregon?
I think I'd still rather have USC.
I think so, too.
It's closer than it should be. I'd rather have USC. It's more prestigious.
Any other Big Ten schools?
Not off the top of my head.
Yeah, not off the top of
Michigan
my
State's fallen way off.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, for sure. SEC, Alabama.
Yep.
Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Texas.
Yep.
Oklahoma.
I'd have Oklahoma.
I would too. Oklahoma's got the prestige. They're not in a better spot currently
Yeah,
right
currently
now today.
is where I waver.
But the prestige. Who else in the SEC did I miss there? I said Georgia. I said
You would
Alabama.
put
I said Texas.
Tennessee or Ole Miss?
Florida.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
I would
Florida.
take Tennessee.
Maybe
I would
a
take
disagreement.
Florida, and I would take Tennessee.
Okay, maybe those are on the fences. Notre Dame.
Yeah,
you have to.
Notre Dame, so that's 9. ACC, would you go Clemson, Florida State, Miami?
I would not.
I would go Clemson.
Clemson, I think. Clemson would be the
Not
only one.
Miami.
I wouldn't go Florida State, Miami.
Not Florida State.
But I'd go there. Yeah, I mean, that's 10. I have a tough time getting to 15, though.
Yeah, I'd have to think about it more. But it's anyway. Yeah, it's. I think the conversation probably starts at 11.
Probably. Alabama, Texas, Oklahoma, Michigan, Ohio State, USC, Notre Dame, Penn State, Georgia, Florida, Nebraska, all more prestigious. I can't go to Nebraska.
I can't go to Nebraska
I can't
either.
go to Nebraska.
And I think Rhule's
Yeah.
going to do a great. He's doing a great job there.
I'd push
but
back on
I
Nebraska
don't see
today.
Nebraska.
Oregon and Nike. I mean, Oregon does have a lot of money, but these other schools have lots of money too. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listening line. So 3% on D'Amico, leaving the Texans for Bama. You were at less than 10. Where you at, Brian?
Yeah, 9.
9%. I can think of 6 million reasons. No, I'm just kidding. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Astros win a game today. All systems go. They split the series. They're back, baby. Let's react to this Game 4 Labor Day victory. The offense back? 713-780-ESPN. Luis Garcia back. He looked good, huh? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what always looks good? A goal from Pro Dunk in your driveway. They make the highest quality basketball goals on the planet. If you're getting a goal, get it from Pro Dunk. Your kids want a goal. You want a goal. Everybody in your house wants a goal, so get a goal. Get it out at the house. It's going to be fantastic. Property value is going to go up. Everybody's going to love it. And if you're going to get a goal, you need to get one from Pro Dunk. Don't waste your time in the big box stores. That's no fun. The quality's not that good. The rim's going to mess up. You have to assemble. Don't mess with that. Get a goal from Pro Dunk. Tempered glass backboard. Gives you that true, authentic feel. Stainless steel hardware. It's rust-proof, which is must-have in Houston. It's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 to 10 feet, and it has a breakaway rim, so you can dunk on it, hang on it, keep you safe. Relive the glory days. Thor! Their goal, Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. It's their lightning adjust feature, and it's awesome. It's easy to do. You can get that sucker up to 5, 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Accessories are next level as well. LED light kits for night play. You're at work, kids are stuck at school, it's hot, you don't want to play until the sun goes down, get LED light kits, and you can play all around the clock. Backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and lots more. And you can order all of this, including professional installation, online at produnk.com. That's right. You can order all of it. That installation's great, too. Let the pros from Pro Dunk install your goal. They're going to install it the perfect height, perfectly level, perfectly straight. You're not going to do a thing. You'd screw it up anyway, so let the pros do it. You don't install. The pros at Pro Dunk do the work for you. Get a goal now. 281-351-9822. Make everybody in your house happy. 281-351-9822, or visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
How could you leave off LSU? They have more natties in the 21st century than half of those other teams. We mentioned LSU early, but I forgot oversight.
Yeah, I think we mentioned them in the initial run-through, but then forgot them in the recap.
Yeah, you're right. LSU should be there. I mentioned them early, forgot them, oversight in that final list. Astros win a baseball game today. They're back, baby. Are the Astros back? 713-780-3776. This is off 8 runs. 8 runs today. This anemic, useless, lifeless offense scored 8 runs off an all-star pitcher today. Off of our guy, Yusei Kikuchi. Yusei Kikuchi got lit up by the Astros today. The Astros today played 8 innings of offensive baseball because they didn't have to bat in the ninth. They played 8 innings of offensive baseball. Do you know how many frames they scored a run today? 6. 6. In 8 of the frames, they scored at least a run in 6 of those suckers. The Astros offense is a juggernaut.
12 hits. That's nice, a lot. Too. Coming off the last 2 pathetic performances. 12 hits is nice. All those runs are good. They needed this. I'm pleasantly surprised by this, but it was a good day because you take all of that. You take the fact that both the Tigers and the Blue Jays lost. And so whichever way you're looking at it, now you hope the Mariners lose to the Rays tonight. But from the standpoint of from pitching to hitting, you got everything you needed today.
Where's that Rays game?
It's at the minor league.
I'd rather the Rangers lose than the Mariners.
Okay.
I care more about the Rangers losing than the Mariners losing.
Yeah.
Cash or trash. 713-780-3776.
I still want them to win the division, and I still want them to catch Detroit and either one. I don't care either one of them, Detroit or Toronto, and they trail both of them by 3 games right now in the loss column. So it's attainable. It's possible. And when you start playing teams like the Yankees again, hopefully they'll step up and show their best starting tomorrow. But this is a much needed game for this team to get the thing going on the right direction again.
Did you say Detroit and Toronto already lost today?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's awesome. I didn't realize that happened. That's great. That's awesome news. Yeah. You had 3 with Toronto too. Mm-hmm. So like within striking distance, you go into Canada and you steal a series. You still maybe you sweep a series. Maybe do they call brooms there in Toronto? They have a different language there?
I think they're still brooms.
Yeah, go
Except
up there.
Except for in Montreal.
Get the Le Sweep in Toronto.
It depends on the organization.
Do they not speak French in Toronto? Is that not one of their languages?
No, it's Montreal they speak French, right?
Montreal is French.
What's the second language in Toronto? I want Le Sweep in Toronto. That wouldn't make any sense. Okay, all right.
Canada's more the Midwest. I mean, Toronto's more the Midwest accent of Canada.
I'm going to go with it anyways. Let's sweep the Blue Jays. But no, I think everything was good today. The offense scored 8 runs. You had 12 knocks, like you mentioned. Altuve hit a dong off the foul pole, so everybody gets free Chick-fil-A. Jordan got on base 3 times. Pena had a couple of hits. Ramon Urias homered. He had a double as well. Cam Smith, kill a Cam with 2 hits. The pitching was fantastic. Luis Garcia is back. He goes 6 innings in his debut. He punches out 6 in his debut. Caleb Ward a scoreless inning. Brian King a scoreless inning. Craig Kimbrell put everybody on base, but a scoreless inning. I don't think you can find one bad thing in today's game.
No, I was pleased. Did you see the numbers that Urias has against Kikuchi lifetime? I think he had like 5 hits and 4 were home runs.
Yeah.
So he was pretty good against, and he lived up to it today with 2 hits, including a bomb. I was really a little nervous late though when not Ward, the shortstop.
He's got stitches.
No.
You're thinking of Neto.
Neto.
I hate that guy.
I don't. Ever since he tried to start beef with Hunter Brown, but he already had 1 home run right down the left field line, wrapped it around the foul pole, and then almost did it again. It was just foul. They reviewed it. I'm like, if this guy gets 2 bombs, literally off of right next to the foul pole in the Crawford boxes, that would be pathetic.
Yeah. He's a good player though. He's pretty good.
He's solid.
But this rotation suddenly looks okay. Like last week, oh, no, who's the 3rd starter? This is Dyer. This is not good. And now all of a sudden, you still got Hunter and Fromber up top. You got the Summer of George pitching lights out. Like he's the number 3.
Of George!
Christian Javier's no-hitting sons of guns. Spencer Arrighetti's punching out the side every inning. And now you have Luis Garcia kumbiaing his way back into this rotation. All of a sudden, the Astros rotation's nasty.
Well,
he's on fire!
I mean, for Garcia to just have the 1 hiccup in the 4th inning to go roll right through the first 3 and then, run into trouble and give up the 2 home runs, but then to settle back down, no walks, 6 strikeouts. I mean, that's a heck of a good effort for a guy that I did not know what to expect because he was so up and down with all of his minor league starts.
Israel Killicam, 2 hits, 2 runs, 2 stolen bases, flex emoji, flex emoji, flex emoji, clap emoji, clap emoji, clap emoji.
Sweet emoji.
What's greater? Your like for Cam Smith or your dislike for Israel?
I think I know where Joel's at.
I don't dislike Israel the person. I can't stand his takes and the way that he pushes forward on. I mean, I remember how great Colorado was going to be this year too, and he was, talking about winning the Big 12 and how they were going to beat Georgia Tech this weekend. He loves to just completely soft sell and just push those bad takes aside and just keep on rolling.
To back up Israel, they are undefeated in the Big 12.
Great, because they haven't played a game.
I would say the thing I appreciate most about Israel's takes is when he used to call us like, "Hey, Cam's hitting 255, hitting 255," and then last week he called us, "Hey, Cam's hitting 244." He's hitting 245.
I will say this about Cam though. I've this last 7 days or so, he's looked much better at the plate,
more comfortable.
He's had some good at bats. He's looking a little bit like he's coming out of this a little bit. Maybe he catches fire. Maybe he gets hot. The competition hasn't been great. But no, I've actually liked Cam Smith's at bats the last 7 or 8 days.
Wasn't Israel's big argument, or his big argument, is that Cam's batting average is still better than anybody else playing the outfield?
Yeah, it was
for the
part
Astros.
Of it. Yeah. It was part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Yeah, I'm not a big batting average guy. Still matters. Batting average still carries weight. I don't think that it's obsolete, but yeah, batting average would be the first offensive number that I would look at. 713-780 ESPN. Anything else from this game you boys want to touch?
I just think in terms of a get right game, like you said, hard to find a negative anywhere, and then on top of it to get the help that you needed already, and the fact that the pitching staff looks like, again, because the bullpen's holding their own with a lot of guys that you had question marks about, both at the start of the year and even now, from guys they picked up. That hopefully this is, because it's a big stretch for them, starting with the Yankees, who are hot coming in and they didn't play today.
Yep, they were in town already. The excellent pitching matchup tomorrow too. Framber Valdez. I really want Cesar Salazar to catch him tomorrow. I'm going to celebrate if he's in the lineup. Like I might throw a party on the air, because usually the lineup comes out like first couple of minutes of the show.
Mm-hmm.
If he's in the lineup, Brian's going to hit a sounder where we're going to celebrate. We're going to party like it's, what's that saying? Party like it's
1999.
Yeah, we're going to party like it's 1999. If Cesar Salazar's in the lineup tomorrow.
Yeah, the thing is you're going to see the Yankees' 2 best pitchers, because you're going to see Fried and you're going to see who's the temperamental guy with the beard that always talks crap to the Astros. Why can't I think of his Rundown? So you're going to see.
Did they hit Fried the last time they faced?
They beat him. They beat him.
Yep. Yeah. Jose Altuve looks like he's a little leaguer. He's on our TV right now.
Aside from the sunglasses, he looks like he just came out of Sandlot.
He does. Oh, man, that's funny. All right, 713-780 ESPN, HRP listener line. Looks like a little kid. 713-780-3776. If you were starting an NFL it's NFL season, baby. If you were starting an NFL franchise from scratch, which quarterback are you taking? 713-780 ESPN. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, I'm here to tell you about the new and improved Walmart.com. We all know what Walmart brings to the table. Look, they bring great prices. They bring a ton of selection, everything under one roof, from groceries to all your needs, from pharmaceuticals to just everyday home goods. But now you need to check out Walmart.com, because it has been completely upgraded, overhauled, and it is brand new. And who knew you can get all the same prices that you get in store delivered to your door, and the prices don't go up. So you can go just like your grocery store, except for instead of going shopping and wasting time and having, in our case, to take the kids and get everybody in the car and then go shop and then get home and do all those things, all you got to do is go to Walmart.com, where they have over 500 million items online. And there's a huge selection of items that you can't find in stores that are available to you to have delivered to your door. The fact of the matter is, you save time, you still save a ton of money, and it's a huge benefit for our family. It even came in handy a weekend ago when we had a birthday party coming up, and we forgot we hadn't gotten a gift for my oldest daughter to go to the party. All we did is go to Walmart.com, ordered it online, delivered to the door, plenty of time to wrap it and get to the party, and everything was safe, sound, and saved for the birthday party for our daughter. It was fantastic. It's all great because it's all taken care of for you, and the grocery store prices are the same as you would pay if you bought them in the store, Just like other grocery stores. When you buy the groceries, there's an upcharge to have them delivered to your door, not with Walmart.com. So whether you're feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, throwing a party, or you got a birthday party gift you need in a pinch, you can get it all at Walmart.com. You don't have to go to the store, and you get the same prices as if you did. It's absolutely fantastic. You want it delivered in as fast as an hour? They can do that too. Fees and terms apply, but at the same time, it's people you trust because it's Walmart, and Walmart always takes care of you, the customer. Check it out. You can use Express Delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries, home goods to prescriptions, subject to availability, but learn more about all of this by checking out the new and improved Walmart.com. Just go to Walmart.com right now.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Sean McVay confirmed that Matthew Stafford will start on Sunday. It's game week. I don't know if anybody actually thought he wasn't going to start. Do you want the Texans to hurt Matthew Stafford? 713-780-3776.
Going bounty again?
No, they just sack him. His back gets a little flared up. Inflammation. He'll play in 2 weeks.
You're trying to get a player hurt again like you did with Lamar.
Do you want Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter to clobber Matthew Stafford?
Yes.
Legally?
Yes.
Legally?
Yes.
That's a different conversation.
Legally.
Do you want them to hurt him, or do you want them to clobber him?
What's the difference?
Well, if you're wishing that he gets hurt in the process,
they are
instead
two
of
different
just
things.
beating him up,
hurting and clobbering.
Well, no,
yeah,
okay.
If you're clobbering him in the context of the game and sacking him, that's one thing. If you're hoping that they hurt him, that's a different conversation.
I'm having a tough time
to get way too far in the weeds. There is a difference between hoping he gets injured and removed from the game and hoping they hit him hard.
Do you hope that they hit him hard enough that he has to get removed from the game?
Okay.
Do you?
Sure.
It's a violent sport.
Sure.
Do you hope that Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter
Let's be
T-bone
honest,
him and he gets hurt where he has to leave?
No,
Staff, 100% disagree. This is not an Aziz Al-Shire dome-to-dome game. You know why? Because Matthew Stafford ain't running. Aziz Al-Shire doesn't blitz a whole lot. If Stafford's getting hurt by a Houston Texan, it's not Aziz Al-Shire.
Yeah, I would like to see Danielle and Will getting home and making his life hell all day because, as they say, the hits add up. And at a certain point, whether it's an injury that flares in his back or you're just beating him up because you're getting to him constantly throughout the game, that would be the ideal scenario.
Israel says yes, he wants to see that. Like, I mean, it's football, man. If Stetson Bennett or Jimmy Garoppolo have to come in this game, it's great for the Houston Texans.
Sure.
Like, I'm not saying to take cheap shots or anything like that. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Hello, guys. How are y'all?
Great.
Happy holiday. Yeah. You got a great point finally, Brown.
Finally.
We got to touch them up. I mean, this is football. This is a big boy sport. Let's man up. It's Texans here. Super Bowl, baby.
Appreciate the call, Keith. I wonder if that was Milo on a mobile.
That
He had a
wasn't-
little Milo-y.
Did he just
That
wish
wasn't
us
the
a happy
Keith I was
holiday?
expecting.
He wished happy holiday. I like that
Who's
part.
ever wished someone a happy holiday on Labor Day? Is that the first time that's ever happened?
I think the station did it.
Nah. Yeah, the
A
station
couple
did
years
do
ago.
it. They
And
did it today.
Oh, they did it a couple. Oh, did they?
Yeah.
They
Who's
did it.
ever come up to you on Labor Day and said, "Hey, happy holiday, man"?
I think that's a weird.
That's never
That's a
happened.
weird nitpick. I think I'm on Keith's side on this one.
That's
No,
never happened.
Happy holiday. It's a happy holiday. Most people aren't working unless you're a
I'm
true
41
dog.
years old. No one's ever said happy holiday to me on Labor Day.
How many people talk to you?
I've got more friends than you.
But
One to zero.
if you're working on Labor Day, then it would be apropos, right?
Yeah, people on the
Yeah,
on the
that's what I was
YouTube and the
getting at.
Twitch were like, "Hey guys, thanks for laboring on Labor
Yep.
Day."
Didn't say happy holiday.
I have to go back and see. I don't think that's that weird. Happy holiday. It's a holiday. Today's
Agree
a
to disagree.
holiday.
Yes, technically, but it's just not one you think of people celebrating. Like, hey man, happy holiday. I don't. If I go get a soda from the convenience
nitpick.
store, I'm not greeting the clerk. It's like, hey man, happy, like I would with Merry Christmas or Happy Thanksgiving. I'm not saying that for Labor Day.
Why are you putting down and demeaning Labor Day compared to all the other holidays?
Probably because I'm working. But it's just it's a.
Oh, come on, you've used it on Arbor Day
It's
a
like
time or two.
It's like a 5th tier holiday. Let's be honest.
No, there's no doubt. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're asked, hey, can you work this day versus
It's a lower tier.
No one's asking us that on Christmas.
No.
Right.
Or
no
July
one's asking
4th
us that
or
on
Memorial
Thanksgiving.
Day.
No, I've worked July 4th.
I
Because
feel
you need the because you
I've
need
worked
the comp
Christmas and
days.
Thanksgiving, but not whenever I was a full timer.
Yeah, but your situation's different. You need
Part-timer.
comp days to work UH
Well,
games.
I mean, we're not being asked for comp days here on Christmas and Thanksgiving. But at other places, I've worked part-time shows on those days for sure.
Oh, as a fill-in?
because they
yeah,
keep
yeah.
it because they keep it local still.
Yeah,
They
some
just-
places, yeah. Some places do. What do you think Keith was Milo on a mobile? To me, it sounded,
Sounded
a little
like
Milo-y, didn't it? You catch
a
that?
little bit.
Because I was
Yeah.
expecting the normal Keith of, hey guys, love the show, thanks for letting me be a part of it, and then he goes into either some guy from the 70s or something else.
Different Keith.
Instead, we
Yeah.
got that, and I was like, oh wait a minute. And then as he started kind of overselling it, it sounded like Milo on a mobile.
Yeah, I can
did.
hear it. I just needed a
It was Milo
pally,
on a mobile.
and I would have sold it, but
He needed a Holy Toledo, knock
Yeah.
out Matthew
Blue
Stafford,
star on
put
that
a
one,
blue
baby.
star on that one.
Pally.
It was Danilli, like he always
yeah, you put
Baggy
the
and
LY on
Busy,
everybody's
Danilli
name.
and Willie.
Yeah.
Keith from LA now want Jared Verse to take CJ Stroud's head off, as you should. I would never expect a fan of the opposing team to want to hey, pat CJ Stroud on the behind. Good play, CJ. Well, go get him. I wish you well next week. I hope that you get through the game. No, you want your team to clobber in time the other quarterback.
Sure. But
legally.
it's different from saying that you want him to hurt him as opposed to just beat him up all day by sacking him. And
I want
hitting him.
both.
Okay, that's you.
I want both. I want to see Jimmy Garoppolo in the second quarter.
You want elder abuse on Matt Stafford.
I don't want him to be out for more than a week. But if he's knocked out in the second quarter on a legal hit, why would we be sad about that?
I wouldn't be sad about it. I think there's a difference
There's a
between
massive
being
difference.
sad for it and wishing for it, though.
Yeah, I'm not
I think that's where
hoping-
people are drawing the line.
I would celebrate it.
There's
It's
still
like
a difference,
It's like
though.
when they say there's a difference between pain and injury. I'm not wishing injury on a player. At the same time, I'm hoping for my defense to be on his back all day.
Do you want the Texans to beat the Rams?
Of course.
Again, but it's
Then
a
you're
different
hoping injury
conversation.
for the quarterback because it's easier to win if you hit the quarterback knock him out of the game.
That's in your opinion.
No, I don't think it's. I think it's in everybody's opinion. If Jimmy Garoppolo comes in the game in the second quarter, the Texans' chances of winning the game skyrocket.
Right, the chances
Facts.
do.
That's a
right,
fact, not an opinion.
But no, it's an opinion to say that you're wishing on to him to get injured.
No, that's something different. I'm saying it's a fact. If Matthew Stafford gets hurt in the second quarter, that the Texans' chances of winning go up.
Sure they do, but I'm not. But I'm saying that that's why I'm not wishing injury upon him for them to hurt him. I hope that they're just on him all day.
I hope they're on him all day where he gets knocked out in the second quarter. I want to see Jimmy Garoppolo in this game. I want to see him in the game. Key from LA, get ready for Davis Mills because he's coming into the second quarter also. Yeah, but Davis Mills is going to run wild on the LA Rams. He looked great in the preseason.
What's the over-under on if the Texans win this game, how many days before we hear from Key?
I think he will speak to us Monday no matter what.
But he'll make it. But it won't be.
Well, yeah,
he won't
excuses.
accept the loss.
What was it? Injuries with Astros Dodgers? Is that what the excuse card he tried to play?
Yeah, he said they're hurt.
Yeah,
The
Astros had way more on the IL.
The Astros literally led baseball and people on the injured list. Oh, injuries. Okay, Key from LA. We can play that game too. Texture says happy holiday. That's two.
That's two. That's just being stubborn and trying to go.
We had
against.
multiple people basically thanking us for working today.
That's not the same though. My point is more the happy holiday, not that they're not thankful that we're working.
My favorite part of him saying that was he said happy holiday and not happy holidays.
Well, it is a singular day.
Right. That's the funny part, I think.
Yeah.
Because like around Christmas time, you're like, hey, happy holidays, because you're encompassing a bunch of different holidays potentially.
Right.
Or a series of days, because nobody takes off just one day. Most people don't. So I thought it was funny, and I think it was intentional that he said happy holiday, not happy holidays. Because even like on Thanksgiving time, I think you say happy holidays.
Yeah, because most people are off at least 3 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that was intentional and kind of funny. Kind of funny. All right, I hijacked this with my hope that Matthew Stafford leaves Sunday's game with an injury. Just a rest of the game injury. I'm not looking for he's out 3 weeks. I'm looking for rest of the game. That's it.
Trying to kill the elder statesman
I'm
of
not
the
trying
NFL.
to kill him. I'm trying to get him out for the
Elder
final 3
abuse.
quarters. I'm trying to because I want Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson to abuse that older man. Abuse him out of the game. All right, you're starting a franchise from scratch. Who are the top 3 quarterbacks that you would take? And you got to keep age in mind, and you have to keep contracts in mind. So considering age, considering contracts, which quarterback would you start a franchise with right now today? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. You know a great spot to watch some football? Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. It's peaceful. It's quiet. You can get away and really concentrate on the football that you love. Get out of the rat race. Get rid of the hustle and bustle of whatever's causing you stress and anxiety, and get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You're going to be thankful that you did. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book that stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com. From the open green space to the wildlife you don't see in the cities. Beautiful, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas, too. You can't beat it. They got the 2 creeks right there on the property. They have a catch and release pond in the middle of the property, which is great for the kiddos. Hike on their 92 acres of property. That's a lot greater than 40 acres. Kayak, play some pickleball, or just hang out by the pool with a drink. It's just 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at 2 Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. They're always looking to take care of their visitors. We were out there at the start of summer. They had a food truck out there both nights that we were there. They had some live music on a Saturday. 2 Creeks Crossing Resort always has you in mind. We stayed in the treehouse. Kids loved the treehouse. They had a great time in the treehouse. You can reserve the treehouse. You can also do the glamping. That's a great time. They have cabins right there on the creek. Those are awesome. Or if you have an RV, just pull up that bad boy. They have RV hookup spots too. They have the perfect stay for everybody. So book that stay right now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, starting from scratch. You get to pick any quarterback in the NFL to lead your franchise. Hopefully the defensive players aren't trying to hurt them. You get to you have to consider age. You have to consider contract here. It plays a role. Which quarterback are you taking?
Because of the fact that the contract, to me, makes the biggest difference maker in all of this, because of the fact you got to put the rest of the roster around them, I think I'm probably going to lean Jaden Daniels. I think that Mahomes is only 29, but when you think about Mahomes and Allen and Lamar and all the money that they're making and how difficult that, and we know the numbers and how it's stacked against them to win a Super Bowl when you already have a quarterback making 25-30% of the salary cap, I'm going to go with Jaden Daniels. He's 24 years old. He had a phenomenal rookie season. He's athletic. He runs the ball really, really well. He can pass it too. And to me, I can build a whole franchise around him with a quarterback that is that dynamic, that still throws the ball that well, and you have that much the ability to build the rest of the roster around him.
Yeah, I don't hate it. From a salary point of view, it's the best quarterback value around. Oh, C.J. Stroud's on a rookie deal. Yeah, but he's about to get paid.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get paid sooner than Jaden Daniels is, a year sooner. No, I'm not mad at it. I don't hate it. I'm still going to go Mahomes, though, just because I think Mahomes is the greatest quarterback currently going. Of any quarterback currently in the NFL, he is the greatest. He has a chance to get up to where Brady's at, so I would go Mahomes with mine. And yeah, he's making a lot more money, but it's still friendly-ish, team-friendly-ish. Like, he's not getting what Allen's getting, not getting what Lamar's getting, all of that. So because it's still a tolerable contract, and because he's the best quarterback currently going, and he's still somewhat young, 29, and I think he's going to age like fine wine. Like, he doesn't need the athleticism. He has it, doesn't need it because he's a great thrower of the ball. I'm taking Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, the guys you guys listed are my top two. And I was really struggling on this, like, how much do I want to weigh age and the rookie contract versus the proven results of winning 3 Super Bowls and getting to 2 more. And I ultimately landed on the proven results because Jeremy mentioned there in his argument about Mahomes, like, he's making a lot of money. But do you know where he ranks AAV?
Mahomes?
Yeah.
10th.
14th.
Okay, even better.
I mean, it's almost, it's getting pretty close to the halfway mark or even the bottom half of the league, which maybe it will be once Stroud and a couple other guys get paid. So you're getting the proven results and you're only paying 14th on AAV. I think if Mahomes was, the third highest paid quarterback, then I probably would lean towards the rookie contract, the age and all that. But 14th in AAV, I'm going to go with proven results and take Mahomes.
And I think because I started with Mahomes, but then because of the fact that I know the numbers are stacked against teams winning the Super Bowl when you have a guy that's on a contract that big. But the biggest asset, because that's still, I understand why you guys both would take Mahomes is because he's willing to take less and fluctuate his salary to help the team. Because in this day and age, and with the money that's being thrown around, you don't see other guys doing that. You don't see, everybody points to Tom Brady, but since Tom Brady, most guys are just hell-bent on, and their agents are hell-bent on getting the most money and taking advantage of, you are the next quarterback up. You are going to be the next one to cash in to the maximum extent.
Don't you think the Commanders are dropping off this year?
I think they're taking a half step back this year, yeah.
He doesn't think that based on Jaden, though.
Yeah, I'm just saying that. Saying if you're starting a franchise.
Okay, all right. They pulled the Athletic took a poll. They had 31 responders to this poll, and they gave them 3 picks. So each person got 3 picks. 31 times 3 is 74. Josh Allen was number 1 with
really?
22.
Doesn't make my top 3.
22 votes for Josh Allen. Who's 3?
Hurts.
Wow.
Because
okay.
Hurts, similar argument as Mahomes, not only does he have the proven result, in his case, making 2 Super Bowls, winning 1, but he's only a couple spots ahead of Mahomes in AAV. He ranks 11th in AAV.
Explain to me.
I'd probably have Hurts in my top 3 as well.
To your argument, Jeremy, about the success and the skins on the wall and everything too, though.
Whoa, I don't call Washington that anymore.
Right. But the fact that you're looking at anybody that, if you have your choice between Lamar, who's 28, Allen, who's 29, and Mahomes, who's 29, and they're all got their money.
Yeah.
Why would you not take Patrick Mahomes?
They're out for sure. Allen's gone, Lamar's gone, Burrow's gone. I think my top 3 would be Mahomes 1. I put proven commodity a little bit over the potential of Daniels, so I would go Mahomes, Hurts, Daniels. 1, 2, 3. Who would be your third?
It would probably be. I would lean Joe Burrow.
He's getting paid.
He is, but it's not as crazy as high. Like,
And
it's
he's
not
a little-
one.
he's
I
a-
think it's 6.
He's slightly younger than those guys. That's one I didn't look up.
He also has great taste on who he hangs out with in elevators. But
He's a-
Allen, go ahead.
He's 28.
That's upper 20s. I think he's going to be around for a long time. Quarterbacks can play for a long time.
I mean, he could have 7-8 years left easy.
7-8 years. Allen, number 1 at 22 votes out of these 31 times 3. Mahomes and Burrow each have 19. Daniels has 13. Lamar had 7. Justin Herbert had 4. Never won a playoff game.
Ugh.
Justin Herbert has 4.
And he's getting paid.
Drake, see, that might be the one that I disagree with the most. Like, I disagree with Herbert getting 4 more than Allen getting 22. Because at least Allen's going to win you an MVP or 2. Like, I don't love
And
the
get
Herbert
you to
at
a
4.
conference title game.
I don't love the Herbert at 4. Drake May at 2, C.J. Stroud at 2, Baker Mayfield at 2, and then Lawrence, Nix, and Ward.
Someone voted for Trevor Lawrence?
One. Yeah, maybe.
Was it Liam Cohen?
Maybe it was Liam Cohen.
Help me understand.
Duval.
So Allen had 21, and then what was Mahomes?
He had 22. Allen had 22. Mahomes had 19.
Okay, because I was going to say, I don't understand there being a gap at all. There shouldn't be, but there shouldn't be any wide gap from the fact that what is the lure for Allen over Mahomes if they're less than a year apart in age? That Allen runs better?
Because generally we overrate highlight-worthy plays, I think.
Well, we are definitely our Sports Center babies for the most part. That people waste so much on that in all of sports these days. But I just don't understand it when you have a proven commodity and a winner like Patrick Mahomes, and you're going to tell me that Allen got more votes. Why?
I agree with you. It's unexplainable.
The only thing I can say is the running aspect. But again, we don't want our quarterbacks running that much if they risk the injury taking big hits.
Devil's advocate here because I'm 100% on your side, as you know. I'm not an Allen stan. This is this point going forward. So they think the next 5 years for Josh Allen, 7 years, 10 years are going to be better than Mahomes' window of that same time span. I would disagree, but just putting that out there. Okay, I think that you get enamored, not you specifically, people in general, get enamored with highlight-worthy plays, regular season numbers, MVPs, because there's no way that I would take Allen over Mahomes. I think it's ridiculous.
I think that's also maybe people overreacting to the Chiefs' offensive downturn the last couple of years.
Probably.
Like, they're not pushing the ball down the field the same way they did with Tyreek, and so maybe they're overreacting to that.
See, and to your point about, maybe you get a couple more MVPs or he's going to have that kind of season. Well, Lamar can do the same thing for you. Regular season, he could play his tail off based on what he's done so far and win you a couple MVPs. But what's he going to do when it comes to playoff time?
100%. The 31 people panel, too, by the way, these are conducted with coaches and executives around the NFL. So this isn't.
Liam Cohen did vote for Trevor Lawrence.
Maybe so. I wonder if you can vote on your own. It doesn't say that. All voters were granted anonymity to speak freely. Some voters chose to skip certain questions, so they're categories with fewer than 31 votes. That's so soft. Hey, you don't have you get anonymity, but I'm not going to vote on this one. Soft. We lived in a soft culture.
You're just afraid the vote's going to come out?
I don't know. It's so weird. Maybe.
That was the year that Worrell voted Harden was the only vote for all defensive team.
So these are coaches and executives.
And they found out it was him. And that's when the league started saying you can't vote for your own.
Yeah, Harden had a good defensive year that year. Worrell knows what he's doing. Go Cougs. What was I going to say? I forgot. I think we read the whole list. Yeah. So Lawrence, you have a bigger beef with Lawrence than Cam Ward?
I honestly, I heard Lawrence and I spaced out.
Well,
I forgot everything else you said.
You think Stroud at 2 is unfair? You think it should be more?
I think the people who voted for Ward and Trevor Lawrence should give their votes to Stroud or somebody else.
I think they should flip Herbert and Stroud at minimum.
Yeah,
Herbert having 4 and Stroud having 2
for
feels
sure.
dirty
Yeah,
there.
flip them.
But also the fact that Cam Ward's getting votes because, again, you got him for 5 years at a very, very reasonable contract, as opposed to Lawrence is another guy that's already gotten paid.
I would take my chances on Ward over Lawrence.
Yeah, I would
100%.
too. Yep.
Lawrence shouldn't have gotten a vote.
They shouldn't have gotten
Plain
a
and
vote.
simple.
I would say Herbert shouldn't have gotten any either.
I would agree.
Yeah, I agree with both of those. I think that all the luster's off of Trevor Lawrence from ever since he was playing 7-on-7s and winning national 7-on-7 tournaments. Everybody, the hype around Trevor Lawrence all the way through Clemson, I think that's all kind of worn off.
He was really good 2 years ago, and then last year was atrocious. Or was it 3 years ago? He had the big year.
I think it was 3 years ago.
3 years ago? Oof.
The first year of, what's his name?
Doug Peterson.
Doug Peterson, yeah.
I'm curious to see what Cohen does with him though, because Cohen's a quarterback whisperer.
He's the offensive mind. We'll see.
Quarterback whisperers. The text line 713-780-ESPN. Israel says Lamar hands down. Of course, Patrick is that guy, followed by Jalen Hurts. So he goes Lamar, Mahomes, Hurts. What are you shocked about?
I mean, the fact that we know the way that Israel leans.
Which is what?
You want me to say it, but you know that he has a racial bias when it comes to just about every one of his takes.
I mean, I had two of the same three that Israel did. I had Mahomes and Hurts in my top
if
three.
Lamar's 3, I'm not as mad at it. Lamar shouldn't be first, though.
Josh Allen or Lamar?
I would take Lamar.
I would too. Josh Allen, running ability and production without a star receiver, says a texter. They don't want a star receiver. The last time they had a star receiver, they ran him out of town.
It's not like Lamar's had a lot of star receivers.
Is it fair to ask who's a better passer between those two?
I think Allen's a little bit better.
Yeah, I'd probably slightly in Allen.
Okay.
And it's totally fair. Pat Mahomes, Bo Nick, Shador Sanders, all capital letters. Says it's not Israel. I think it was somebody maybe taking a shot at Israel, but it wasn't Israel. Key from L.A. says easily Josh Allen. How is that so easy? I don't
understand
get
it at all.
I'd rather have Matthew Stafford than I'm kidding. He says Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, and Michael Penix. Huh.
Well, there's another one from
he's a
salary
player.
I get it from the salary, but
believer in Penix.
He's an older second-year player. Isn't he already like 25?
Does that matter
26?
a whole lot?
Kind of, yeah. If you're factoring in age as a part of the equation.
Yeah, it's still young enough. I mean, we have 29-year-olds on our list.
Sure, but I'd rather my second-year player be 23 than 26.
You though, to win it all? The ratio thing matters. Like if you have a 25-year-old on the second year
you're
of
changing the question, though. The question's not to win a title next year. It's if you're building your franchise from this point forward.
But it also includes contracts. So contracts absolutely comes into play in this conversation.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like if he's hitting his second contract at 27 versus 31, I prefer the former.
I hear you on that, but if let's just say the players are equal, because it's impossible to qualify how good the player is.
You haven't seen what we got in the expansion.
Like if the players equal, wouldn't you rather have a 25-year-old in his second year? If the player's equal to a 22-year-old in his second year because of the maturity, I guess it wouldn't be more experience.
Yeah,
the experience would be the same.
Experience would be the same, and I think it's also maturity is based upon the individual.
Because you're saying the ability's the same.
Yeah, so I guess that there's a wrinkle in it when it's the ability. Because a 25-year-old is going to be closer to his peak than the 22-year-old, and you have a quarterback that's closer to his peak while you still have more years of his rookie contract than a talented player who's further away from his peak.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? It's a ratio to me.
I do see that point.
Closer to the peak on a cheaper salary,
more able to
than
capitalize.
further from his peak on a cheaper salary.
You take the younger guy if you don't know the absolute ceiling to say that the younger guy, as he matures, while you have him under the cheap contract, could actually reach new heights that we maybe that are higher than the guy that we're talking about at 26. Because I think if you say the ability is the same across the board, then I'm taking the younger guy.
Like Stroud's 23 this year. So C.J. Stroud, his 5 years of his rookie contract, the player option in his fifth year, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Would you rather have C.J. Stroud those 5 years on his rookie contract, or would you rather have him 23, 24, 25, 26, 27?
You're also the problem. I see your argument, but the problem with it, though, is you're equating NFL experience to age versus years in the league.
Well, I think that the older you are, the closer you are to your peak, although the experience is equal.
I would put more weight on experience in the league than the number of your age, though, is what I'm saying. I get what you're saying, that usually for the average quarterback, you hit your prime at 27, not 25. But I think that's also you're missing the ratio of how much experience you have in the league.
I think that the experience matters more, no doubt. But I do think that your physical prime is closer to 27.
That part is fair. I just don't know if it – I would more weigh the NFL experience than the number of the age.
I would too, but that wasn't the original argument. Okay. The original argument was Michael Penix's age being a hindrance towards him. I don't think it should be a hindrance.
The only thing that it kills you is the back end of his career, like how long he plays. Because otherwise –
Maybe what, 3 less years?
Yeah. I mean, I think
matters.
It does, but if he's really good and you pick a 23-year-old who's bad, he's going to be out of the NFL. So I don't know how much that factors in.
You're also getting, in theory, less of his prime than you would with a younger player.
That's not true.
Well, if you're delaying his career by 3 years, then
I mean nobody's in their prime in their first 3 years.
Well, let's say right. So I'm just saying. So if player A is 22 and player A, Well, if one player's hitting his prime, let's say they both hit their prime in their fourth year in the league, but one guy's hitting that at 30 and the other guy's hitting that at 26, I'd rather have the 26-year-old because then there'd be more of that left over for age regression kicked in.
Look, I agree with you. I think that we probably overrate Penix's age a little. Like, in a salary cap league where these contracts have structured terms, I don't care as much about the age.
Shouldn't injury history factor into this list as well too? Because with a guy like Burrow, yes, he's getting the money, but he's also been dinged up to where you have concerns about certain quarterbacks depending on how often they've been injured and what injuries they've had, no matter how good they are.
Well, that would depend on how much proneness to injury they have. Like, that would be
right. But I'm also saying,
you.
like, even to your guys' discussion, if you had a college quarterback that was coming out or a guy on the list that was at 23, but he had significant injuries in college, I'd be a little leery of that.
Yeah, I mean, that would factor into any player in your decision. That would depend on your thoughts on how prone they would be to injury. Like, I think Stingley's a guy you could look at. Like, Stingley had injuries at LSU and even had an injury in his first year at the Texans. And there was a lot of concern. Like, did Caserio ignore injury history more than he should? And, knock wood, Stingley has found health, and that wasn't really a factor. Like, that was more random than something that's a constant. And I think that with injury, sometimes they can be random. Sometimes I think dudes are injury prone.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I think that when you're starting a franchise, you have to have all the medicals and more to make that to be able to delineate and say, oh, that was a freak accident and an injury, as opposed to here's a guy that's constantly dealing with things that gives you the red flag of he may never be healthy.
Yeah. So are you there with Burrow?
I think I'm beyond. I think, look, Burrow had zero offensive line when he got crushed, to where I believe that with Burrow, I still believe in him. I don't think he's injury prone. I think that's just one of those things.
See, I would argue that his are more fluke than injury prone. One of the things that I would argue for Burrow being injury prone is that dude doesn't avoid a whole lot of shots. And is that the offensive line play, or is that him being like a tough hero? And like, I appreciate the dude that's tough.
He stands in there.
But the longevity of your career is going to go down the more and more you're taking those hits.
It's kind of like what we've talked about with CJ and also what the Ravens are trying to do with Lamar, to be very smart about when you run and how you run when you do.
Mm-hmm. Like a quarterback who's currently in the NFL who I think is injury prone, it's Tua. Like, I wouldn't touch Tua at all. And I still think Tua has some game. Like, I think Tua's fine. Like, an average NFL starter, maybe a little bit below average. But the proneness he has to concussions, like, I feel like he's one concussion away from retiring.
Well, you hear about guys in the past, Aikmans and others, that just had too many, that he's already had too many. And whether it's from the Alabama all the way to the NFL, aside from the fact that his arm isn't super strong, you look at that and you say, yeah, he's one away from it being over, I think.
You know who I'm worried about at the receiver position, who's kind of the same way?
Oh, I already know. It's Chris Olave.
I'm worried about Chris Olave.
He's
like the Tua.
He's had 3 concussions in 3 seasons so far.
Last year, the last one cost him 8 weeks.
It was a lot.
He missed the rest of the year. Maybe that was preventative because the Saints are bad and no reason to. I hope that they can figure that out.
He
with
should
him.
be playing with the.
He's a stud.
The whatchamacallit
I think
helmet.
he might have been. I think he might have changed
because the Packers. Dobbs does that now because Dobbs is another guy now.
Should be, but he refuses.
That's exactly right. Dobbs is not Olave. But Dobbs with Green Bay had a couple of them right away, and now he actually is the one that wants to wear it.
I don't know if Olave's wearing it. Google says that he considered wearing one last year, but ultimately decided against it, opting instead for a safer, top-rated helmet model. He wore the cap during practice, but not during the game.
Do you think guys shy away from it more because of the aesthetics of the way it looks?
I think so.
I think so
100%.
too.
I think in game for sure.
I think that matters. Yep.
It's manhood and pride.
Yep.
Do we have numbers on the Guardian cap?
I haven't
have we
seen them.
these? I haven't either. Like, I wonder if they're. Well, I mean, how do you measure a guy not getting a concussion that he would have had if he wasn't wearing the Guardian cap?
There's
I
no
think
way
it's
to
hard
know,
to
right?
do. It's like playing Russian roulette with these Kevlar caps.
Well, it's like that hair thing that we were talking about that they wear on the back of their neck that Dalton Schultz wears. Do we know that?
It would be kind of guesswork, right?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Unless he has some sort of pressure gauge inside the helmet where you could see like the pressure that the helmet was hit with versus what actually got. I don't know how that would work.
You see, that's a tough one with the neck thing because the neck thing is supposed to counterbalance the
Like
blood in the
prevent the
brain and
movement,
everything, or the
yeah.
oxygen in the blood in the brain.
I don't know how you
I guess you
measure-
could take the general pool of concussions prior to Guardian Cap and then take the general pool of players who have the Guardian Caps that aren't getting concussions. Like, you could do it that way, but it would be the full body.
the average
and it
rate
might-
of concussions versus average
Right.
rate with the Guardian Cap.
Yeah,
Because,
but it would
but
be
a
a
lot of
small
guys wear it in
sample.
practice, won't wear it in games. And a lot of guys have said that a lot of what they got that led them to having issues was because of the hits they took in practice.
Yeah, it's definitely inexact. Google AI, which is terrible AI. Guardian Caps have shown promise in reducing concussions. NFL reporting a 52% decrease in concussions. NFL is also going to beef up
Juice
their
the numbers,
stats
yeah. No
doubt.
because they have issues with concussions. But whatever. So keep that in mind. But it says 52%. Some tests showing an average reduction in head acceleration by percentages up to 25% or more. So, I mean, they help. I think that I take the 52% with a grain of salt. That feels a little bit high.
And the helmets have been an issue too. Like if there are helmets that they believe are safer that guys aren't being allowed to use, that's an issue too. Because Rodgers for years had that one that he wanted to use that was legal. Then it wasn't. And he's like, but if it's making me safer than the helmet you're providing me, why can't I wear it?
Well, the NFL would argue that it didn't make it safer. That would be the disagreement between the NFL and Aaron Rodgers. Because didn't they take that helmet out because of safety?
I want to say, but then either they brought it back or they brought back a newer version of it. Because I think a lot of it with the player, too, is the bulkiness of the helmet.
Probably. Comfort, for sure.
Yeah.
I think the NFL grandfathered a few players for a while, and then I think they dropped the grandfathering of it. Because he got away with wearing it for a while after it was banned.
He did.
Because he was grandfathered in. But, I mean, if they're getting rid of the helmet, I think they got rid of it because of player safety.
Or sponsorship.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, because a lot of times the NFL is looking to make deals with these companies. They have to be an official helmet provider, so they want to like save money in the process. So if you weren't like an official helmet provider of the NFL, even if you have a safe helmet, you have to go through the process.
Do you know this? Like,
Yeah,
do you know that the safety the helmets that are
the whole
allowed
Rodgers
by the NFL?
thing was a big story when he was in Green Bay with the helmets that he wore, and supposedly there was like an up and coming helmet company that wasn't mass producing helmets like Riddell and all these other companies, and they had a helmet that he wanted to wear that whether it was the NFL wanting money from them or whatever, they wouldn't sanction it yet, so he couldn't wear it.
Huh. Yeah, I guess I don't know enough about it. I just assumed that they had one company that was making all these helmets, but maybe
there's Shuck, I think it is, and Riddell, and there's a lot of different companies that make helmets.
Interesting. Yeah, I always assumed it was like Riddell. You make all of them. Like you're the leader in helmets, and we're wearing nothing else. Kind of like you wear Nike shoes, and that's it. You know, I always thought it was that thing, but all right, more you know. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 925. We're talking quarterbacks there. What are the worst quarterback situations in the NFL? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. It's so great. Football is back. We love football. As you know, you love football. We love football. Football is back. And Underdog is where you need to be making picks and where you need to be winning money all season long. If you're hearing this right now, of course, you're in Texas, and you can play right now in the Lone Star State, and it's so easy playing on Underdog. Pick whether your favorite players will go higher on or lower on stats like touchdowns, yards, interceptions, and more. It's easy to do, and it's fun to do, and if you get your picks right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. So why aren't you doing this? Download the Underdog app right now. You can get a Saquon Barkley free play right now. What does that mean? If he'll be higher than 0 yards coming up on Thursday, of course he will be. So take advantage of the free play right now at Underdog. Also a 30% profit boost going on right now at Underdog, and still a few days to be drafting these best balls. You can find me in the lobbies. Also with Underdog, you have the originals like ladders, 3 to 5 picks, progressively win more based on how well each pick performs, or the streaks. Each streak starts by making 2 picks. If both are correct, the next pick for the streak becomes available. So download the app right now. Sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. So $50 on me. Promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdogs. You need to be next. Underdog, make picks and win money.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Uncle Barney says his top 3 quarterbacks, Case Keenum, Kevin Cobb, and David Klingler. Go Cougs. Retirement. Although one of them's not retired. One of them's still alive and well in the NFL. Leading Caleb Williams to glory.
Thought he might throw the Heisman in there.
What's that?
Thought he might throw the Heisman in there, although he's got a bad back.
Yeah, it's kind of weird he didn't use Ware. The Heisman.
Recency bias?
I mean, he said Klingler.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're going to go all-time quarterbacks.
Klingler was after Ware.
Yeah.
Klingler was after
But
Ware.
he wasn't so far after Ware that it'd be recency
No, he was
bias.
he was his successor.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, technically true, but it wouldn't play in for recency bias.
Which 3 of those 4 had the best careers in the NFL?
Well, Andre didn't have a great career.
Neither did Klingler, though. Keenum and Cobb are 1-2. Cobb probably
Did
had
Klingler have a brother?
Yeah.
Because
Jimmy Klingler.
Oh, so we had with the Texas Terror and the Thunder Bears.
Yeah.
We had the brother
Jimmy.
that was kind of as big as a linebacker that played quarterback. He was a big kid.
Call him fat?
No, I'm not going to say him that he was like the hefty lefty, but he was a big guy.
I mean, y'all but said it.
No, I didn't, because I said he's like a linebacker. I didn't say he was a D lineman.
Worst quarterback situations in the NFL. Number, you want to go 1 through 10 or 10 through 1? This is from The Athletic, by the way.
1 would be the worst?
1's the worst. You want to actually, why don't you take guesses?
Yeah,
I'll tell you where they're at.
I want to say that Jacksonville's in the mix.
Jacksonville?
Because we just got done talking about Trevor Lawrence. They're paying him top quarterback money, and no one knows what he's still going to be in his career.
I mean, my first guess would be the Saints.
Well, I'm talking about, but they can get out of that easily. It's the worst for this year. Could be really good starting next year if they get a high draft pick and get a good quarterback.
He's just trying to name the top 10. Reminder, we're going to give away tickets here in a little bit, too, to our listener party. So I'm not going to tell you when.
I see where Joel's going, though.
Jacksonville's not on here, for what it's worth.
I'm just going from the fact that you're locked into a contract with a dude that you don't know.
With what you said, though, kind of made me think Dolphins. Like Tua,
Colts has to be on the list.
Dolphins are number 8. Tua, Zach Wilson, Quinn Ewers.
And I mean, Tua's 1 hit away from retirement. Plus, you're paying him. Plus, we think he's kind of mid. Like that seems like a pretty bad situation.
They were number 8. They were number 8. Who did you say?
Colts.
Colts are second. Daniel Jones. I can't wait for his banger to drop this week, by the way. I was thinking about that on the drive-in. I was like, I wonder when he does that, because I can't wait to listen.
Do we know what day that usually is?
No idea. No idea. Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson, Riley Leonard. Second worst quarterback situation in the NFL.
Is Cleveland number 1?
Nope. Browns are on this list, obviously.
Steelers?
Hold on a second. Let me Google. Let me control find Browns. This is like jumping around funny. They have the Browns at 4. Flacco, Gabriel, Sanders, Deshaun Watson. You said Steelers?
Yeah, I mean,
Steelers are 5.
Jets. Yeah, because that makes sense.
Jets.
You sleeping on Fields?
Yeah, I'm not sleeping on them.
Jets are 3. Justin Fields, Tyrod Taylor. That's it. They don't even have a third quarterback. Actually, no, that was the Patriots. Patriots brought in DeVito. I can't believe y'all haven't gotten one.
Giants?
Giants are here, but they're 9. Actually, they're 10. Russell Wilson, Jackson Dart, Jameis Winston. I actually like Dart. I think Dart's going to be pretty good.
Rams?
No.
Carolina?
Rams aren't on this list. Panthers are not.
Who would be the worst?
I'm shocked that y'all haven't gotten this.
I'm shocked, too.
Yeah.
This is stunning to me.
I'm trying to think of who we haven't named here.
The worst quarterback situation in the NFL.
I think when we did our QB rankings, it was pretty clearly the Browns, the Colts, and the Saints, though.
Boom. Saints.
I said Saints.
I said, yeah, because we talked about it. I said the Saints could be number 1 this year.
That was the first team I named.
And then
that's my bad.
Draft and turn it all around next year.
I didn't hear y'all say Saints.
Car wreck of the day nominee.
Yeah, Saints are 1.
Yeah, of course.
I was wondering, how are they not saying the Saints?
I said the Saints right away, and Joel pushed back. It's like, well, they can get out of it with the draft.
Maybe that's why. That's why I didn't hear that. It's because of the pushback, the quick rebuttal, the quick pushback. No, Saints are 1. That's my bad. I didn't hear y'all say Saints. I was like, how in the world are they not saying the Saints? It's like these casuals. They know nothing. How do I work with these guys? They're not saying the Saints. Losers? Okay, that's my bad. I was the loser. Yeah, Saints 1, Colts 2, Jets 3, Browns 4, Steelers 5. Y'all haven't said 6 or 7.
Oh, really?
No, actually, I haven't said 6, 7, or 9.
Seahawks?
9, I think, is ridiculous. 6 are the Seahawks.
That's a good call.
Darnold, Locke, Milrow. They're at number 6. So you still need 7 and 9.
Cardinals?
Nope.
Really? Kyler and the
Kyler's the greatest athlete on planet Earth.
The video
What do you mean,
game
really?
addiction? He's so mid, though.
The greatest athlete on planet Earth.
He's a great athlete. He's mid as a quarterback.
They don't have to be mutually exclusive.
I'm trying to think.
Like, you're not going to put San Francisco on
Nope,
the list.
not
Raiders?
there. Yeah, Raiders are
See,
7.
People understand my Geno take.
Yeah.
Geno, Pickett, Aiden O'Connell, which is disrespectful. I like Geno. And then one more. The one that is here is kind of I think this is more about the backups, and maybe because this guy hasn't quite lived up to potential yet, but has tons of potential.
Tennessee?
No.
Carolina?
No, you already said that.
We already said Carolina?
Heard Carolina, but didn't hear the Saints.
Tampa Bay?
No, I mean Baker's too good.
It's not Atlanta.
Joel already said
Is
the
it Atlanta?
Giants, but they would pop to mind.
Giants were 10. No,
Okay.
Nope, not Atlanta.
Just tell us.
It's the New England Patriots.
Oh,
wow.
Okay.
Drake May, Joshua Dobbs, then Tommy
I don't like
Cutlets.
that. I don't like that.
I don't like it either. I think it's a bad
mean,
call.
If
Yeah, and I
you
think
like
Drake
Drake
May's pretty
May,
good,
then
right?
why would they be on the
It
list?
depends on what you think of May.
Yeah, I think he's pretty good.
I wouldn't have the Patriots here.
No, not top 10.
I wouldn't have. I would have Carolina before I have New England.
That's what I
Same.
thought. Because there's so many questions about Bryce Young.
What do you think of Bryce this year?
I think he's just mid at best.
I think he has a chance to put up numbers. Offense. He
They
finished
gave him
last
some
year
better
pretty strong.
weapons. I just worry
I do
about
like Tet.
like when they did the joint practices, they were still saying like with his height, it is a challenge for him to see everything on the field sometimes.
Never bothered Drew Brees.
Well, it's okay.
I'm talking about a Hall of Famer compared.
You mean the guy that's worse than Joe Burrow?
Texture says Dak all day, 4th-round pick that plays like it. I think he's talking about the quarterbacks he'd take to start his franchise, and then you're gonna pay him $60 million. So good luck there.
So I think that's where, if you were just looking at how I initially looked at this, like if you're stuck with a quarterback, you just don't know what they are, and you're paying him a large amount of money. I mean, that's where they're saying that with the picks that they got, that Dallas already might be looking to try and draft their next quarterback because you're paying Dak 60 and you don't know what you got.
Yep. Alex says worst quarterback situations. Arlington on top. I mean, that's not a great situation. Dak 60 gives you. Although I do think Dak.
Joe Milton's your backup.
I think Dak, if he stays healthy, Dak will have a good year this year because he's got 2 really good
not gonna have
receivers and a
60
good tight end.
though.
I'm gonna look up sometime this week my best NFL prop bets, and I might click the button on Dak Prescott to lead the NFL in passing yards.
I could see it.
Might click it.
They don't have a running game.
Oh, their running game
Need to see
sucks.
their
He's
value.
got a good tight end. He's got 2 really outstanding wideouts.
And their defense is.
And
And
their
their
defense
line's
is going to put
okay.
him on the field.
Which, by the way, did you see
Yeah.
Micah Parsons has a messed up back?
Shut up.
Did y'all see this?
No.
Well, but
You didn't see this?
No, I didn't.
Let me pull up.
I was
the,
too busy
I've seen what
watching
he's
Arch.
talking about. He's still going to probably play
So,
week 1.
Adam Schefter tweeted this out today. The real Adam Schefter, not the fake Adam
He's
Schefter.
going to have an epidural.
Packers linebacker
really?
Micah Parsons been dealing with an L4, L5 facet joint sprain in his back, and he may take an epidural injection prior to Sunday's game versus the Lions if needed to help him play. Per sources, before trading Parsons last week, the Cowboys prescribed him a 5-day plan of anti-inflammatory
Cortisone?
Wait, no, it's bigger than that. Corticosteroid. A prednisone to help him recover from back tightness. They also had him on a physical therapy program. Parsons has been participating this week, and he's trying to play in Sunday's opener versus the Lions, though one source said it is still uncertain if he will.
How does that get past the physical?
They didn't care
No, they had.
How do you not care about that?
because they don't think it's severe.
They had the
Guess.
best, the spine surgeon in the country also diagnosed the sprain. But they said it was a sprain and it wasn't long term.
They traded. Do you have the Mike Tyson spinal drop in there?
I don't know.
That's one of my favorite drops ever. I don't know how you don't have it in there, Brian.
Mike Tyson spinal?
Know your talent. Yeah, when Jim Gray's
Well, I
talking
see it,
to
I'll
him
let
after
you
the
know.
fight, and Mike Tyson well played. Whenever Mike Tyson goes, I broke my back, and Jim goes, you broke your back, and then Mike Tyson goes, spinal. You
I'll
don't have
find it.
It's so
No,
good.
no, I've never heard you mention it.
It's my favorite
I've never
Mike
heard you mention
Tyson
it.
drop.
I'll have it
in
for the next
history.
show.
I broke my back. Spinal. The Packers traded 2 first-round picks and gave $48 million to a guy with a broken back.
I don't love it.
It's unbelievable.
I do not love that. The reason I asked about the physical, because if they didn't that. I mean, Carlos Correa had the Mets and the Giants tell him go away because of his medical problem. I'm surprised that the Packers might not try to undo the trade.
This is the problem of having a million owners and not one owner, is that one owner can't step in and be like, nope.
They had to go
not
door to door all
guy.
across Green Bay.
Yeah. They took a public survey or private survey with their million owners. This is not good.
They did their due diligence on this. Don't think that I wasn't a little leery of this. But at the same time, he basically had said physically, I'm fine. But before, during, and after, a lot of people said he was trying to do all this because of the fact that he was still planning on holding in with the Cowboys. But there is something there, but that he's seen multiple specialists before the trade was final.
I don't know.
It's rough to get $48 million.
I'll tell you what I didn't
if this was Will Anderson, I'd be real nervous right now.
Back, and you didn't give him $48 million to trade 2 first for.
Yeah.
I'm less concerned about that than the day the trade was made. NFL Network was running their version of 30 for 30 on Micah Parsons, and it started to pile up with the interviews that said that he doesn't always work hard, that he falls asleep in meetings and stuff. And I'm going, oh God, that would be a disaster.
Uncle Barney says maybe Jerry Jones isn't the worst general manager in football.
We'll see.
He traded a dude with a broken back for 2 first-round picks. I find it ironic,
and
too, that
Kenny Clark.
It's funny that he re-signed Bland over the weekend.
Yeah, like to try and salvage something with the fan base when they did that. And it's like immediately they were all like, oh, is that what you're trying to do to make up for the fact that you let our best player go?
Long-term team building. That's what Jerry said.
I mean, they had the 31st defense in the NFL last year with the guy with a broken back.
He's joining a defense that was pretty good without him last year.
And they traded a guy with a broken back. All right, let's give tickets away to the ESPN listener party coming up Friday at St. Arnold's. It's your final chances to win tickets. We're going to give away a pair today, a pair on Wednesday. Of course, it's at St. Arnold Beer Hall. It's going to be great. There's going to be food from BB's Tex Orleans. Oh, yeah, that sounds fantastic. Great plate hospitality. Nico's Taquerianas and Portello's. And, of course, all the drinks from St. Arnold. And for the first time, we're bringing you the roast of the 97.5 host is Barry Laminack. Will be roasting all of us. You can win a pair of tickets if you're the first person to call in right now, 713-780-3776, and tell us which NFL player we're talking about that has a busted back. 713-780-3776. Car wreck of the day coming up next. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. What in the world?
What was that?
This texter said I was mean. He said he was scared to talk to me.
To who?
You shouldn't be scared to talk to me. I'm warm and cuddly. I'm a little soft in the middle now. I'm not mean to anybody.
Although you're doing crunches and whatnot in between breaks, so
lunges. I don't do
Yeah,
crunches
doing
during the break. I don't want to get to I don't want to touch the ground in here.
Well, you've done push-ups.
But I was trying to flex,
But
which
you
I did
still touched the
28, by
ground.
the way. 28 that day. It's probably
who's
the most
counting?
I'll ever do in one setting, ever. I was counting. Joe was too. Checking my math.
I counted it.
And you were looking on in awe.
They were legit.
Awe is a strong word.
All right. Joe George coming up after us, the last call with Joe George.
Just you, Joe.
That's right. It'll just be Joe, AJ too. But it's going to be fantastic. It'll be very, very good, as it always is. Car wreck of the day. What is yours, Blankers?
I'll start with Hunter Renfrow when he was initially cut, and then the Panthers were trying to call him to get back on the roster, and the GM and Canales and the owner were all trying to call him, and he was in his car, and his daughter was watching Bluey, and he happened to step out of the car, and his daughter kept ending the calls and hanging up because she wanted to watch Bluey, and it was interrupting her video.
That's funny.
Until he got back in the call. He said, I had 10 missed calls, all from all the Panthers people, and when I called back, we were able to work it out.
What was how old is the daughter?
He didn't say, but I think infant age. And he said, believe me, the air conditioning was on and I wasn't far from the car, but I didn't realize the phone was ringing and she was hanging up on them so she could watch Bluey.
Yeah, I'd love to know. I would love to know how old the daughter was.
To get out and leave the car?
Well, he said he didn't leave the car far, right?
No, he was like outside of the car,
Yeah.
but he made very
Well,
clear. that-
I'm curious why you're
Just to constantly press in call, in
yeah,
call,
so
in
because
call.
when you're Bluetoothing it in the car and watching it and the volume's going on in the car, every time the phone rings, it cuts
right,
off.
it takes preference.
Like
to
Brandon
that,
Baby loves to in call whenever we FaceTime people. I want to press the button. And he so I wonder if the daughter is that age. That's the only thing. What else?
Did you see this last week? I'm going to struggle with the last name, but the tennis player at the U.S. Open, Mashrak.
Oh, I did see that.
He was signing for a bunch of people. He signed for this kid, and he wanted to give the kid his hat. And this adult man next to him yanked the hat away, stuck it in his wife's purse. And there were people that were coming at me saying, oh, you don't know, that might be his kid. Well, it definitely wasn't his kid. And then the internet found him. But depending on who you believe, his first response was the kid's got to be quicker. He's got to have better instincts. He's got to do all this stuff. And then he finally came out today and apologized and claimed that the first couple of responses that were from him were not from him.
Oh, what, he got hacked?
He's a millionaire Polish businessman, and he and his wife are big tennis fans.
Yeah, he's a millionaire, but what he's handing out in lessons is far more valuable. I mean, the kid was slow, and this is a capitalistic country. Like the kid needed to learn that lesson.
Didn't Joel say he's from Poland, though?
This is one of those, but I think it was at the U.S. Open, wasn't it?
It was at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, so he taught it in American soil. They taught this lesson, which, I mean, is invaluable. It's like one of those, you always see these questions on Twitter, like, would you rather have $1 million or would you rather have 30 minutes with Jay-Z? Like, I'd rather have 30 minutes with this guy teaching this kid these lessons that he'll need to know for the remainder of his life. I thought it was I think the kid should have told him thank you. Thank you for teaching me wisdom and lessons.
Go on Twitter and respond that way.
I would. I wouldn't have any problem doing that. My car wreck of the day is the Arch Manning hype. Not Arch Manning. Like, this should have been expected. He's going into the shoe.
Not that bad, though.
He's going into the shoe. First real start, 107,000 Ohio State Buckeyes. Brutus is there. Corso is there. Everyone. We knew that Arch Manning wasn't going to play great in this game. It's the hype. The hype that anointed Arch Manning the Heisman hopeful, the Heisman favorite, anointed him the number one pick in the NFL draft. The Arch Manning hype is the bigger car wreck than Arch Manning, although Arch Manning was close. And then also the Oregon Duck who lost his head running out, and then he ran into the tunnel. He broke kayfabe, the Oregon Duck.
They said it's not the first time it happened either.
Sheesh.
Happened
He's like
last
Jake
year.
Myers. He's the Jake Myers of mascots.
Can't
What do you
keep
got?
the helmet on.
I'll nominate the actual Arch Manning in his ass performance. I'll nominate the Astros offense over the weekend, and I'll nominate Jeremy not listening to me when I clearly said Saints right away, and then just bulldozing over us.
Josh from Seabrook, car wreck of the day. Alden Gonzalez for his take on the blah, blah, blah. And then also Taylor Ward. He lists as a car wreck. All right, what wins?
I'm gonna say the guy that took the hat from the kid.
You always nominate your own.
Arch.
Arch
So
is
what? I
fine.
believe him.
He's
I'm
a
like
bum.
Brian. I
Arch
believe in
Manning's the
myself.
car wreck of the day. That does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Brian. I'm talking to you tomorrow. Joe George, last call right now on ESPN 97.5.
What's up, everybody? Welcome in to Last Call here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe, George, and AJ here with you for the next hour. We're talking some Astros to lead off the show. We'll get into some Texans updates that are important for the team. We're going to have a lengthy discussion about Arch Manning and the University of Texas and some lessons we've learned over the weekend that we haven't learned. That's about time that we've learned. So we'll get to that. We'll do rapid fire, a little bit longer of a segment today. We're going to peel back the curtain today. It's Labor Day. I've got 2 fantasy football drafts tonight. I'm going to be here till 7 o'clock, kind of. But the show will go till 7. We will have content for you till 7 o'clock. A little behind the peel. We're peeling back the curtain here, AJ. Let's talk some Houston Astros. So they get the win today. The offense shows up. That was nice to see because this last weekend was atrocious for the Houston Astros lineup. They were not good pretty much at any point in time. Today, to see them come out there, perform the way they did, Cam Smith getting on base, Jordan Alvarez bringing him home, Jose Altuve hitting a 2-run home run. It was just a refreshing thing to see. I was joking around with Mapes and others in the bullpen, and I was like, if Craig Kimbrell blows this game today, I'm putting a fork in him. I was going to call the season. That was going to be my take, but he didn't blow it. I can't believe Brian Abreu had to get warmed up again, or started to get warmed up. That's problem number 2 for the Astros, I would say at this point. Even like you can't pretend like sunshine and rainbows after today, after what happened this weekend when the offense was just flat out atrocious. And the Houston Astros are essentially 2 different baseball teams right now. Okay, over this last homestand, the Houston Astros have a 2.06 ERA in 43 2/3 innings over this homestand with 6 quality starts and 7 outings. Jason Alexander was 1 out shy of a quality start. So your pitching staff, your starters have been absolutely excellent throughout this home stretch. They are carrying this team on their back and trying to make it so this team can win games. We saw a great performance from Spencer Arrighetti. 6 1/3, 100 pitches, only gives up 1 earned run. He struck out 8 guys. Christian Javier was awesome in his game over the weekend. But the bats have just been dreadful. I mean, they have not been able to bring guys in on a consistent basis, basically, in any way, shape, or form outside of today. And it is to the point now where I'm like, how concerned are you? For me, I'll be honest, it's starting to get there with the Astros just because it's been so bad. It has not been, it's one thing to be bad, it's another thing to be not competitive. And that's what it feels like the lineup has been of late. It just has not been super competitive, but the pitching staff has kept you in a lot of these games. There's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas, honestly, for the Houston Astros right now with what they're getting from these pitching performances. We talked about it on Friday. There's real question about who gets the ball in the playoffs after Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez. And Jason Alexander is the lead dog for me right now of who's pitching game 3 in a wild card series, an ALDS, an ALCS World Series, whatever it is. And Christian Javier and Spencer Arrighetti were frankly far behind him. And they closed the gap this weekend, in my eyes, in terms of being deserving of pitching in the playoffs and pitching in the rotation. We did get to experience the Lance McCullers bullpen thing. Wasn't great, to be honest with you. It was not something that I'm curious about it for the long term. Talked about this a lot with Jeremy Branham last week on our Astros podcast, Inside the Icebox, about maybe it's more of a long-term move for next year. But the pitching, again, it's been outside of McCullers and the bullpen's been a little shaky. It's been really good. And today we saw for the first time since 2023 the return of Luis Garcia. And he looked pretty much what you would want. He was as good as you'd want him to be. His first start since May 1st of 2023. Chandler Rome had a really good article talking about Luis Garcia interviews and what he's gone through to get back to this process. And honestly, I had been pretty vocal so far on this show about not really expecting him to be a factor in the Astros rotation in the regular season, but he did good. His first 2 times through the order, 6 up, 6 down, gave a couple hard hit balls that were, stuff left over in the middle, but he was solid in this game. And it's a huge sign of, it's just encouraging to see. And honestly, it really doesn't matter necessarily the result of the game and how many earned runs he gave up and things like that and what his future is. It's honestly, it's just a good story for the Astros. To have someone that's been gone for so long, like Lance McCullers was, and to come out and just get back on the mound was a great thing to see today. Let's hear from Joe Espada talking about that exact thing, the return of Luis Garcia.
Just he's a strong kid, physically and mentally, and to get to this point, I just couldn't be any prouder of him. After the game, I gave him a big hug and I said, "Listen, it's not easy to do what you did today. A lot of people start questioning themselves. They start, having doubts about if I'm ever going to get back on the mound. But the fact that he did today, proud of him."
And it's deserved. It's deserved to be proud of him for the way that he pitched. Just to get back out there again. I didn't think we were gonna see that, and we'll see what his next couple starts look like. But first start back, it was a positive sign for the Houston Astros to see him just out there on the mound and be effective. I mean, especially because when he first started his rehab stuff, it wasn't good. The velocity was down. It was not good performances in the minors, and it was one where it was hard to believe. And again, it had been a while, so you have to give him now the benefit of the doubt. But just to see him back out there pitch the way he did was all things honestly encouraging for the Houston Astros. So as of this moment, the Astros still have our Wi-Fi sucks in this building. But the Astros right now have a 2.5 game lead over the Seattle Mariners in this moment. It's a miracle. It feels like that they are only there with the way that they've been playing right now. But the Mariners have been helping you out quite a bit. And honestly, they're helping the Rangers out more. The Rangers all of a sudden they're 2.5 games back of the Mariners. And if I was going to bet on it right now, even though if you look at the betting odds, the Mariners according to Vegas, have better odds to win the World Series than the Astros. The Rangers are just as close to the Mariners and knocking them out of the playoffs as the Mariners are as close to catching the Houston Astros in the West. Do with that what you want, but the Mariners are catching you. You're catching some breaks with this team that they have not been able to overcome the Astros. And honestly, they should have. The other thing that happened over the weekend that I have lots of thoughts on. I want to start here. I feel bad for Taylor Ward, okay? I feel bad for him. Andrew Chafin had to come out there and put a towel over his eye, and it was clearly bleeding. Ugly, ugly look. It's an unfortunate thing that happened to Taylor Ward, okay? That's been established. The whining and bitching about this is so stupid. You have Alden Gonzalez from ESPN tweets, "Feel terrible for Taylor Ward, who once took a fastball to the face and now had this happen. That sucks that he get hit in the face with a fastball." But then he says, also, the same organization that thought it'd be a good idea to put a hill in its outfield still has a metal out-of-town scoreboard in the field of play. Stupid. Okay. If I could recommend to the Astros to change that, would I do that? Yes. I would probably say having metal out there is probably not the greatest idea in the world. But here's the thing. We watch the Houston Astros every day. They play more than 81 home games at Minute Maid Park or Daikin Park every single year. When's the last time we saw Michael Brantley, Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, Chas McCormick, any of the outfielders we've seen play left field over the last couple of years? Do that. It is an unfortunate event. But for people who are trying to paint the Houston Astros as some dumb organization for having metal in their outfield, it is the biggest overreaction that I've seen in quite some time. You have organizations, one that I follow closely. You all know it if you've listened to me or know anything about me. For the first month of the season, I watched the Chicago Cubs play, and there's this thing called a brick wall in the outfield with dead ivy, where if you ran headfirst into it, you probably would be out for the entire season. No one complains about that because it's just part of Wrigley Field. And actually at Wrigley Field, if you look to the left, there's also brick in the outfield, which you can run into as well, potentially. There is dangers in every single ballpark. We see players get hurt all the time. Hell, there are videos of players that have run full speed into the outfield wall, and the wall has blown up, basically, and they've run through it. It is unfortunate what happened to Taylor Ward. 100%. But to act like this is some thing to make a big deal about or that you have to change is ridiculous. There is metal There is scoreboards that are hard. I don't know. It's also just a wall that, like, if you run into really hard, it's going to hurt. Like, what about the chain fence area? Like, just can we just relax here for a little bit? Like, again, it sucks for Taylor Ward, but come on. He'll be fine. And him getting hit in the face with a fastball has nothing to do with what happened last night. He'll be okay. Just like he was okay from that. He's having a good career. Not a great player. He's having a good career. He'll overcome it. But it's just, I cannot believe the amount of, honestly, fake outrage that is out there because of this. And if it really was a problem, again, like, then the Houston Astros their players would be having this issue. Now, do I trust Altuve out there in front of that scoreboard? No, not really, and probably would add some padding to it because he is an important player. Even though we haven't seen Jose Altuve play a lot of left field recently, feels like he is definitely just a DH at this point in time. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. AJ, your thoughts on what happened over the weekend and everything we're seeing with the Astros?
For the Astros, I mean, I'm just glad they're able to get a win today and just really try to keep off the Mariners for the stretch run going into the playoffs. And for that injury, that was pretty brutal to see on social media. I saw a lot of my friends reposting it, but yeah, I mean, I'm still feeling a little optimistic. I'm not a pessimistic fan. I mean, really, that's even just for all sports teams for me, for the Astros. Just for
You're
me,
a Cowboys fan, you got to be optimistic.
Well, yeah. Yeah, for sure. But for the Astros, though, I'm just hoping they can just finish off strong throughout this next month into September, going into the playoffs. And for me, success for them would be winning a playoff series, unlike what they did last year.
Yeah. So. I mean, I still think this team has the capability. As bad as this offense has been, like, this team has the capability.
For sure.
Of still making a World Series run this year. The teams that are in front of you are not that daunting. Like, you can be better than Toronto Blue Jays. You can be better than the Mariners, Red Sox, Yankees. The Astros, they can be better than the Tigers. Like, I don't really believe in the Tigers lineup. I know they're the betting favorite to come out of the American League. But, like, I'm still not all in on them right now. But this is now going to be a really important stretch of baseball the rest of the year. It's not easy. You play the New York Yankees starting tomorrow here at home. Then you play the Rangers, who you can help end their season over the next couple weeks. Then you play the Blue Jays, where if you have any shot in the dark of chasing them down, a small shot at this point in the season, you've got a series with the Blue Jays coming up. I mean, not really a small shot. You're 3 games back of them right now. So, like, you got a 3-game series coming up with the Blue Jays. You're only 4 games back of the Tigers because the Blue Jays are 5-5 in their last 10. The Tigers are 4-6 in their last 10. The Astros are 6-4 in their last 10. Like, as close as the Mariners are, like, it's the number 1 seed. Not having to play in a 3-game series is 100% still on the table for the Houston Astros. And take care of business versus the Yankees. Really take care of business versus the Blue Jays. And the Astros are going to find themselves back in the hunt for the 1 seed. So, as bad as things felt over the weekend, in which, and really going back, even though you won a game versus the Angels, the first game of the series, and you won 2-0, like, you only scored 3 runs over the first 3 games of the series before you scored 8 runs today. You didn't do great against the Rockies. Like, they're not playing great baseball, but your pitching has been much better. And that 1 seed or 2 seed is still so definitely within reach for this team that they might lose the division. They might be the 1 seed in the American League. It is baseball this year is set up for some. This is why it's so unfortunate that baseball is probably going to screw this all up in 2 years. But, like, you've got in the American League East, you've got the Blue Jays in first place with both the Yankees and the Red Sox 2.5 games back. The Mariners are 2.5 games back of the Astros. The Mets are all of a sudden only 5.5 back of the Phillies. The Cubs probably won't chase down the Brewers. The Padres are 2 games back of the Dodgers. And you've got all these teams still within 5 games of the wild card stretch. Like, this is why they changed the format in baseball. This is why they changed the schedule. Like, it's paying off that the Mariners have the Rangers, Royals, Guardians, and Rays all within 5.5 games of them with a month left to go in the season. So baseball is going to be fun. It's going to be stressful, and hopefully today can be a sign of things to come for the Houston Astros. All right, we'll get to some quick notes on the Texans, then we'll talk about what happened over the weekend in Columbus for Arch Manning and the Texas Longhorns. That's all coming up next here on Last Call at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Last Call with Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joe George.
Back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, Joe George and AJ Russ here with you till 7 o'clock. We'll get to some talk Arch Manning and the Longhorns here in a couple minutes. Then we'll do rapid fire, going through all the biggest stories going on in the NFL, the debut of, or in the world of sports, the debut of Bill Belichick tonight for North Carolina. We'll get AJ's reaction to Micah Parsons being traded because we were not together last week when that happened. So that'll come up in the next segment of the show. A couple Texans notes here. It is finally here. The NFL season has arrived. Thank goodness. We'll have a 30-minute show on Thursday because we'll be carrying Cowboys-Eagles here on the station. No show on Friday because we'll have the listener appreciation party Friday night at St. Arnold. Tickets have been started to give away today. We'll give away more over the next 2 days throughout the shows. From John and Lance all the way through the Bees, each show will be giving away at least one pair of tickets starting tomorrow morning because John and Lance will return tomorrow. So make sure you still be listening for that. Going to be awesome. Great food. Great plate hospitality. Portillo's, Nico's, BB's Tex Orleans, all going to be there. And then we're going to have a little roast as well. Barry Laminack will be there at the listener party, and we'll be doing the roast of the hosts, which I cannot wait for. Someone might cry. It might be me because of the phone calls I'm going to get after. It's very much on the table. But some quick Texans notes here. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is, quote, progressing well, and the Texans expect him to be ready for week 1. That's from D'Amico Ryans. Big change for having a torn ACL. Obviously, he didn't have a torn ACL. But that's really good for the Texans to see him back out there. I feel like he's going to be there week 1. I have a lot of questions about the Texans secondary that we'll talk about on Thursday's show, but that's a huge positive step for them to have him back. The Texans also released their first unofficial depth chart. It's unofficial is the key word there, but there are things that stand out here. If you look at your quarterback room, easy peasy. Running back room, Nick Chubb, Damian Pierce, Dare Ogunbowale, then Woody Marks. Your 3 wide receivers listed are Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, and Jaden Higgins. Surprised there a little bit. Reports have been really positive about Xavier Hutchinson, but that's at least the initial push. And this is the one that's obviously the most important. From left tackle to right tackle. At left tackle, Ariante Ursary. Left guard, Laken Tomlinson. Center, Jake Andrews. Right guard, Ed Ingram. Right tackle, Titus Howard. So of your 5 offensive linemen, only one of them returning, which means Nick Caserio. We talked about this before on the show. The pressure is on. Like, he built this offensive line. He's trying to fix his offensive line that was broken through free agency and through the draft. And, well, we're going to see what it looks like out there. So, I'm not surprised that that's the offensive line. Again, it's unofficial, but they don't typically lie on these things. The Texans are usually a little more honest with their unofficial depth charts. It's not like North Carolina and TCU, who sent out blank depth charts today, which is a hilarious move to do. And then the big news on the other side of the team, for the other team, Matt Stafford expected to play this weekend. He'll be playing this weekend. So hasn't been throwing much this camp. Has had some back issues, all those different things. But we'll see him out there. So that'll be, which is good. Like, honestly, like, if you're going to play the best. I don't need, also, like, kind of doesn't feel like a letdown a little bit if he doesn't play. Like, yeah, it's Texans, Rams, but, like, does anyone really want to see Jimmy Garoppolo?
Absolutely not.
Like, I don't want to see that. Like, I don't have any fantasy stock. He's like Stafford's like a backup quarterback for me in like 2 of my leagues.
Same.
But like, I don't care if he plays or not.
Right.
But like, I don't want to see Jimmy Garoppolo out there. I want to see the Texans get tested against the Rams, and they will be this week. All right, let's talk about Arch Manning. He's booty cheeks, according to Brian McDonald. Those aren't the words he used, but he's cheeks. Arch Manning was not good in this game against Ohio State. Frankly, neither quarterback was that impressive. I guess Ohio State's was a little bit more impressive. The quarterback play wasn't great over the weekend. We'll talk about this some in the next segment with what we saw from guys like Kate Klubnik and Garrett Nussmeier in their game. Arch, to me, he looked overwhelmed. And I think you can see that specifically like on that last drive. Like, you got to get a first down. He throws off his back foot, sidearm, and the ball's high and behind. It's a bad throw. And it's one where People are crushing him for it, and we'll get to some things we need to talk about with Arch Manning here in a second. And it's fair to crush him for that throw, but, like, he just wasn't good. When I watch this game, I look at a coach who I am unsure of in Steve Sarkisian. He stinks at calling plays in the red zone. The idea to run the tush-push with Arch Manning baffles me. This is a kid who basically would come in to run the ball occasionally for Quinn Ewers, except for the 2 games he played in. And instead of letting him use his athleticism, his arm, which before the game, Sark said he was going to, quote, let it rip. He did not. They played super conservative. I think they knew Arch was a little timid before the game when the game started. But I think what we saw between Sarkisian and what we saw at Notre Dame last night with C.J. Carr is that these offensive coordinators went too hard with the kid gloves. And you got to let them play. And they went way too hard at it. But there was a lot of things with this game that, like, are things that, like, we should know as sports fans and sports media at this point, and we don't do any of it. And I don't understand. So I have 4 things, AJ, okay? Here's the first one. This is a lesson we learned from Baker Mayfield. Because when he got his ass cut by multiple teams, I still would look up on my television and see him driving around stadiums doing Hulu commercials. Too many commercials, Arch Manning. That's lesson number 1. Easy on the commercials. I get it. We got NIL. It's all of it. But when people can literally tweet you've had more commercials than completions, it's a bad look, AJ.
No, it is.
It's not good. It's not good. No, less commercials.
Hey, but the positive thing about Baker, he's playing great in Tampa now, and now he has a Popeyes commercial. So, see, after that, he's driving now.
But get commercials when you're good.
Right.
Like, Arch hadn't done anything. It's why I thought NIL from the get-go was fascinating. Yeah. We're giving all these quarterbacks millions of dollars. For what? Quinn Ewers got, like $5 million? I
believe so.
It was like $2 million at the time to go to Ohio State. Never played a snap, went back to Texas. The only reason why he went there was because Texas hadn't caught up yet with NIL.
Right.
So, like, we're paying all these quarterbacks and all these players money for what? To do, they can't produce. Like, look through the 24/7 quarterback rankings of these prospects and where they're at. Like, you have Arch Manning and Nico Lava, whatever his name. I can't say it. He sucked at UCLA for this game. He was terrible. The guy who flipped spots with at Tennessee was awesome.
Right.
But, like, you have all these quarterbacks, like, they don't produce. So that's lesson number 1. Easy on the commercials. Too late now. Bad for the brand, for whoever who's promoting, because all I could do was laugh. I have no idea who you spoke for, Arch Manning. But every time I saw you pop up on TV on a commercial, I just chuckled. Number 2. This is a lesson we've learned with Trevor Lawrence. It's a lesson that in my heart of hearts, I'm scared we're learning of Caleb Williams. Can we stop crowning these guys for the love of God? Like, Paul and I would talk about this all the time. Generational talent. At least Caleb Williams and Trevor Lawrence were awesome in college at some point. Have Heisman trophies, have national championships. They have accomplished things in real life on a real football field. For Paul Feinbaum to go on television before the game and say Arch Manning is the best thing we've seen since Tim Tebow, based on what, buddy? Based on what? Practice? Like, we're basing this on practice, in which a coach might know his quarterback's weaknesses and is not exposing them to him during the game. A practice in which the quarterback is not being sacked. A practice in which your defensive line might not be able to get the pressure that Ohio State's defensive line got on your offensive line. Why do we keep crowning these quarterbacks before they do anything? And it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, right? You can bounce back for it. Baker Mayfield's a good point. He can bounce back. I think Caleb Williams is going to bounce back. But when we label these people generational, once in a lifetime, you're wrong 95% of the time. And it's not, and this is a lesson we'll never learn, because this goes back in other sports forever ago. Not everyone can be Bryce Harper. Not everyone can be LeBron James. Not everyone can be Andrew Luck. For every LeBron James, there's Sebastian Telfair.
Yeah.
Like, who was, like, gifted like the god of the NBA of the future. And, like, he was awful. He barely played. You've got guys, again, for every Andrew Luck, you've got a Trevor Lawrence. For every Bryce Harper, you've got Mark Appel. Like, you got all these situations where, like, we put these crowns on these kids who are either coming out of college or coming out of high school, and they haven't earned it. And at least the guys going to the NFL, like, they've earned it. They've earned the right to be the number one pick in the draft. But, like, to say he's the best thing we've seen since Tim Tebow, it just makes you look stupid, Paul Feinbaum. Like, and then today you're on ESPN
And
apologizing and begging your company to let Nick Saban out of a contract, which you clearly have no idea how contracts work.
Right.
I know for a fact Nick Saban, he can leave anytime he wants to go coach in college. I've never seen his contract, but I used to work with the guy that had in his radio contract. He could leave to go coach at LSU if you got a job offer. Not hard to put that one together if you listen to radio in this market. But, like, so Nick Saban can leave whenever he wants. But, like, it was stupid, so stupid for Paul Feinbaum to say that. On the flip side, B-Mac, relax.
Yes.
He's not guaranteed to be booty cheeks. Bad game, wasn't good. Can we relax a little bit? Like, especially you Aggies out there, okay? I know we're the home of the Aggies.
For sure.
I get it, okay? Marcel Reed and A&M nearly lost to UTSA this weekend, okay? Let's relax a little bit. Remember how you're talking about Connor Wegman last year or any other A&M quarterback not named Johnny Manziel? You do the same thing. But it's one game. He should not have had the hype beforehand. He didn't ask for it. It's not his fault. His last name's Manning. Maybe he wasn't the number one quarterback in his class. He was overvalued by recruiting rankings. He's got a lot of commercials. I get it all. But just because he's Arch doesn't mean he is awful after one game. B-Mac just texted me saying butt cheeks again. That's not what he said. Brian said, I will not relax. I don't blame you, okay?
He's going more crazy than Sean, and Sean actually went to UT.
I think B-Mac went to UT.
I thought he went to Alvin. They were talking about it.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
I can't hate. I mean, look, I am. Now, look, as bad as they feel about Arch Manning today, I feel, because I'm trying to keep myself under control, okay?
Yeah.
Because this is the best I've felt about a quarterback at the University of Notre Dame since Brady Quinn. That's how I felt last night.
Wow.
And they lost. But,
It's
like,
true.
I felt excited for the first time about a real quarterback playing for Notre Dame. But it's one game. Oh, B-Mac said he didn't go to UT. That's okay. Most UT fans didn't go to
Right.
UT. That's one thing I've learned. But we just got to just relax a little bit. It doesn't mean he's awful. For now, he stinks. But let's see how the rest of the season goes. You know, maybe Archie Manning was on to something about why he's got to play for 2 years at UT. Maybe they were on to something with why Arch Manning didn't transfer like Quinn Ewers did. Because they know the truth was that he wasn't ready. Go watch his high school film. Look at the size of the players he was playing against. Like, maybe the Mannings know what they're doing. So don't freak out. Don't gloat too much either. So those are the 3 of the 4 lessons we've learned. I've got one other one that really pisses me off. And this goes back to Caleb Williams, Trevor Lawrence, Baker Mayfield, any rookie quarterback in the NFL. We've been doing this for years. And I don't understand why. For years, we have been saying every time a rookie quarterback in the NFL throws 1 million interceptions, well, Peyton Manning did it. And we all act like that quarterback is going to be Peyton Manning after. And then I saw Jeff Ketchum, who covers UT for orangebloods.com. I used to work with Ketch down the hallway when we used to have a network. He did the same thing. He said, random note about Uncle Peyton Manning. In his first career start against a top 10 team, Peyton Manning completed 10 of 18 passes for 138 yards and 2 interceptions. The Vols lost that day at home, 17-13. He turned out just fine. Can we stop? Like, Peyton Manning, at some point, do people not realize, though, that, like, and I'm not trying to dog Arch here. Can we stop using Peyton Manning as, like, the excuse maker for all these young quarterbacks?
Yeah, even when he was a rookie, too.
Yeah, like,
NFL, yeah.
He throws all these picks in the NFL, and then every single time, whether it's Jameis or Mariota or Carr or whoever, and they throw a lot of interceptions, they always point to that interception number where Peyton Manning threw 100 of them his rookie season. And they're like, see, Peyton Manning, he did it. He's fine. He's a Hall of Fame quarterback. Most of those guys suck.
Yeah.
And they're never good. Just because you throw a lot of interceptions in year one doesn't mean you magically turn on a switch the next year and stop throwing picks. But it's this thing that we do in the NFL world where like we just use Peyton Manning as this barometer of success, and it's stupid. He's one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play the game. Yes, he doesn't have a lot of Super Bowls. Paul Gallant will tell you that. But he is one of the best quarterbacks statistically we have ever seen. He's one of the best operators of a football game we've ever seen. We all know Omaha because of Peyton Manning. So I just don't understand why we allow that to happen in the NFL. It's dumb. And now we have opened the door. The floodgates were opened last night. Pandora's box was opened. This is going to be something now that started last night because of Arch Manning that is going to be used for every freshman quarterback forever. People are going to go back to Peyton Manning, or they're going to pick the quarterback from their school. And I get it. Like, we want to make comps. Like, it worked for LSU fans. They talked themselves into Jaden Daniels because he stunk his first year at LSU just like Joe Burrow did. And then he flipped a switch and became a god on a football field, essentially, just like Joe Burrow did. It worked out for them. But, like, this stat, comparing Arch's first game to Peyton's, like, it's not an excuse either. So, Arch will be fine. B-Mac, I'll buy all your Arch Manning stock. Whatever you got left. Doesn't seem like it's much. But we'll treat this like GameStop stock. I'll buy as much of it as I can, even though I don't quite understand what GameStop stock was all about. All right, we'll take a break here. We'll get to rapid fire. We're going to go through all the things for the rest of the show today because there's a lot that happened over this weekend. We haven't talked about Notre Dame. We haven't talked about Clemson LSU. We'll get to all of that next year on Last Call on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Last Call with Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joe George.
Final segment of Last Call here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George and AJ hanging out with you. It's time for a little rapid fire. All the things we have not gotten to yet on today's show that are going on around the sports world. A lot of college football, NFL stuff to get to. We'll go college football, NFL, back to college football. Bill Belichick makes his debut as a college football coach in about 15 minutes. I can't believe we're even discussing this. It's shocking to me that we're still at this place where the greatest coach in the history of the NFL is playing a game against TCU, and the stars are coming out. Michael Jordan, Mia Hamm, Lawrence Taylor, Julius Peppers, Eric Church, Chase Rice, Blake Snell, all going to be in Chapel Hill for the debut of Bill Belichick, the head coach of North Carolina. I honestly never thought we would get to this point, just because it felt like for so long there was that weird buyout in his contract, like at July 1st. It felt like he was going to try to actually not get this done. Yeah. But it's here, AJ.
Yeah, I'm excited.
It's so strange.
It really is, but I'm excited to see what his team looks like. I mean, it's a huge unknown from the quarterback position, just overall what the team's going to look like after being improved last year. But Mac Brown was there the last couple of years too, so I'm excited to see how Bill Belichick's scheme is kind of implemented to North Carolina, because we saw with Matt Patricia how his defense was good at Ohio State the other day. So I'm excited to see how his scheme translates to college football.
Yeah, it was funny watching. And we talked about that earlier in the show, just how they played against Arch. But you put these NFL minds into college, and they have just such an advantage over the opposing coaching staff, over the opposing players. They know how to attack and create these mismatches. And I don't know what to expect. I don't know. I feel like this goes in one of two directions. I think it either goes really, really, really well, and at some point, Bill Belichick, if he coaches there for 4 years, will win at least 2 playoff games. Because I don't think it's fair to say he's going to win a national championship. Right. They got the money at North Carolina, but could they get there actually? Get to the playoffs? Yes. They can win the ACC in the next 2 years, or this is going to be a catastrophic disaster, and that will probably start. I think tonight will let it. If it's going to be a disaster, we're going to know by 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, most definitely.
We were not together last week when the news broke. I don't know if you're more upset about this trade or I'm more upset about this trade, because I hate the fact that Micah Parsons is now going to be terrorizing Caleb Williams for the next handful of years. But you're a Cowboys fan. You got your Cowboys hoodie on.
Yeah.
How do you feel today, now that Micah Parsons has officially practiced, and we did find out his back injury actually is legit?
Right. I mean, for me, I'm just excited the drama is over with and all that, just to focus on football. That's the biggest thing for me. Everyone talks about the Cowboys, all this extra stuff. Bro, I'm a fan of football at the end of the day, so ultimately that's what it is. And I know a lot of people make it seem like Jerry Jones is the one that, did everything, that Micah's a victim, but there's some stuff that Micah did alongside with David Mulugeta that played into this. And I think that low-key, it's probably a controversial thing to say, though, but I think that Micah Parsons did the best thing for David Mulugeta, not for Micah Parsons. But, yeah.
Look, I talked about this last week. David Mulugeta now has had 3 clients, very high profile, that have wanted out of situations that were either bad situations or had gotten toxic.
Right.
He got Jalen Ramsey out of Jacksonville. He got Jalen Ramsey out of Los Angeles. He got Jalen Ramsey out of Miami. But he got Deshaun Watson out of Houston. We all lived that. And I think people always forget the timeline of that started before the allegations started coming out. Sure. And it was all because the Texans didn't include Deshaun in the conversations about hiring Nick Caserio. And that was the first question that Nick Caserio had to answer as the GM of the Texans was, are you going to trade Deshaun Watson because he has demanded a trade, or he has requested a trade, or he is unhappy?
Right.
And then now it happens with Micah, and it feels like he's become he is the real boogeyman for me. It's not Scott Boras in Major League Baseball. It is David Mulugeta. Yeah. And it is apparent that you have to keep his clients happy. He just keeps getting his way.
Yeah.
It's remarkable. I think it's fine. It's great for the Packers. I think Jerry Jones, if you take the fluff out of what he's saying, if he the whole oh, we have all these picks now and they could flip for another player. I don't believe any of that. I do think for the betterment of the Cowboys, it can work out, but it's not easy to replace him.
Right. I not at all. But I'm relieved we're not almost paying him $50 million too. So that's another thing. I was fine with the reported offer. I think it was around $40.5 million, something like that, and it was more guaranteed money. But that's gonna hurt in the long run. Micah Parsons, he's one of the best defensive players, if not the best. But now looking at it hindsight, I'm just like I said, glad it's over. And the stopping the run emphasis that Jerry and Stephen Jones were talking about, it's real, because that's been a huge thing even in the playoffs. But I'm just glad that we can just go on and focus on Week 1 Philadelphia Eagles, because that's another thing right there.
Does it upset you at all, before we get to the other NFL injury stuff that's been going on, that it was the Packers though? Because I saw, because it upsets me that it's the Packers, right? But it's, if you look at the last 3 really good Cowboys teams, all their seasons were ended by the Packers.
Yeah.
So
last year, the last year they didn't play. Yeah, that
23.
Yeah, that one.
2016, I think, and there's 2020, I think too,
where it's like those were the best Cowboys teams, and like the Packers.
The 2014 one, you know, remember
2014, yes.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I hated that too, but because I would have rather him just be shipped off to really just a trash team, to be honest. I had a lot of picks, but yeah, but I mean, we'll see how it really unfolds when they play in Week 4, because that's going to be a really good game.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That game will be here on the station. That's a reminder that, you know, this Thursday I'll only have a 30-minute show. We'll be off at 6:30 because Cowboys and Eagles will kick off the season. And, you know, kind of rapid fire is also going to be a good time where between this and Thursdays and Fridays, we'll also always be hitting on like fantasy and gambling stuff. And so the two probably biggest things coming out of the NFL before we get back into the college stuff and what happened over the weekend was A.J. Brown, not on the injury report, so he'll be active on Thursday. And then Devon Achane, we already went over Stafford and C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but Devon Achane also expected to be ready to go for Week 1 for the Dolphins. And Tyreek Hill, not a captain. Apparently walking out on your team and trashing them has been recognized by, you know, the players on that team. We talked a lot about Texas earlier in the show, Arch Manning, but there was a lot going on this weekend. We started doing rapid fire, not rapid fire, two favorites and a dog, my betting segment we're going to do on Fridays. AJ, I started off really strong. 3 games I picked. What do you think my record was?
I'm going to say 3-0. They're saying really strong.
Yeah, that was sarcasm. 0-3. 0-3. Didn't get a single game right this weekend. Clemson LSU was a good game. I think I was disappointed with like Kate Klubnik. I know a lot of the focus has been on Arch Manning and the way he played over the weekend, but like Klubnik is another one that is, you look at these way too early mock drafts, he's being projected to go in the top 10. Like it just feels like he has not lived up to the hype. I was buying in before this game because I thought we saw stuff from him last year, but like that was a really disappointing performance. I mean, LSU looked good. Even like Nussmeier wasn't great, but
he made plays, yeah.
He made the plays when he needed to, and I was really impressed with like the LSU running game. The fact that Brian Kelly got his first win in Week 1 as the LSU head coach. Like LSU feels like they're going to be like legit this year. Clemson still has a chance to make the playoffs, obviously, since it was a non-conference game. But definitely, I think from that game, my biggest takeaway was like that's not honestly the whole weekend. Like outside of Lenora Sellers, I wasn't really impressed. I mean, you can say Drew Aller was good for Penn State, but like the quarterbacks, like this is supposed to be a quarterback-heavy draft class, like not a strong start to the season.
Sellers. Yeah, because you can see with the tools, I think Sellers like 6'4", 230 or something.
Dude,
like
he's
that.
awesome.
Yeah, for sure. Like I saw some people like Lewis Riddick, he was on the call. He's talking like comparing him to Josh Allen a little bit in ways, and you know that might be early to say that he's his own guy, but like you can just see the traits are there, his escapability and just being able to really be accurate as a quarterback too. So yeah, I think he's for sure right now the number 1 quarterback going into after Week 1, of course.
Yeah, and look, it's nice it doesn't affect the Texans anymore, but it's a fun conversation. Like,
sure.
It's like who's the best guy? Like, I mean, Sellers to me looks like he's early polls. I would say he looks like the best of this group through you know Week 0 and through Week 1. One team that didn't look good, another one this weekend, Alabama.
Yeah.
Yikes, man. People want Kalen DeBoer fired already. I said last week, like I was like that to me is one where like that's gonna be interesting to watch. His buyout's $70 million though. I mean, that's gonna be a Jimbo Fisher level buyout if Alabama wants to get rid of him. Paul Feinbaum is out there on ESPN begging his bosses to let Nick Saban out of his contract so he can go back and coach Alabama. But it's very Patriots with like no Belichick. Like you never want to be the guy to replace the guy, right? Like, you don't want to be the guy to replace Nick Saban. You don't want to be the radio show to replace John and Lance when they eventually retire. Like, you don't want to do that. And Kalen DeBoer, he has more losses as a 14-point favorite than Nick Saban, or the same amount of 14-point losses as the Alabama head coach as Nick Saban had in his entire career. He's been there for a year and a game.
Right. That's
like,
insane, man.
I don't know what they're going to do, but like that was an ugly game. It didn't look good. I know they're college kids and things change, but like there's a lot of loafing going on out there. Things like you just didn't see with Nick Saban.
For sure. Yeah. Like I was talking to somebody and they said that Saban put the fear of God into them, and now you can just tell that they're a bunch of cupcakes. They're kind of soft kind of a culture. I mean, it's definitely a total 360 type of view from what they were with Saban.
Yeah. I feel pretty comfortable. Like, I think he'll make it through the season, but like I already feel willing to say like they're gonna have a different head coach next year. Like they're gonna have to play much better the rest of the season. But like, you know, to go from that being that good to how it's going so far, it's just like I know it's a $70 million buyout, and that feels like a huge number. And I was talking to Sean about this earlier in the day. Like it feels like some of that stuff is a little convoluted because We don't really know how much of his contract includes in it. And sometimes it's always not a full buyout, but I just don't feel like he's going to be the head coach at Alabama already after next year. And maybe he'll turn it around, but man, he has got to be on the hottest of hot seats.
For sure. They have to make the playoffs, really.
Yes. Like, it's weird. Like, you know, we saw like Ryan Day last year after he lost to Michigan. Like, there was a lot of pressure, but like, I just, DeBoer's got the most pressure on him in college football this year, and it's not particularly close. Like, I think Brian Kelly would have been right up there if they would have lost this game to Clemson, but like, that puts them on a good path. Like, he could join him by the end of the season, but I mean, that to me, like, Lane Kiffin's going to get brought up. Lincoln Riley's going to get, probably not Lincoln Riley, but like Lane Kiffin. Dabo's going to get brought up, like, return home to Alabama. Probably makes sense, honestly, like, for Dabo to leave at this point, to go back to Alabama. Maybe he can reset, like, actually, and use the transfer portal to his benefit at a different school. But, like, it might be in the best interest of Clemson and Alabama for Dabo to take that job. Like, I don't know. It's going to be fascinating. And then there's always the Nick Saban wild card.
Yeah, of course.
Like, would he just go back? And then my Irish. They lost their first game of the season last night to Miami. That was a frustrating one for a lot of reasons for me. I really hated the play calling, basically from the get. You know, I mentioned this earlier with Sark, but like Sark said before the game in the TV interview that he was going to let it rip with Arch Manning. That didn't happen. And you could just tell that, like, Notre Dame, like, they were so nervous about C.J. Carr. First game in the college football, I get it. But all these screen passes, and I'm like, you have the best running back in college football, and, like, you're not giving him the ball. He had, like, 4 or 5 carries in the first half. I hated the game plan. You saw the difference with the different defensive coordinator, not being super aggressive. Carson Beck had all day. They weren't getting pressure with 4. I think that's pretty clear. Like, that's where the Notre Dame weakness is at this point. And, you know, part of the hard thing about being independent for Notre Dame is, you know, if you lose your next game, which they got a bye week and then they play A&M, like, if you lose that game, like, I don't think their season's over because they're Notre Dame and they'll get some benefit of the doubt, but, like, their early season top 25 games, like, they had Boise State on their schedule. Boise State sucks without Ashton Genty, apparently. Not a surprise. Like, they don't have a hard schedule. Like, Syracuse got worked over. Boston College will be a fine game, but like Notre Dame does not have like those difference makers to maybe to overcome like an 0-2 start. So that was disappointing. I mean, I was thoroughly impressed with CJ Carr. Like, once he actually started like playing, and it's like, okay,
his athleticism too.
Yeah, like he looks like he's got the goods, to be honest with you. So like, this is the most excited I've been about a Notre Dame quarterback in a long time after just one game. So like, they also can't afford to start 0-2, not being in a conference, but they do get, like, I know people hate it, they get that Notre Dame ratings boost in terms of the playoff committee, even though they shouldn't. I don't like that. I think playoff ratings and teams should be determined by best team on the field, not by ratings and matchups. But even though it benefits Notre Dame. But yeah, I was frustrated last night, AJ. I was not happy.
Yeah, and then they make Carson Beck look more like 2023 Carson Beck.
Dude, I mean,
his receivers has some good catches too.
Maybe not Lenore. Like, if it's not Lenore Sellers, like, top of the draft board, like, maybe we got to look back at Carson Beck. Like, if that's a sign of things to come. I mean, this is a guy who going into last year was projected to be the top quarterback, has a bad year, doesn't have a lot of help at Georgia, gets hurt, and also, like, if he turns it around, like, he could be a top pick. He could turn himself back into a top pick.
Yeah, I think just overall, it's just how he handles pressure and stuff like that too. That's the main thing with him, I believe. Because last year at Georgia, I believe he had double the amount of interceptions that he had compared to 2023. So that type of stuff too. You're just gonna have to see how he can develop under Cristobal at Miami.
Last thing here before we wrap up today. Obviously, this weekend was the goodbye for Lee Corso. My biggest thought with this was, like, I wish we treated more things like the way that everyone treated Lee Corso. And seeing, you know, I was watching the Fox pregame. I was kind of curious with the Dave Portnoy experience on Fox. So I was watching that, and to see them go live to the Jumbotron feed and have Lee Corso make his, you know, headgear pick on Fox, an ESPN product, I thought it was so cool. And like the recognition that he got throughout the day, throughout the broadcast, it goes 6-0 on his picks because he picks every school he coached for. All those teams won. Like, it was just such a cool thing to see him be honored in that way. I'm really glad they did it because as he was on TV, I've been thinking this for like 2 years. I'm like, it's hard to watch.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to watch him up there.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm glad that they've also closed the door on that because I did think it was getting to the point where, like, it felt uncomfortable that they were showing him out there as, like, a mascot, essentially. So, I'm glad that that's over with. But the whole experience for Lee Corso, I thought was really cool. And it's, again, I wish it's one thing that, like, we did more of in this industry where, like, there was, like, when there's greatness, like, you recognize the greatness around you. So I'm very glad that they did that.
Yeah, for sure, giving him his flowers. I mean, I remember growing up every single day, like, before my Little League football game, just going to watch College Game Day. And then when he had that U of H moment at Game Day, that was so legendary. I think back in, like, 2010, 2011, that was just seeing him pick the SMU thing, and he said,
Yeah. I mean, it's like was like one of the biggest things like they focused in on, like, on all these packages. Like they it's like the one. It's besides like the original one.
Right.
And then when he started like getting like fully dressed up, like they kept showing the Statue of Liberty one, like and the Benjamin Franklin, I think it was. Like those are all iconic, but like it feels like the Cougs like have like honestly become like his most iconic moment as a broadcaster because like it was just so surprised. The reaction from Kirk Herbstreit, like it was awesome. All of that stuff. All right, that will do it for us today here on Last Call on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thank you guys for hanging out with myself and AJ today. We'll be back with you on Thursday for a 30-minute show leading you into Cowboys and Eagles. Reminder, no show on Friday because of the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 listener appreciation party. Just a reminder, starting again tomorrow morning, each show is giving away tickets tomorrow and Wednesday. So your last chances to win tickets will be right here on the station. Thank you guys for listening. Happy Labor Day. Talk to you guys on Thursday. Have a good one. Peace.